What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, October 27th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, how about that? A miracle in Mississippi. The Longhorns overcome a 17-point fourth quarter deficit to save their season against Mississippi State. We will recap the Longhorns' huge win on Saturday. We'll also talk about everything else that went on in college football over the weekend, including the coaching carousel, big news out of LSU. Of course, we'll dive into the interesting Diana Rossini report from Saturday morning. We will talk about the NFL, big win for the Texans, bad loss for the Cowboys, and a little World Series conversation as well. So much to recap from a loaded sports weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am doing fantastic, and you're all welcome for the rain. Not a big deal. I'm back. That's right. I'm back into forecasting rain for you people. As we had plenty. We got plenty over that course of about 24 hours. And the one night scared the hell out of me. I guess it was early Saturday morning when it was the thunder and the lightning shaking the house. It was something. And then you said you got a little bit on Sunday. Yeah, I got a little bit late on Saturday night even, but that was good. We needed that rain desperately. It was good. It was good for Central Texas to get some rain. Now, okay, we don't need it now every day. We can chill out. I just think a little bit now.
Well, since you're the weatherer, are we going to
Yeah,
get
it's
more
going to be
rain?
okay. We're going to get through the weekend. We'll get through this weekend. The temperatures are going to cool though. No, I'm not a temperature guy, but by Thursday, we get to where you like it in the 70s.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. How was it? How was your wedding? Was it comfortable enough though? Saturday night was still kind of comfortable, right? Once the sun went down, it was fine, wasn't it?
Oh, it wasn't comfortable having to watch one of the greatest comebacks in Texas history on a 6-inch screen inside my tuxedo jacket. But the weather outside was.
That's not a first. You know how to do that. You know how to curtain that off with the jacket and watch the game.
Oh, there were a lot of guys curtaining that off and watching inside tuxedo jackets on
You hear any
Saturday.
sounds that anybody's phone go clicking on during any course of that?
No phones made sounds, but there were some people making sounds.
Oh no, like making cheers as things went on there, like touchdown, and everybody's jumping up.
Just like sound effects, like yeah, those. Nobody actually
hit again. Arch Manning, he had pressure in his face again.
Oh yeah, no, it's funny because it was a 6:30 start time for the wedding, which is I feel like pretty late by wedding standards, at least based on the ones that I've gone to. So
we were able
to watch most of the game, and the last thing that I saw before the ceremony started, aka the last thing I was supposed to see, was the Ryan Nibblet punt return touchdown that tied the game at 38.
I told you that guy wasn't smart. I said, don't give that Levy or whatever his name. Don't give him any credit. That guy was dumb enough to actually punt the ball in the middle of the field. You know that great special teams that they have? Well, they punt it to the guy. I mean, why are you doing it? You said punt it out of bounds. That dude punted it right to him.
Yeah, Texas might not be the smartest team in the country, but they are smarter than Mississippi State. I'm here to tell you.
Yes, that is for damn sure. That is for sure. That was a total error. That's on the head coach. You go to the special teams coach. Do not punt it to that kid. Don't do that.
Oh,
well, they did it.
If Texas somehow, some way sneaks into the college football playoff, we ought to send Jeff Lebby a fruit basket or something like that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, that guy's probably not eating a lot of fruit these days, but we got to send him something as a thank you for that gift right there, because that was a gift, punting to Ryan Nibblet.
Wow,
man. So we'll dive into it.
That's a bad move on his part. It's just dumb. That's not smart football. I mean, you're right. They're dumb too.
You know what it is, Buck?
What's that?
It's a dang coaching mistake.
Dang coaching mistake. Yeah. It's almost like when Sark brings Nibblet in the game and all 11 guys go running right to him. As a matter of fact, they left him in for 2 plays in a row. And of course, for 2 plays in a row, he got the ball. And where did all 11 guys? They went away from everybody else on the field. They ran right to where he was going. And they all met. They all met at the trough and just were drinking upon his blood the minute he caught the – when he comes on the field, they all just run right there. I mean, I would.
Drinking upon his blood.
Yes, man. It's like, Sark, do us a favor. I know you're thinking about other places and other things and you're distracting the team, but cut us a break. Even we know. I'm telling you what, my grandson called me up. He's like 6 years old. He called me up. He said, hey, coach, 21 is in the game. They're going to go to him. The ball. Watch the players on defense. And I'm looking, and they swarm over. The cheerleaders start running that Nibblet.
He's a good-looking guy.
They attacked him. I'm like, you can't there's got to be a play off of that play, right? Doesn't there have to be something that comes off of, like, send him in one direction, just send him. They'll all go there. You got an easy screen back the other way, coach. You can't keep doing that. You can't keep doing that. That's not smart football. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you and your families. Please be safe out there.
Yeah, Ryan Nibblet obviously made a huge play in special teams again, and he has turned into the best punt returner in college football. But on offense, Buck, 3 snaps, 2 touches for Ryan Nibblet.
Incredible.
So, yeah, it feels like every time 21. Look, you understand why they're trying to make him a part of the offense because
there's not a running back on there there's not a running back that can run worth a damn because they can't block worth a damn.
Right, exactly. I mean, look, this offense, now they played their best stretch of football of the year in the fourth quarter and in overtime on Saturday, but there were large stretches of that game where the offense went into a bit of a lull, and that's obviously been the case for this team all season long. So you get why Steve Sarkeesian is trying to find ways to incorporate one of his best playmakers, maybe the best playmaker on the team, into that side of the football. But yeah, it does feel like every time 21 is out there on offense, the ball is going his way, and I think defenses realize.
You think the defensive coaches are smart enough? Even the coach on on Coach Kelly's staff would know to run to the ball?
No, Brian Kelly would not know to do that.
Oh, God.
Brian Kelly would not know to do that. He did get paid more than $50 million to leave yesterday.
That's pretty smart.
That'll work right there. So obviously a lot to dive into from the Texas game, from everything that happened in the world of college football over the weekend. But man, I mean, I thought Texas beating Kentucky was improbable. Texas finding a way to beat Mississippi State felt impossible, Buck. The 3rd largest fourth quarter comeback in school history. At one point in that fourth quarter, Texas had less than a 2% win probability, and somehow, some way, Texas comes back from down 17 in the final 10 minutes to force overtime, get the ball first in overtime, score a touchdown, and get the stop on 4th and 20. Ended up being a fumble recovered by Texas, so an extra takeaway on that final play of the game. But it's 2 weeks in a row where Texas has flirted with death about as much as you possibly can, but the Longhorns somehow, some way, finding ways to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And here we are with the calendar about to turn over to November. Texas, a one-loss team in the SEC, and they still have everything in front of them, Buck.
Yeah, they got Vanderbilt in front of them, and they got Georgia in front of them. Who cares about A&M? That's a win no matter what. That's automatic.
Still feel that way?
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's just this one is so important this week. Like I told you, they'll be so fired up for this game. They may actually block somebody offensively. There may be actually no pressure in any quarterback's face this week. No. They may actually run for 220 against Vandy's defense. No.
Don't get carried away.
Okay, they may actually sneak out with a win, a field goal win.
Yeah, they could definitely win this game on Saturday. And I think you're right. I think these guys are going to be amped up to play at DKR because the last time they played a home game was September 20th. Buck, Saturday will be November 1st. 42 days will have elapsed in between Texas home games. So I think the crowd's going to be jazzed up, but I think the team is going to be jazzed up to be playing in front of people who actually want them to win.
Absolutely. This will be huge. And it really, this is the biggest game. Well, every week is a championship week, but in the way this team plays, it'll keep you right on the edge of your seat. And I think this one is the same. I don't think Vandy comes in here and rolls Texas. I think this will be a dogfight. It all depends on how they do. Well, I know Michael Taft won't show up, so we know that they need him desperately after what I saw. The little guys from Mississippi State catching the ball in the zones and running, they were talking about speed. Wow.
Yeah. Try to tell you.
That was that's a game right there where you shake your head about the defense. 37 points, giving up 37 to that group. Man.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you can look at Saturday's win in two ways, right? You can go glass half empty and say, really? We needed a 17-point fourth quarter comeback and overtime to beat a team that hasn't won an SEC game in more than 2 years? Or you could say, oh my God, that was one of the best comebacks in school history. We just became only the fifth team in the SEC since 2019 to win back-to-back road games in consecutive weeks in conference play. Hey, for the first time all year, our offense went out there and won a football game, and all of a sudden, we're right there in the mix going into the month of November. It's up to you how you choose to view this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it in a lot of ways. I just know this. I just don't think you can, you can have lightning in a bottle in the fourth period, or you can try to find ways you have to be able to run. You have to be able to protect your quarterback. Quarterback is taking way too many hits.
Well, he got hurt.
Yeah,
he got hurt.
He got hurt. It wasn't because of the pressure. I mean, he took off and ran, and eventually that's going to catch up to any quarterback anyway. Eventually, you're going to get hit in doing that, and get either knocked out or get a body part hurt. So that's just part of the game. But the pressure that guy is in his face every time when he drops back is now I think he's used to it. I mean, I was waiting for the games where I said, you know what, he's tall. There's still throws to be had. Well, he made those throws with the people in his face on Saturday because now I think he truly understands that's just the way it is. I'm not going to sit back there. Every once in a while when I have a clean pocket, I better make the throws count. But 70% of the time that I drop back and they're still doing the drop back thing, BK, trying to fire it down the field, that I'm going to get hit in the kisser. And he did.
Yeah, he did. And he got hurt on the first play of overtime. It finally caught up to him. And this is not a hindsight conversation here on this show. We've talked about this for weeks. You can't sustain that number of hits in this conference and expect to stay healthy all year long.
No quarterback can.
And it sucks because Arch Manning, I thought, played his best game of the season on Saturday. And we'll find out later this morning from Steve Sarkeesian what's happening with Arch, but multiple reports came out late Saturday night, and I think it was kind of obvious just based on the hit and the way Arch reacted, he was being treated for a concussion. So you've got a huge game against a top 10 team back at home this Saturday. Like you said, it's going to have the feel of an SEC championship kind of game because you need to keep winning to keep your SEC title hopes alive. And because your offensive line is so bad and because Arch has taken so many hits, that you might not have your quarterback in this football game.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah, there's a good chance. You get a concussion on Saturday. Very seldom do you see the guy the next week if it's like a real concussion. I guess they're all real concussions.
They're all real concussions, I think.
Or hey, get in there. Everything's okay.
Yeah, rub some dirt on it, kid.
It'll come back to you.
Yeah. So, look, Matthew Caldwell, all that guy has done is step in big spots and make big plays for this team. Now, it's the tiniest of sample sizes, but he's done some good things. And obviously, he threw the game-winning touchdown pass in overtime off the bench. What an incredible moment by him. But, yeah, to your point, Buck, about this offensive line and this running game really struggling like it.
Well, Matthew Caldwell's going to get hit, too. As good as he releases the ball and quick and timing-wise with him, the two throws that I've seen him throw in action, He's going to get hit in the face, too.
Of course.
That's just it. Those guys are not – dude, I watched number 79, BK, whiff about 5 times. Whoever 79 is on that offensive line. And I'm talking about just whiff. Not lay a glove. When you jump out of your stance and you put your hands up like this, he made punches that he missed the guy. numerous occasions. Well, it's hard for a quarter, but Sark still wants to play the drop back game. And I'm like, damn.
Well, it's hard. Like, I don't know what, what worked in the fourth quarter and overtime was running the spread, going up tempo, less jumbo packages, right? More 3-4 wide receiver sets.
They wore the Mississippi State. They wore that line out of rushing for sure.
Yeah, they did. And it's a tough predicament for Steve Sarkeesian right now because they can't run the football. Like, they cannot run the football. Buck, you and I, during our pregame show Saturday at Victory Lap, by the way, shout out to them for being great hosts. That was fun Saturday afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
We were asking for $130 on the ground against a Mississippi State team that was giving up more than 180 rushing yards per game. What did Texas end up with on Saturday? How about 72? They can't run. So it's almost impossible. Now, look, this is not me taking all the blame away from Steve Sarkeesian. They can't run. That's his fault. But they can't run. When you're a play caller, it's very difficult to come up with stuff when you have to be one-dimensional on offense. And that's now 3 times in 4 SEC games where Texas just has not been able to establish any semblance of a ground game.
Yeah, I mean, even your best runner can't get it going right now. And C.J. Baxter was non-effective. We could have put you in the game and let you run the ball compared to the way that dude was running. That guy's not healthy enough. He's got nothing. He's got no juice. The starter has no juice. I mean, it's like picking. Now I see why they put number 21. You might as well give it a try, I guess.
Well,
even if they know it's coming to him.
I don't think Texas has an elite running back right now, but
no.
you could put an elite running back there and he's not doing a ton. He's not going for $150 behind this offensive line. I can tell you that.
No, Derrick Henry's not rushing for about 60 against what this guy is blocking for him. It's awful.
Yeah, Derrick Henry would break 4 tackles on every play, and then he'd have a 3-yard gain, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to do it. That's hard to win.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
so when you pass every down, now you get it. Everybody says, "Well, you're going to run it." No, why?
I know, and Sark wants to run. Every coach wants to run, and Steve Sarkeesian's no exception, and that's what he wants the identity of his offense to be. And look, they're not going to throw it 70 times and run it 0 next Saturday, but you do wonder if, obviously when you're down by 17 in the fourth quarter, you don't have a choice. You have to run the type of offense that Texas ran, but considering they can't run and considering that was their best stretch of offensive football they've had all season, you do wonder if maybe earlier in the game this weekend, if Texas tries to go to that look, whether it's Arch Manning or Matthew Caldwell at quarterback.
Yeah, it was good to see Arch hang in there because, like I said, there's a lot of throws he took with people right in his face, and he let it loose. And once again, Ryan Wingo had such a great game. But if that dude could catch, if that guy had hands of gold instead of feet for hands, he would have had a day like nobody's business. He had a great day. But, dude, you can't drop 3 balls. He's like, I don't know what he still can't see. Somebody need to fix those lenses again because his hands are like he throws his feet up there to try to catch the ball. I'm like, dude, that's not that hard to catch, is it?
Oh, man. Yeah, Ryan Wingo, one of the worst 5-catch, 184-yard days that you could possibly have, or one of the best 2 huge drop days you could possibly have as a wide receiver.
God, I'm looking at him, and I'm going, man, you could have a monster day. You'd be one of the best in the nation if you only had hands like a receiver instead of hands like a DB.
Yeah, he had 5 catches for 184 yards. That's an average of nearly 37 per catch, and it felt like he left about 100 yards on the board.
Easily.
It was a historic performance from Ryan Wingo, but it should have been even more historic. And yeah, it's almost like, talking about the Texas running game, they've handed it off to Ryan Wingo a few times this year. Put him in the backfield for a couple of plays because he's awesome with the ball in his hands. If he makes guys miss, he runs over people. He's a stud playmaker. But yeah, the dropsies, man, it's a couple of killer ones too for Texas. Big one in the fourth quarter, big one early, big one in the fourth quarter too. But obviously credit where it's due. I mean, 2 of Texas's biggest plays, a bunch of Texas's biggest plays on offense came from number 1.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And that first play of the game, it's like one thing that was good to see, and there wasn't a ton of good in the first 3 quarters of this football game in any phase, but it was nice to see an opening drive touchdown, Buck.
Yeah, I know. I knew that excited you, that play. I'm like, oh my goodness, touchdon.
I know you
Get you
hate
off
the
to a
bubble
fast start.
screen. You hate the bubble screen, but hey, bubble
Yeah.
screen to Ryan Wingo, 60 yards on play 1. And then Arch Manning, the very next play, running it in for a touchdown. I was like, oh my God, look at this. We actually got off to a good
with
start.
Wingo in the bubble screen, you just don't hold the guy in front of you. Just make it so that guy has to try to reach out and not get shoulder pads on Wingo, because they're not going to grab him with their arm and drag him down. He's going to go through an arm tackle. So don't hold while you're out there. Don't get one of your 9 penalties by grabbing a guy out there. So
Yeah.
yes, only 9 penalties. Only 9.
Only 9 penalties. Well, during the pregame show, you had said one of your keys to a Texas victory was 5 or less.
5 or less.
You were also talking about 12 last week.
12 was the ones that I was thinking they were truly going to have. But 9, it's acceptable. They won. You can always accept when you win. No, you really can't. That's a lot. That's a lot of penalties. That's okay. Well, 61 yards. They didn't reach 100 though in yardage. So
didn't reach 100. And Mississippi
They remain pretty dumb, but not as dumb as Mississippi State's coaches.
No, yeah, Mississippi State only had 8 penalties for 41 yards. So Texas did lose the penalty matchup, but you look at some of the mistakes that Mississippi State made. I mean, they had a illegal block below the waist on a field goal on defense.
Yeah, what was that? The guy submarine the guard?
Yeah, it was the right call. It was an obvious call, but it's like, how are you so dumb? Like that's obviously against the rules. I feel like everybody should know that by now. And, that turned a field goal drive into a touchdown for Texas.
Yes, it did. That turned into more points.
And you also had that roughing the passer penalty on a 4th down in the 4th quarter. Texas was about to give it back to Mississippi State. State roughs Arch Manning, another obvious call, one that the refs had to throw the flag on, keeps the drive alive. Texas scores a touchdown a few plays later. Like they made some boneheaded mistakes, dude. Texas had its share of mistakes. Again, 9 penalties, not what you want. That raises the season average, which was already way too high. But man, Hail State, you see why, Buck. They haven't won an SEC game in more than 2 years.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
And their fans, dude, their fans, like, they're a better team than last year, obviously, but they could easily be 3-1 in the SEC right now. And they're 0-4. Like, they had Tennessee. That game went to overtime. They had ample opportunity to win that one. They lost. The Florida game's incredibly egregious because they were in field goal range to win it, and Blake Shapen throws an inexcusable interception. And then they had 2 different 17-point 4th quarter leads against Texas, and they lost. Like,
yeah, that's bizarre.
They are insanely good at losing games. They are like we talked about Texas snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. State snatches defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Oh my!
I'd love to have a 17-point lead.
Yeah, and look, Texas deserves all the credit in the world because Texas did everything right. But to have a comeback like that, Buck, the other team has to do pretty much everything wrong. And
you're right.
That's what happened with the Cowbellers on Saturday night. God, those cowbells were obnoxious, weren't they?
Yeah, I told you. I mean, even did you hear them in the church? Did they think it was church bells while you were listening on the? Holy moly!
Well, considering it was a Jewish wedding, they did not think they were church bells.
They didn't do the bells. No bells ringing there.
No, the wedding was also at the Omni Barton Creek. Not quite.
Oh, nobody's ringing any bells up in there.
Pretty holy place. It's awesome, but not quite church bells going on Saturday. Just dudes grunting, watching the games on their phone.
Yeah. Oh my God, they punted it to him. Look at those dopes.
They punted it to him. I mentioned it at the start of the show. That was the last thing I saw before the ceremony started, and that like literally during all the vows and everything that was happening up there that I was supposed to be paying attention to, I'm just like, those dumbasses really punted it to Nibblet?
Yeah, they punted it right in the middle of the field. Not like hit it to the corner. Maybe he'll have to run out of bounds. Right in the middle of the field, dude.
You take your gifts when you get them, and that was gift wrapped, hand delivered right to Texas. And my God, I mean, Ryan Nibblet, what can you say, Buck? I mean, how about these stats for Ryan Nibblet? His last 7 punt returns, going back to the Oklahoma game, he's averaging 38 yards per return, and he's got 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, Hester Nibblet is having quite the time right now.
All right. Yeah, Devin Nibblet or Ryan Hester.
Yeah. I mean, he is like, he takes one cut, and then if you stick your arm out there while he's going at full speed, he's one of those velocity guys too. He breaks arm tackles. I mean, and he doesn't trip, he doesn't trip and fall. But a lot of guys in punt returns and kickoff returns, they always have this trip where they either trip themselves or they get caught tangled in legs. He goes so fast, he goes right through there like a turnstile. Like it just keeps on going.
It's crazy. Yeah, and give the other 10 guys on the Texas return team some credit too, right? They're creating some holes, but yeah, Ryan Nibblet, it's like he knows exactly where to go. He's seeing everything in slow motion, and he's like, "Yep, nope, that's the hole. That's where I need to cut." And then obviously he turns on the afterburners, and he's one of the fastest guys on the team. And once again, we saw that on display. But just think about what he's done, Buck. I mean, this Texas team right now is 6-2, 3-1 in SEC play. They could have 2 more losses if not for Ryan Nibblet, right?
I agree.
I mean, think of the big plays, not only the fact that he has those stats that I just brought up, but the dagger against Oklahoma. He was basically the entire offense against Kentucky. Even though he didn't score a touchdown in that game, he had the 45-yard return that set up the only offensive touchdown that Texas had. And then obviously the game tire to force overtime against Mississippi State. We could be talking about a 1-3 team in the SEC if not for number 21.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's having quite a year in the special teams. He just doesn't have that kind of shake as a running back. You know what I mean? And plus, there won't be any room for him. It won't be blocked properly for him.
Well,
whatever they're trying to do. I see them trying to get him on the perimeter, those little quick swing screens. But as I said, when he comes in and 11 guys run directly, as soon as the ball is snapped, whether it's in the gun or whatever, as soon as he swings out, 11 guys go flying. There's no way. He's not getting – there's going to be at least 3 of those guys, and they're going to come clean through that offensive line out there and force them into other guys. Because, Sark, they've really figured this out now. They figured out your game plan now when he comes in the game. You can now try to play something off of that, something a little different.
Little wrinkle, like fake a pitch to him or fake a screen to him and then go somewhere else. Yeah. They haven't quite figured out a way to use Ryan Nibblet on the offense, but on special teams. And again, I know we did this after Oklahoma. I know we did this again after Kentucky, but we'll do it again on a Monday after Mississippi State. I will credit Steve Sarkeesian and Jeff Banks for staying the course with Nibblet because there were a lot of folks, ourselves included, at least questioning if he was the right guy to be back there on punt return.
Well, there's no doubt he's the best in the nation right now. And
not because we didn't think he was good. He just wasn't catching the ball. And it's like we're losing all of these yards because he's letting the ball hit the ground all the time.
Maybe, what we're saying is he probably could have had 2 more returns if he'd catch the ball, would have caught the ball earlier in the season.
Bingo. And now it's like you said, if the season ended today, Ryan Nibblet is your All-American punt returner, your first team All-American punt returner. And how about this stat, Buck? Dating back to 2016, Ryan Nibblet has the most punt return yards of any FBS player through the first 9 weeks of a season. So not only is he doing things that no one else is doing this year, he's doing things that no punt returner has done in a decade.
Well, dude, you don't get to have 2 punt returns for touchdowns, most of them in a career, much less in a season or half a season.
3 games?
Yeah, I mean, he's on fire right now. That particular part of the special teams is great. Oh, your kicker missed a kick.
Oh, man.
Bring back South Beach.
No, let's not bring back South Beach here. That was – Buck,
and how ugly did it look? Did you see it?
Hooked it. Oh, my God. I mean, it was a 29-yarder. It was a chippy. And Mason Shipley hadn't missed from inside 40 all year. So you're just thinking, all right, here's an easy 3. And at that point, I think it was 24-14. So you're like, all right, we're not playing great. We're mad that we got stopped on 3rd down, but at least we'll kick this easy field goal and make it a 1-score game. And instead it's, that wasn't even close.
Oh, that was just hooked.
That was hooked bad. I'll give Mason Shipley credit. He did make, his other field goal later in the game. It was a 26-yarder. It would have been a disaster.
He also did one block that went through. Did one get tipped and still go through?
That was on the blindside block play. So that got wiped off the board, and Texas ended up scoring.
Okay, that's right.
There. So that was why. Yeah, Mason Shipley did get one block that ended up going through the uprights, but that field goal never happened in the eyes of the box score because Mississippi State committed that personal foul penalty. But yeah, that was not a great miss for Mason Shipley at all. And Buck, there were, I said, I never thought Texas was going to lose the Kentucky game. I don't know why. They had no business winning that game, but like watching it in real time, I was like, we're going to find a way. Somehow we're going to find a way to get this done. There were 5, 6, 7, 8 moments on Saturday where I'm like, we're done. We're losing this. Like, I did not have that same feeling in Starkville where we're going to find a way to win. The first moment, the reason I bring this up right now, the first moment where I'm like, it's just not going to be our day, was that Mason Shipley miss.
Yeah, that was, you're right.
This guy's been automatic, and he misses that one. It's like, just not going to happen today. Sucks. Bad loss. Not good. But, yeah, look, they credit them.
But you were golden once those idiots punted the ball down the middle of the field and the guy took it to the house. You were thinking, how dumb are they? You had said that in the pregame. He's not going to punt it to him. He's going to kick it. It's better off that he just punts the ball out of bounds and lets Texas offense try to score.
Keep doing it. Keep punting it to him, teams. Like, I hope somehow the film doesn't get to Nashville this week and Clark Lee doesn't realize how good Ryan Nibblet is. And he's like, yeah, it's punt it. Let's just punt it.
Yeah, no, Clark Lee seems like a kind of coach that they're going to have something for the punt. They're doing something all week that the ball doesn't get to the middle of the field. They hit it to the corners. They dribble it. They go to Australia and find some kid in a backyard punting and get one of those dudes, sidewinders, to dribble the ball down. Just don't punt it to him. They're going to look at the film and they're going to say, you know what? Punt it in a direction that it'll bounce first. If he can get to it, he'll let it bounce. Because they've got to do something. They can't just kick it to him. That's bad coaching. That's on you.
It is, and I'm here to tell everybody something that everybody already knows. Clark Lee is a better coach than Jeff Lebby and Mark Stoops combined.
Yes.
So I hope I'm wrong. Believe me, I hope Clark Lee and Kirby Smart and Bobby Petrino and Mike Elko all decide to kick the ball to Ryan Nibblet. I hope they all are like, you know what, our punt coverage team is so good that
they have egos. The special teams coaches have egos.
We're going to get to this guy. He's not doing that against us. We're too good for that. I hope they keep trying because Nibblet's going to keep doing what he's doing. Man, what a difference maker. All right, so we'll dive back into this game. Plenty of sound. We haven't gotten to any post-game sound from Steve Sarkeesian. Bucky and I did talk about it a lot during the pregame show, but we will get to Diana Rossini's report early Saturday about Steve Sarkeesian mulling NFL jobs. A lot more to dive into from a crazy Saturday for the Longhorns. But before anything else, how about we get to our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Sue Patrick, of course, and Jay and the whole gang over there. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and tons of other items there for you. As I said, they got tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, everything that you're looking for, jelly cats. They've got a wide variety of men's and women's clothing there. You're going to need that this week. Got to bring out the burnt orange this week, so head on over to Sue Patches, of course. Sue Patches, they've got free shipping on online orders over $59, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space for you at 5222 Burnett Road. Go over and say hello to Jay. As I said, polos in every size. I got my man Mark Honig one of those, only to find out dude's not a medium. Whoa there. Sorry about that. Yeah, he had to go and get a little exchange. Got to change that medium to something a little bit rounder, I presume. But thank you to Jay and the gang over there. For more information, as I said, plenty of free parking, folks. Head on over to SuePatrick.com to find out more information. No luggage available. All gone.
Fat. He's fat. He's fat.
Ooh. Is that what I was saying?
It was what you were insinuating.
Oh, I guess. I didn't say it, but it just came out that way.
You're very close to saying that. Damn. Mark, mix in a salad every once in a while.
We had a nice call there, and Lake Travis finally beating Westlake for the first time in 6 years Friday.
Yeah, congrats to the Cavaliers for snapping that losing streak in dominant fashion. That was a pretty easy win for LT at Westlake, too.
It wasn't even as close as it seemed, 31-10. It wasn't even that close.
How about that? Well, an OLIPOP.
There you go, buddy.
Congrats, LT.
Is that a cream? What is that one? Oh, the root beer.
The classic root beer.
Nice.
When's the last time you've gone wrong with the root beer? You can't go wrong with the root beer.
Oh, you can't.
But
no.
This root beer is even better than the root beers that you've had in the past because
you need that in your system after the weekend. Good job this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, this stuff tastes like a root beer. Everybody likes the taste of root beer. But unlike the other root beers out there, this has ingredients that help support your digestive health. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, 9 grams of fiber in this can of OLIPOP. And how about this? Only 2 sugars. This is the game changer of all game changers. I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it was for me. Now I'm back in thanks to OLIPOP because this stuff tastes like soda because it is soda, but it's actually good for you as well. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries, HEB, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
And say our friends over at Horseshoe Bay Resort at horseshoebayresort.com for more information. If you're thinking of coming, if you want to get away, but you really don't want to get away, Horseshoe Bay has everything that you're looking for at the hotel, the villas, and plenty of beautiful golf out at Horseshoe Bay. Go to Horseshoe Bay Resort for more information, folks.
Yes, indeed. Love Horseshoe Bay and also love centextickets.com. Mentioned it earlier. For the first time in 42 days, Texas will be playing a home game here in Austin. If you want to be at DKR Saturday morning, pretty cruel by the SEC, right? Like ranked matchup, but also the day after Halloween. You got an 11 a.m. kick. You kidding me? Like, hey, Welcome back home, Texas. We know we've sent you on the road for an entire month and a half. Now we're going to give you an 11 a.m. kick on November 1st as you're welcome. Thanks, SEC. Appreciate that. But hey, if you want to be at DKR Saturday morning for a massive matchup against Vanderbilt, centextickets.com. That's where you need to go. Don't forget to type in the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase, not just for Longhorn football, but for any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, festival, you name it, everything right there in one place. Just head over to centextickets.com.
Wonderful. All right, now before we get some Sark sound, let me know, was that a catch on the right-hand side? Did you think it was a catch or an incompletion?
Which one?
Matthew Carwell, the touchdown that they call.
No, it was a catch.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, they ruled it incomplete originally, and then they overturned it to a catch. So, you know what they say, you got to have inconclusive evidence to overturn the call.
Yeah, obviously they had it.
Right. So I thought it was a catch. Did you not?
I the first shot, I didn't think it was. I didn't think I didn't know I didn't know the catch was complete. And then the second time I saw it, which they went, I thought it was a continuation. His foot was in when the ball hit his hands. There was no juggling about the ball at all, I don't believe.
No.
I just didn't know if he had the foot in or was it on the line as it was dragging when it made contact with his hand. I think what people were thinking is the original call was he didn't have control of the ball. He never lost control of the ball.
No, I mean, in real time, I'll be honest, I didn't think he caught it. But first replay, it was like, oh, no, that's a catch. Like, he got a foot down. He's dragging that foot, and he's got possession.
The whole time he's dragging the foot the whole time, and it wasn't on the line when it was dragging. It was inside the line.
Yeah, it was an incredible catch. And shout out to Emmett Mosley, man. I mean, a couple of big touchdowns as a part of that Texas comeback. His best game as a Longhorn. And look, all of the Texas wide receivers deserve some love. There were a few drops in there, but there were a number of big plays in there by all 4 of the top guys. I mean, Ryan Wingo, we mentioned his stat line, 5 catches for $184. Emmett Mosley, 4 catches for 53 yards and 2 huge touchdowns. Parker Livingston had 4 catches for 22 yards and 2 huge touchdowns. DeAndre Moore, 6 catches for 53 yards. Like, that's your top 4 in that wide receiver room. And all of those guys made huge plays. Obviously, you credit the quarterbacks for getting them the football, but you had some incredible toe tap grabs. You just big plays, yards after catch. I mean, that wide receiver room, they did a lot. They did a lot. They took some big steps on Saturday.
They're going to have to do a lot because the ball's going to be thrown a lot.
On Saturday? Yeah, I think so.
No, for the rest of the year, it's going to be thrown a lot. They can't run.
Yeah, you're probably right. The wide receivers are going to be asked to do even more of that. And look, Ryan Wingo had a couple of drops. The only interception that Arch Manning threw was a ball that hit Parker Livingston in both hands. Now, would have been a tough catch. He got hit right as the ball hit his hands, but like that's a play that I think he would like to make, and he would tell you that he should probably make. But so there's more meat on the bone for the wide receiver room, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But obviously they deserve a lot of credit for the role.
No, they
that
had a fantastic day.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. And the Texas offense, I mean, they're the story, Buck. Like the Texas defense pitching a shutout for the final 10 minutes of regulation and overtime, that doesn't surprise me much because we've seen them do that a lot. You know, Ryan Nibblet having a big play on special teams doesn't surprise me a lot because we've seen him do that a lot. But Texas, last 4 possessions of the game on offense, they scored 24 points, 3 touchdowns, and a field goal. Like that was the most surprising part, and the most pleasant surprise of the entire comeback is that the offense was able to do something that they hadn't done anything close to all season long.
There's no doubt.
Like you had
no doubt that offensively that they were, you know, they weren't wasting a lot of time really trying to run. They knew that obviously that the offensive coaches knew what they had to do. There's just no way to run the ball. It doesn't matter. They can't. They have problems against anybody running the ball right now for this year. That's just the way it is.
Right.
Whether it's the runners, the offensive line, they just can't run. So why waste your time doing it?
Yeah, and they didn't have the time to waste.
No.
You know, down 17 with less than 10 minutes to go, you got to go up tempo and you got to pick up chunk plays through the air. And that's what Texas did. I mean, 233 yards. They averaged more than 8 yards per play. And, of course, they scored points on those final 4 offensive possessions, 3 touchdowns and a field goal.
Yep.
And, yeah, I mean, they went spread. They went up tempo. They went less jumbo. And credit Arch Manning. Obviously, Matthew Caldwell with the game-winning touchdown, but Arch Manning had some huge throws in the fourth quarter of that football game. He put the team on his back and helped lead Texas to that massive comeback. Give Arch
once again for the offensively, they continue to make Jack Injuries their point of attack tight end. He's not, dude. He doesn't want to do that. I mean, it's not that I'm going to say this. It's not that he doesn't want to do it. He's not that kind of guy, but they continue because he's got a pulse to put him out there. They don't want to put hammer hands out there, which I don't know why, but they send Jack Injuries in motion, BK, and they expect him to block defensive tackles and defensive ends. He gets smashed. He gets knocked back into the play.
The tight ends can't block. It's a huge problem. It's not just Jack Injuries. I mean, even the guys like Jordan Washington and Spencer Shannon, who are a lot bigger than Jack Injuries, who are like supposed to be good at blocking, they can't block either. So that's a huge problem. Like Texas has to scrap 12 personnel. Part of me is like, I don't know if I want any tight ends on the field ever, but you sure as hell aren't getting enough from that room to have 2 of those guys on the field.
And they're key blockers at the point of attack. And I'm going, that's not good.
No.
It's already a problem when they got the offensive linemen that are problems at the point of attack on every play. But to run the ball where the tight end's supposed to make a key block, I'm like, that's not going to work.
No, it's not. And you also, I think Spencer Shannon had a false start in that football game on Saturday as well. And a number of missed blocks. There was one where, it was probably a communication breakdown up front, but Jordan Washington was left blocking a Mississippi State defensive lineman, and Trevor Gooseby on the left side of the Texas offensive line was blocking nobody, and it turned into a sack. And it's like, how does that happen? Number one, you probably don't want a tight end blocking a defensive tackle, but you are a 265-pound tight end. Can you do a little something here to protect your quarterback, please?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I said, I saw too many whiffs. Yeah,
too many whiffs. The tight ends can't block. It's that simple. So I know what Sark wants to do on offense. You can't do everything you want to do. No. And again, the obvious thought is, well, our offensive line can't block, so let's use some tight ends to help them. Instead, you're just having more guys there who can't block. And that's
just adding to the problem.
Yeah, that means you have less guys who can actually get open and make some plays. So
and I thought CJ Baxter was in way too many. They should have known after about 3 carries. No. Let's not do this. He's not ready to get it. He's not ready to get in there where guys that can't block because he's not ready for that. He doesn't have that kind of movement right now still.
He had the longest run of the game for Texas, which was
that a 6-yard run?
10 yards.
Wow.
Yeah. Trey Wisner wasn't much better. Wisner averaged 3.4 yards a carry. Baxter was at 3. So I guess Wisner was a little better, but I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody healthy enough behind this offensive line to do a lot right now. There are no running lanes. They went back to Connor Stroh for a large portion of the game at left guard. He's the number 79 guy that you're talking about.
Oh, no, I saw way too many just absolute flat-out misses by him.
Well, that's what 71, Nick Brooks, had been doing. So that's like they're just flip-flopping back and forth because they don't have anybody who's good enough to play left guard this year at the University of Texas. And it's not just left guard. That's the only problem up front, as everybody knows. But like that continues to be just the most glaring weakness on this team. And everybody realizes that.
Yeah, and as you said, and, as we go on with the week, as you said, this coach is smart enough. This guy is really going to study what goes on that offensive line. He is going to come after certain guys, and he's going to come after them hard. Yeah,
I mean, that's what Coleman Hutzler did, and that's what we saw Kentucky do last week. They just brought a lot of pressure from a lot of different guys.
Yeah.
And Texas
they had guys standing up, not always down in 3-point stands. They had guys standing up. They had a lot of movement, the things that you don't see on film.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, the Texas game plan in the fourth quarter worked. I think they started to wear down Mississippi State's pass rush a little bit. Obviously,
they got tired. They got tired of being in a sprinter stance and getting that free run, passing the baton. They just started to wear out.
Yeah, obviously you go up tempo, you go no huddle, you don't give the defense time to substitute. So you stack a bunch of long drives together, and those guys get tired. And that's what happened in the fourth quarter when Texas just kept getting whatever it wanted through the air. So I will credit the offensive line a little bit. They did block enough to allow that comeback to happen. But, this is a Mississippi State team that had 10 sacks in 7 games before Saturday. They had 5 sacks alone in the game on Saturday. That's like Florida did not have a great pass rush. Texas made them look great. Kentucky did not have a great pass rush. Texas made them look great. Mississippi State did not have a great pass rush. Texas made them look great. We see the problem.
Yeah, all the defensive lines are going to get their sack records against the Longhorns.
It feels that way. And Vanderbilt does have a pretty good pass rush. So, and obviously, I guess Georgia does not this year. Georgia has had a really tough time getting sacks, but we know the type of athletes they have there.
Yes.
And, you got 3 top 10 teams still on your schedule. So they've got good players on the defensive front. And it's obvious. We've known it for a month, maybe 2 now, that Texas's offensive line will be at a disadvantage in every game that they play in.
Correct, yes.
They were getting pushed around by UTEP. Here to tell you that everybody that Texas will see in the month of November is better than UTEP.
Except for the Aggies. We don't have to worry about them. That's a win. Automatic.
It may be a win, but it won't be because the offensive line is doing well. I hope it is.
They don't have one of their best rushing games against that group.
Yeah, cool 95 on the ground.
Oh.
Which would be the second highest
God.
in the SEC for the Horns this year. All right, let's get to some Steve Sarkeesian sound. We'll start with this one. This is his on-field interview right after the game with the SEC Network crew. A little back and forth, a little Q&A, about 45 seconds. But here's Steve Sarkeesian right after the game went final and Texas picked up that overtime victory.
What can you say about the fight that you saw from your group today?
Well, that was the one thing I asked for yesterday in the team meeting. I said, guys, this is going to take 60 minutes. We got to be the tougher football team mentally and physically, and it's got to be all Texas fight tonight. And that's what it was. We didn't play great football tonight, but we surely fought. We played as a team. It's back-to-back weeks. Our culture showed up.
Feels like back-to-back weeks for Ryan Nibblet coming up with a huge play. What did he do for you in that moment?
Well, he's a phenomenal player. He's courageous. He's confident. And so's that whole unit, and they block extremely well for him. So great by him. It's been a month on the road. Can't wait to get back to Austin, get back to DKR next Saturday.
Thanks, Coach. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a sigh of relief right there by the coach. They did some really good things in a really difficult situation. I thought that was a difficult place to play. They make things difficult on themselves when you can't run the ball and you can't protect the quarterback. It's tough on you. You put a lot of pressure on your defense, and Your defense gave up a lot, missing one guy. You could tell in the secondary, things weren't quite the same back there, but they found a way to win. I mean, they found a way to get it done. Hey, every part of your team matters, and your punt return team matters. Missing the field goals, that matters too. You can't, when your team is struggling offensively, can't be missing the 40-yard field goals. We know that. But you've got a section of your special team that's playing really, really well right now. But smart coaches aren't going to kick it to that guy. Dumb coaches are going to kick it to him. And we just met one of the dumb coaches in the SEC this weekend. So,
yeah, we did. Look, I think good teams find ways to win games in multiple ways. And last week it was the defense that bailed out the offense to give Texas a win. This week it was the offense that bailed out the defense to give Texas a win. And the key words—
they're just good enough to live on the edge right now, but
sure. Well, the key words in both of those, you win games. Yeah, Texas found a way to win. Like, that's all that matters at the end of the day. The standings do not care about stats. They don't care about eye tests. No. They don't care how much you trailed by in a game. They just care about who wins and who loses. And Texas is finding ways to win right now.
Absolutely.
So good news, bad news. The good news is 3 of the last 4 games are at home. The bad news is 3 of the last 4 games are against top 10 teams. So your work's cut out for you. Everybody that you have on the schedule, even Arkansas, I think is better than the 2 teams that you've played these last 2 weeks.
Wow.
But you do get 3 games at home, and maybe you can afford 1 more loss and still get to Atlanta. Obviously, if you run the table, you control your own destiny. You go 4-0 in November, you are making it to Atlanta, and you're in the college football playoff. Maybe you can afford a slip up down the stretch, but the good news is you went 3-1. You have put together a 3-game win streak when you absolutely had to have it. And obviously the conversation on a Monday is a lot different after a win than it would have been if Texas couldn't complete that comeback.
Yeah, on Saturday I said, they're going to be up for this game no matter what. With Pavia coming to town, there's going to be a sense of excitement for football fans in this area, not only for the Longhorns, but to watch this kid play in person at home is going to be, and that's got to be fun for your defense, because your defense has got to wake up a little bit, because that guy's going to add some real special things that you had to be prepared for. They can run the ball.
Yeah, they can. Diego Pavia, I mean, he's a Heisman contender right now.
And he's so much a part of their run game with 2 effective running backs. So they're not going to give in to what they're going to try to do and loosen you up a little bit. So this will be another, if you do things the right way, you'll have another close game that you can win. And if you do the wrong way in this game, BK, you can get beat pretty bad by this group.
Yeah, well, they're the number 9 team in the country right now. Their only loss is in Alabama, and that was a game that was tied midway through the 3rd quarter.
Right.
So Vanderbilt 7-1. People are talking about them as a college football playoff team. This may be the toughest game that they have the rest of the way, but they're a damn good football team right now.
Yeah, you got to clean up. There's things you have to clean up, and you got to make sure that you get done right, and it can't happen over and over again in this game. So, and I'm not saying it's protect the quarterback, because you can't protect the quarterback right now. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Your offensive line, your quarterback is going to have to throw under duress. So your coach is going to have to call plays that really, really help them out to get rid of the ball. That's all there is to that. You can't drop back and pass with this offensive line. I don't care who it's against, but really against this group, like I said, there's some things that you're going to have to clean up and say, Coach, we just can't do that.
Right. And I wish I wrote the stat down. I'll try to find it at some point during the show. But one thing that Texas has to bail on, unfortunately, is the play action, because it's just not working. Like, they are not fooling anybody with it. And all it does is, well, you have to spend like a half second faking the handoff. So that's a half second faster that the defensive line can get in Arch Manning's face. Yeah, that's what it is. There's no deception. There's no decoy. Nobody's falling for it. And it's not just an opinion at this point, because the stats actually back it up. Like, Texas's passing game has been way more successful in just the straight drop back game than they have in.
Well, there's no threat of run. There's no threat of nobody's fearing your run game.
Yeah, I mean, all year long. Here we go. Here's the stat right here. Texas is averaging 8.3 yards per attempt on straight dropbacks. That's pretty good. That's respectable right there. Yeah. They are averaging 6.5 yards per attempt on play action, nearly 2 yards per attempt less.
No,
that's
they
not
don't
good.
fear. They don't fear you running the ball. They don't fear you running a counter or a draw in a passing situation. They're saying, forget it. They're not going to hand it off. They're going to throw it. Let's just go balls to the wall to the quarterback.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Exactly. So every coach wants play action. We know what play action can do, but when your run game isn't working and when your offensive line can't block long enough for you to do that, then, and also like, I just don't, here's a little knock on Arch. There's not going to be a lot of those this week because he was amazing on Saturday, but like that's part of it's on him. Like when you do a play action, you've got to turn your back to the defense a little bit. Maybe Arch just isn't quite good enough yet or experienced enough yet to where like he can turn his back to the defense. And then as soon as he turns back and looks, he knows exactly where to go with the football.
Yeah. I mean, I see a couple of those things coming off of boot action and trying to find ways to get outside a little bit with the quarterback, because I mean, if he's healthy enough and he's playing in this game, for him to boot out and take some of those little easy throws to your tight end for 2 yards or 4 yards or whatever may have to be, or Wingo getting out there and pressing them, thinking going long, but turning around at 12 yards and coming back to the ball. I don't know about him running back to the ball and making the catch, but you got to try those things to get your quarterback outside, because you can't sit in that pocket. There is no pocket to sit in.
Yeah, no, there's not. There's not. You've got to find a way to make it work. Here's more from Steve Sarkeesian post game. This one is Sark talking about his team finding ways to win games in multiple ways.
I said this to the team downstairs. You know, last week our defense played great. The offense struggled. Special teams made their plays. But at the end of the day, the Texas Longhorns won. Tonight, our defense struggled. The offense played well enough to put points on the board. The special teams made their plays. But at the end of the day, the Texas Longhorns won. And we win as a team. And, you know, I really commend our players for believing in who we are as a team and believing in our culture, because I hear the interviews that they do and they send them to me because they're proud that they're able to echo the message and they believe it. And when you believe in something, you got a little more to give to it, and it showed tonight that there was definitely a sense of belief in one another.
Yeah, that's important. It's important for your team, but it doesn't mean you're not hanging by a string either, Coach.
Right. Yeah, they are.
So you got to believe in you. I know they believe in that special teams right now. That's a part of the winning attitude right now, is what they do in the punt returns. They believe that the group that's out there blocking for it are doing the right things. There's nobody grabbing and holding and reaching, because you don't have to with this guy. You just got to give him a crease, let him go, because they don't all have to go back to the house. I mean, 15-yard returns, 20-yard returns, 10-yard returns, catching the ball are important right now with this group. So, because you feel like you have a chance when the other team punts it to your guy right now.
Right. Well, yeah, you want to get all three phases playing well at the same time. And you kind of saw that in the second half against Oklahoma. And you just haven't really seen that in any other game. Now, you know, last 10 minutes in overtime in Starkville, you saw it. But you would like to see it over the course of a full 60 minutes where your defense is playing to their potential, the offense is doing its thing, and you're still getting those contributions on special teams. It'd be nice for all three of them to be firing at the same time. But, yeah, you know, again, good teams win games in multiple ways. And I keep thinking back of what Colin Simmons said post-game after Kentucky, where reporters like, yeah, Steve Sarkeesian said the identity of your team right now is defense and special teams. And then Colin Simmons basically cut off the reporter and said offense and offense. He's like, we're a team. Like, we know the offense can have our back. We've got their back. Special teams has both of our backs. Like, that was, if you needed more proof that the culture here is in a good spot, that was it. And obviously that happened. Like, the offense bailed out the defense. 1 week later, after the defense carried the offense's weight, the offense had their back. And that's cool to see that these guys believe and trust in each other, and they can pick each other up when things aren't going as well as you want.
Yeah, because the defense put themselves in some bad situations too. They didn't have great tackling. Those little guys for them were catching and running. They caught the ball, made guys miss. You know, it's yeah. I mean, everybody bailed each other out. That's how you win as a team. And in this conference, hey, 3-1. 3-1
in the SEC. You've given yourself a shot. You've given yourself a shot. I don't want to say that's all you can ask for, because, you know, you can't ask for 8-0 instead of 6-2. But you're still in the mix right now.
And you have your hands full this weekend, as full as they're ever going to be.
Oh, yeah. No, you've got your hands full. I mean, your next two games, Vanderbilt and at Georgia. And then, of course, your fourth game, Texas A&M at home. So your hands will be full.
Yeah, because you have to win this game because you're still not winning at Georgia. Sorry, BK. So I'm still there. I've been with you for the last 2 years about that game, period. You have to win this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just say that. You have to win this game.
It's like you maybe have one more mulligan like we were talking about, and I'm saving that for Athens. Don't use that this weekend, please.
Okay. Yeah, really. Because you'll need there's nothing. You can't get away with anything there.
No.
You can't count on them to screw it up at their place.
They usually don't.
No. So you can't have Pavia come in here and run around doing Heisman proses. You have to beat that team. You got to make that frog. You got to make that prince turn back into a frog this week.
That'd be nice.
I think they can. I just think I think emotions will run high with this team, and I think they can go a long way on emotions being back home, and force them into. It doesn't matter how you win. You just win. And I think it'll be that type. If your defense can stop their running game, I don't think Pavia can stay back in the pocket because I think PK will find a way to put some pressure on him with a spy. Somebody's following him everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
If that guy goes and takes a piss, somebody better go watch him. Somebody better open up the door to the porta potty for him.
Yeah.
Because you can't leave him alone anytime on the field.
I need Anthony Hill complimenting Diego Pavia's watch in the porta pot.
Yes, absolutely.
Man, nice watch you got over there. That's what we need.
Yeah, that would be a disfavor to your program if you let him. If you decide no, we don't need to spy him. We'll just run him down. That'll be bad football.
Yeah, well, it's a big game, and Texas opened up as a 2.5-point favorite. Early money coming in on the Longhorns. It's up to 3.5 here on a Monday morning. We'll obviously see how the line goes the rest of the week, but. Yeah, it's rare to say these kind of things about Vanderbilt, but it is a massive, massive game for Texas, and it'd be a huge win. Dare I say, signature win for this Texas football team this year.
Yeah, it'll be, and a lot will ride on if your quarterback's playing because I think he found a lot of ways to mature over the last 2 weeks. Those are wins. Those count as wins. So, and no matter what you think, and no matter how much pressure, he's been getting popped in the head and still throwing the ball down the field. So he's got to be really confident in his ability right now. So it's just how he's going to come out this week. I don't know. Like you said, who knows what that injury is? You don't see many guys come back. If they say concussion, generally you don't get to play the next week.
No, yeah, and that sucks. Again, we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian later this morning. Sark was asked for an update after the game, and he didn't have one. So, we don't know a whole lot outside of what's being reported by the insiders that he was being treated for a concussion.
Yeah, I mean, if Arch comes off and he's saying to the doctors, trigger treat, I mean, that's a problem.
Well, it is Halloween week. It'd be a problem if he was saying like Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, but trick or treat right after the game. We still got till Friday before trick or treat. But if he's coming off the field going trick or treat, I want a Kit Kat bar or something. That's not good.
Hey, he needs a break, from this shitty offensive line. Give him a Kit Kat bar. All right, put him in one of those commercials. That's another NIL deal right there.
Oh boy.
No, Diego Pavia did not get carted off the field, Preston. It was Bo Prabula, Missouri's quarterback, who got carted off the field.
Well, the announcers kept screwing that up on ESPN all weekend long. They'd had one that was running because they're little guys and they got little round shoulders. So they had that confused, and the unis and all that stuff. They had that confused. They had the guys confused which guy got carted off. And they said it, and they let the recording go all week just about.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that or hear that. I don't know. Mizzou and Vandy have like similar colors, so maybe that's I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's somebody screwed that up originally, and they left that run. That's
a huge miss right there. All right, well, we'll take your thoughts. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We got to dive into Diana Rossini's report. We'll do that in a second, and we also have to play the audio of Steve Sarkeesian's response after Saturday's game. Sark not happy that he went viral Saturday morning. Boy, Saturday had to feel like the longest day of Steve Sarkeesian's life.
Oh, I bet. Oh, my God.
We'll get to all of that in a moment. But before we dive back into the horns, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, say hello to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Of course, it's going to be a great week to head on over to the League. And it's 4 locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul, made from scratch each and every day. Pulled pork sliders, Hawaiian wings, teriyaki glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast. Happy hour every day from 3 to 6. And, folks, great savings on single glasses of wine, beer, of course, select cocktails right there for you. Thursdays, prime to wine, half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. And as I said, happy hour every day from 3 to 6. But don't forget, all-day breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch.
Yes, indeed. Hey, another Texas win means we've got another Cabo Bob's gift card.
Now you're talking.
Oh, yeah. $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate could be yours. What do you have to do to win? No purchase necessary. Just send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. That's 512-BABY-FAT. You send us any text on the Coda text line, you will be entered for your chance to win, and we will announce the winner at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Shout out to our friends at Cabo Bob's.
And, of course, Woods Comfort Systems, as the weather starts to get a little bit cooler this week, and it will. It's going to cool down a little bit now. It's not going to be freezing, but make sure that your heater is ready for the winter months as it starts to roll in a little bit. And, of course, still for that air conditioning, if it hits, doesn't matter if it's in the mid-80s, it's still going to be warm enough for that air conditioner to pop on. And you want that to do it properly, and they'll do that for you at Woods Comfort System. They'll send their, of course, technicians out to your home. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Don't forget, or do remember, that they also do plumbing. If you have plumbing issues at your home, call on Woods Comfort Systems. Close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more information. And also some love to our guy, Tom McKay, and the crew at Audio Visual Consultation.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, man, we're in the fall. The month of October is around for another few days. It's the best sports month of the year and the best time of the year to make the call to Audio Visual Consultations to upgrade your home TV setup. Maybe an early holiday gift for yourself.
Halloween gift.
Halloween gift. Why not? Yeah. Upgrade your TV setup. AV Consultations. They will bring everything to you. Don't go to the store and buy a screen and then ask Tom to come mount it. No. They get TVs at the best prices. They get surround sound speakers at the best prices because they buy in bulk. Call them, tell them what you want. They'll tell you what they could do. And all of a sudden, boom, your home is going to be the place to be for friends, for family, most importantly, for yourself, for all of the sports watching, all of the TV shows, the movies, whatever you get into on TV. avconsultations.com is their website. More importantly, their phone number, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. The best in the business, audio-visual consultations.
Nice.
All right. So, Buck, we spent a lot of time in our pregame show on Saturday talking about this, but it's worth diving back into. And now we have Steve Sarkeesian's official response to this as well. Saturday morning, just after 9 o'clock, ESPN's Diana Rossini sent out a tweet that said, quote, "I'm told that representatives for Texas coach Steve Sarkeesian have let NFL decision makers know that he would be interested in potential head coaching openings, including the Titans," end quote. And within 5 minutes, that tweet went viral. And everyone's like, what? Really? Right now? We're going to do this right now? That was my first thought, too. It's like, we are less than 6 hours away from a must-win game on the road in the SEC. And on top of everything else that Texas has to deal with, you've got to deal with this, too. Teams probably eating breakfast together in Starkville at the hotel. And now this report about their head coach comes out. It was crazy. Obviously, Longhorn Nation went into a frenzy. And a couple hours later, there was a statement released by CAA Football, which is the agency that represents Steve Sarkeesian. And they tweeted out, quote, "Any reports regarding communications on coaching opportunities with NFL teams are patently false and wildly inaccurate. Sark is solely focused on coaching the University of Texas football team," end quote.
Yeah, I mean, the hay's already in the barn on a Saturday morning. There's not another practice that you have to do. You've been screaming at Sark about, hey, possibly find somebody to call plays for you. Last week that was, the questions have asked of him during his conference. Are you ever thinking about maybe doing that? He wants to, it's almost like tit for tat, but Sark doesn't understand it. Well, he does understand. Texas got big tits. If you want to go tit for tat, they don't care about. If you start playing that game with this university, they'll be going bye. And it may not even be true, but somebody put that out there. That doesn't just get to her.
Texas has big tits.
Yeah, you go tit for tat. I mean, who's got the bigger tit?
So, are you accusing Steve Sarkeesian of something here?
No, I'm just saying it got out somehow. It didn't just float out on a Saturday morning, I mean, and it's not like somebody from the NFL hasn't talked to him about it. Every year that's going to be that kind of talk with him.
Yeah,
whether you have a great year or just a good year, his name will be out there. Places like the Dolphins, the Titans,
Yeah.
They like that kind of offensive mind. It's all about the offense.
Sure.
So it's
I see why NFL teams.
He himself got it out, but the whole thing about, hey, 1 week they're telling him, you need to hire this, you need to do here's what you need to do. The following week on a Saturday morning, it comes out that he's saying, this comes out about him and other places. It's kind of a balancing. So what's the deal? And so they need to know that there'll be people looking for him every year anyway. And they know that already.
I think I like your titty reference. There's not titty references that I don't like.
Yeah, but who has the bigger tit? Who has the bigger tits?
Well, like I think Texas shows that it has the bigger chest.
Yes.
By ponying up the cash to keep Steve Sarkeesian here versus saying that, oh, you're flirting with NFL teams. We no longer want you as our coach. You go.
Oh, no, they're not going to. Nobody doing. That's just silliness. You have a coach. You want him. You do everything you can to keep him.
Right. So I don't think Texas is going to be like, oh, you're potentially flirting with NFL teams, and be gone.
No, they won't do that.
We've got a giant rack. Be gone. I feel like that's what you were insinuating.
No, I'm insinuating he can't put them behind the 8 ball. He's never going to be to the point where he puts them truly behind the 8 ball at Texas. That's just the way they run. You get to talking too much, and you get to thinking that you're the one in total control of it. You find out quick here that's not the case.
Let's play Steve Sarkeesian's sound from the post game, and I'm going to get your thoughts on this, Buck. Maybe you've already heard this, but we'll let the people hear it this morning. See if this changes your mind or gives you any more insight on what could be going on out there. But here was Sark right after the game. He was asked about that Diana Rossini report, and Steve Sarkeesian was not real thrilled about it.
I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual. To the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never had to do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do. And everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do. And nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to talk to that person because it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, nobody's going to speak for him. Jimmy Saxon, the decision maker is that guy right there. And nobody slips that. Nobody within his organization, I don't think, is going to slip that out. I don't know if it's Mississippi State doing it. I don't even know. Yeah, it'd be nice to know where she got that from. But she seems to be somebody that's pretty on the ball. She doesn't just – I can't see her making that up or not getting to a source that's semi-reliable. That didn't come from the guy living underneath the bridge to her on the day of the game,
Oh, the first thing I looked up after that tweet got sent out was where Diana Rossini went to college. I was like, did she go to Mississippi State or something? Like, is she trying to get in Texas's head and help her alma mater get some win today? No, if you were curious, that is not the case. yeah, she's not going to report something that she wasn't told, but sometimes sources are wrong. I don't know if they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, no. Sources could be wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think Kirk Bowles. Remember when Kirk Bowles had that tweet that Texas's roster cost like upwards of $40 million this year, and everyone went nuts. Like, I don't think Kirk Bowles made that up. I think he had a shitty source, but like I think like these people, sometimes their sources are right, sometimes their sources are wrong. But Diana Rossini is not just going to be like, you know what? I need some clicks today. Let me
that doesn't seem like her.
Which coach could I do this to? Like, she was told by somebody, and Steve Sarkeesian is like, I would like to know who that somebody is that slipped this up, because I didn't say it. She was told by somebody that
Which she's not going to tell you. Which she's not going to tell you.
No, of course not. Like, no journalist. You don't reveal your sources. That's like journalism 101 right there. So, I heard that from Steve Sarkeesian, and it wasn't really the "I'm not effing leaving" Wolf of Wall Street speech. It was like, I'm really pissed that got out. I have no idea how that got out. The media sucks. You guys, how do you guys take this and run with it? It wasn't like, I love Texas. I'm staying at Texas forever. I'm not going anywhere. So, I don't expect Steve Sarkeesian to Nick Saban or Lane Kiffin this thing where he leaves in the middle of the year. I don't think that's something that anybody needs to worry about. But I don't know, Buck. Like, there's an opportunity there if Steve Sarkeesian.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel like. Yeah, but he didn't have to fall on the sword and talk about how much he loves Texas. And I'm never leaving. I'm staying here. Here's for my recruits that are coming. I'm staying. You don't have to do that. You don't have to go that far. You just got to, his word has been pretty good. And I got to believe if his word is good, then he's not going anywhere. If he says how that got out, I don't know. Somebody I may have, just in passing, if you say something to somebody, hey, guess what? Who called me? The Dolphins, owner is called and is talking to my people. And you say that to a close friend, and that goofy friend says it to somebody, then it goes out. And then all of a sudden, that goofy friend of yours is such a close confidant that somebody, will take that and run with it. But that's not really, it's just you saying that somebody's interested in me. It turns out to be.
No, that's not what the report was. The report was not NFL teams are interested in Sark. The report was Sark is interested in NFL teams. That was the report.
It may be down the line somewhere. Somewhere.
It may be.
Don't you always show? I mean, you keep your doors open, kind of, don't you, in this business?
Yeah, I think you do. And
yeah, I think it's maybe a little pushback from, it could be. I'm not saying it's true. It could be, last week, let's get an offensive coordinator. Okay, now people are interested in me. You guys, you want me to get somebody else to call the plays and let me do something else? Well, I'm used to calling the plays, so here's what's happening around the world. I'll let you know this. So yeah. Somebody will let you know this.
All sorts of conspiracy theories out there, and that's a good one, right? Like, was this leaked because Steve Sarkeesian and his representation was pissed that Texas fans were calling for Sark to hire an offensive play caller?
Yeah, don't think that this guy can't get another job.
Right. Like, was that a part of this thing? Like, you look at the college football coaching carousel. Brian Kelly just got fired yesterday. I know this report came out on Saturday, but there are a lot of big jobs that are opening up. None that I think are bigger than Texas, but is it a ploy to try to get Steve Sarkeesian more money? He's gotten extensions and raises the last 2 years. I don't think he's done anything this year that warrants another extension or a raise, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, if he makes the college playoffs, he's going to get another one.
I don't think he should. If they lose in the first round and they take a step back from what they've done the last couple of years, that'd be ridiculous.
I think he gets another one if he just gets there with this group.
That'd be stupid. That would be a really bad decision right there. Because you've already done more than enough to keep him happy and to keep him around. And this is his group that he put together. If you don't like the group, who do you blame? It's you. There's no GM. I guess there is a GM, but you're basically the GM for this team. So if the roster ain't good enough, it's not like, well, you point the finger at somebody else. They point the finger at you. But I don't know. We will see what happens. Like, I would have preferred, and it's words. Actions speak louder than words. So remember what Jim Schlossnagle said right after A&M lost the national championship to Tennessee? He didn't say that, I'm not leaving A&M. he just shat on the reporter and the media for asking him the question. And then the next day, he's at Texas. So Steve Sarkeesian wasn't like that bad or disrespectful, but it wasn't like, I ain't going anywhere. I'm here forever. It was
no, he didn't say that,
right?
Because with his success, there's always opportunities. And what is it that he wants to do? Does he want to coach in the NFL 3 years from now, or does he want to win a national championship? Does he want to be here forever? Does he want to be like DKR, or does he want to win and go, or whatever? Or what's his next highlight in his career? What is it? Win a national championship, be gone? But somebody got that out. That got out. That didn't just, like I said, she didn't just say that because she wanted to have a hot take on a Saturday morning.
These things are usually strategic too.
Yes,
absolutely. They're usually put out there for a reason. And
we do that, and we hear about that in sports a lot. The things don't just happen. They don't just come out.
Right. And I don't know.
The deal with the NBA didn't just come out on the day of the NBA starting. That was strategically done by somebody in a way, whether it's the FBI or whatever you want to, conspiracy theory or whatever. It wasn't put out on that day just because it was just another day.
Of course. Yeah. So what happens next? I don't know. For now, nothing. I hope this thing is put to bed.
No,
I hope it stays.
It's a nothing. He's going to be pissed. He's going to act pissed for the rest of the time. But what he needs to do is win the game this week and keep winning. Whether, to make it a story one way or the other, losing doesn't help.
Well, it's now a story for sure. And I mean, JW Crunch brings up a good point. Other coaches are going to use this for recruiting purposes against Texas for sure. And we know how it works. Like, you are guilty until proven innocent in the court of public opinion. So if somebody says anything about you, it must be true. We don't have to hear it from you. If somebody else tells us something about you, then that must be real. So now that these reports are out there, we're just over a month away from signing day. There may be some teams that try to use that to negatively recruit against Texas. Something.
Yeah, people are going to do is anything they can to get you out of your success and your comfort level. And in a Saturday morning, well, they went out and they played pretty good. They fought that back. That was a tough deal when we heard about that Saturday morning. That's not good to your team being at their pregame meal, seeing that on their phones, or going, "Coach, is this true?" Because they're going to ask their coach. They're going to say, "Is this true? Really?"
Right. Yeah. Saturday would have been one of the worst days of Steve Sarkeesian's career if they lost that game.
There's no doubt that thing would be blown up today.
Yeah.
Now they're going to try to blow it up, but once again, a little tit for tat. You want to mess with me about me hiring somebody. I can get something out there too, because there are people that will be interested in me. But once again, Texas fans will get all wired up and say, "Screw you, get out of here." Don't be so quick to jump at all that stuff.
All right. Yeah, there were a lot.
If he had an interest in something else, you got the means to keep a guy very happy. It's a very good place to be happy at,
Yeah, I don't think Steve Sarkeesian would leave Texas for another college job. The question is, does he want to coach in that best league in the sport? And it's harder to be a college football coach now than ever before.
Oh my God! Just on stuff like you just saw on a Saturday morning.
Right. Well, the NIL, revenue sharing, the transfer portal, all of that stuff. I mean, there's more for a college football coach to do than ever before. And in the NFL, you just coach. You just get to coach. Now, you don't have as much control over a pro. You don't have as much control over a program if you're in the NFL, but you do just get to coach. You don't have to deal with all of the extra stuff that goes along with it. So there is a world where Steve Sarkeesian, who has been an assistant coach in the NFL before, it's not like a guy with zero ties or experience in the league. There is a world where Sark does want to be a head coach in the National Football League.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it to get more money, or you could truly have an interest in going to that next level eventually. It may not be right now, but, tough job to get, if Miami Dolphins call you, that's a tough job to say, "Nah, I don't want to be there." No, you'd be going there to get fixed. And believe me, you're not going to go there to make less money.
You're going to take a job with Tua as your quarterback?
No. He'd be brought in there to do something about that. Plus, you're not going there for less. You're not taking off to go anywhere for less money than you get here.
No. I guess he'd be able to coach Quinn Ewers once again. Maybe Sark just loves Quinn Ewers so much that he
I never
wants
thought
to
of
follow
that.
him to the league.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and
No,
Rossini's report.
you don't want to rest your whole entire livelihood on that move, but
Nope.
it's just those things don't get out. They get out for a reason.
Right. Well, Rossini's report mentioned the Titans. By the way, the Titans are the only team with a current vacancy in the NFL. We know more jobs will be open here very soon.
Yeah, but, the Miami guy got to keep his for another week, but that won't last for long.
Nice win for the Finns. Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt me too, those rats.
Right. So yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, I'm still a Steve Sarkeesian guy. I don't want him to go anywhere.
And just take his word for what he says. I mean, it's just pretty simple. He hadn't lied to you about what has he lied to Longhorn fans about? Anything? Not really.
My point is, he didn't say I'm not like he that whole rant that he went on was like, I hate that report got out. It wasn't a minute rant about how I love Texas and I'm not going anywhere ever. It was, I can't believe that report got out and people ran with it. So I don't know. Again, at this point, Buck, like all we have to do is wait. All we have to do is wait. There's nothing else you could do. How many times in the history of sport, player or coach or front office executive, has somebody come out and said, I'm not going anywhere? Even if Steve Sarkeesian did come out on Saturday and say, I'm not going anywhere, there'd still be a little part of my mind that's like, maybe he is. Because so many times in the history of sports, somebody has said the right thing at the time. Like they don't want it to become a big story. They don't want the fan base to turn on them, whatever the reason is. I'm staying here. I love it here. It's all good. And then, better opportunity comes up. I'm going to go ahead and take that. So I don't know. I don't know what is going to happen here. I hope Stark stays.
Just wait it out and see.
Just wait it out and see. I hope Stark stays because I think he's done a tremendous job at the University of Texas. I know this year hasn't gone exactly the way that any of us had hoped to this point.
Hey, 3-1 in the SEC. Come on.
They're still 6-2 and 3-1 in the SEC, and they've got a shot to make the playoff here. Now we'll see what happens. They could go 6-6, could go 7-5. And that's obviously a failed season. I will not be arguing against that, but I think in the last 2 years, I think of how much better of a place this program is now than when Sark got here at the beginning of 2020.
Yeah, and I think that's the way the fans should think too. Don't get pissed. Don't get pissed at him because he didn't tell you of his true love and he's staying here and I'm never going anywhere. Coaches don't do that anymore. They don't, unless you're at a place that you're not going to a better place, that they tell you, I'm never leaving here. This is the place I've always dreamed of. Coaches don't do that anymore. That's not the way they play the game. There's a game within the game, you know?
Game within the game. Yeah. And how do I get more money for that game within the game, you know? I don't know. We will see. But yeah, obviously it was a wild Saturday for Texas football fans. Forget the game itself. Not forget it. We've spent most of the show talking about it, and we'll dive back into it here. But yeah, that's obviously a whole other massive storyline in itself. The fact that report came out in the middle of the season. So we will see.
Yeah, and Rossini, her bosses aren't saying to her, "Where'd you get this? We got to tell. We got to tell it." No, they're not going to. They're like that. Yeah, you've been a reporter for your business, so we're going to go that you've got it from a reliable source. So, yeah,
I think so. I don't think there will be
Jeff
any.
Levy didn't send that out. He didn't get that out, and who knows? It could have been from somewhere, you know. But she's not going to report that.
Jeff Levy could come out and say that he has NFL interest, but they don't have interest in him.
Yeah, because he's going to kick it to the greatest punt returner in the history of football, right down the middle of the field. What a dope.
That report comes out about Sark, it's kind of believable. That report comes out about Jeff Levy, it's like, all right, Jeff, good one, guy. It ain't happening. We're not.
Yeah, he thought he had that all down, and he actually was. He was in the game the entire time until he said, let me just punt this ball. You know what? We got a really good special teams. That whole deal. The last couple of teams that have played Texas have talked about their special teams, but they've still kicked it. They've still kicked it to Nibblet. They haven't like punted out of bounds or to a corner. They've kicked it to that dude. That tells me you're not that smart.
Now, there was a lot of bad from Jeff Levy in that football game, and it felt like he was at a crossroads between – should I keep my foot on the gas? Like, we are torching the Texas defense by going up tempo and throwing the football a lot. Like, should we keep doing that? Or shoot, we've got a big lead in the fourth quarter. I really want to run out the clock. And he just kept going back and forth, and it didn't work at all for them. And thank God it didn't. The Texas defense, again, they stepped up when they needed to. It was not a great game for Texas. It was their worst game of the season. First time all year they've given up more than 400 yards of offense. They gave up a season high in points with 38. But when they absolutely had to step up and make some things happen, they stepped up and made some things happen. So
this was truly an offensive weekend all over football, period. Lots of points everywhere.
Yeah.
All these great defenses are defenses that thought they were good. The offense is just, and quite frankly, you get to about the 8th game of the year, your defense, if your defense been standing on their head for your teams for most of the season, they just start getting tired too. They just start to wear down a little bit too.
It was, I was so happy that Texas won that I didn't think about this too much. But the game on SEC Network after Texas-Mississippi State was Tennessee-Kentucky.
Oh, my goodness.
And watching Tennessee put up 56 against that Kentucky team that obviously Texas struggled to do anything against offensively.
They did anything they wanted in that game. And I don't even know how Kentucky got to 34. But once again, your defense, too, everybody's getting tired. So the offenses are finding ways to score points. Your defenses aren't, Texas is getting goal line stands and things like that. And other teams are saying, okay, you score because we get it back. We're going to score anyway because your team is tired too. So it's just that time of the year, it looks like,
It's so week to week, right? And Texas is a prime example of that. One thing could look good one week and the next week it can look bad and vice versa. And just find ways to win. Ways to win. And that's what the Longhorns have been able to do these last 3 weeks. Improbable, damn near impossible, but they have gotten it done, and they are still in the mix here in late October. All right, we'll take your thoughts. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian, a few more takeaways from 45-38, one of the greatest comebacks in Texas football history. We'll also get into the Brian Kelly firing at LSU. Yeah, A&M, you think you're a legit program. People are so embarrassed to lose to you that they've got to fire their coach after that. Come on, man. We'll talk about some of the other action from around college football as well. But before we get back to the sports buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Send over to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. It could be a Hat Creek Burger Monday. Head on over there, get yourself a burger for lunch. After this week, we'll have a bye, so you got plenty of time to get plenty of Hat Creek Burgers. But this one on a Monday after a win, head on over to Hat Creek Burger, get a double with cheese, get yourself one of those wonderful milkshakes that they have, and some of the fries. They have sweet potato fries, regular fries, and of course in the evenings they are serving margaritas to mom, margaritas to dad while the kids are at the playscape. You need a little bit of break, they've got that for you. No, you don't have to let the kids drive. You don't have to slosh down 6 of them, but you have a nice little margarita after, while the kids have their burgers, play on the playscape. And folks, at some locations throughout the area at Hat Creek Burger, they also offer you breakfast at 7 a.m. Find out the location near you if you want to have breakfast. Get yourself a taco on the way to work, maybe some pancakes on the way to work. You can get that at some of the locations. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Love that Hat Creek Burger.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Hat Creek, and also shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, bones starting to hurt, things starting to ache on you, and you're going to possibly need surgery, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, of course. And Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are definitely dedicated orthopedic surgeons there and all-around good people. And their goal is to get you back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And also some love to the Hecht Law Firm. Oh, man. My man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. You see all of those guys on TV. They're not actually in the courtroom trying to get you money. They're making commercials and they're pawning you off to some scrubs to try to win your case. No, Ryan Hurricane Hecht is going to be there for you, fighting by your side every step of the way. So if you or somebody you know gets injured in a car accident, gets hurt on the job, whatever, reach out to the best, Hurricane Hecht. He's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade as well. The best part, no legal fees unless he wins your case. That's right. You don't pay a dime unless he puts money in your pocket. So let him flood your wallets with cash. Give him a shout. 512-938-8929. You can find out more information at his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
I'll say this, keep going, Aggies. Keep doing what you're doing. You're all excited. I'm excited for you, getting coaches fired and everything. That's great.
How about
That's
that?
a great job.
Yeah, what a performance by Texas A&M against an LSU squad that was reeling a little bit going in, but it's rare, even when LSU isn't playing that well, to see a team go in there to Death Valley on a Saturday night and win like that. It's rare to see anybody win on a Saturday night in Baton Rouge, but to win like that, I mean, A&M outscoring LSU 35-7 in the second half to pull away from the LSU Tigers, 49-25, the final score. Huge win for Texas A&M. They stay undefeated, and obviously it was so bad for LSU that, well, last night the Tigers decided to move on from Brian Kelly, Buck.
Yeah, there's nothing, he continued week by week by week, blaming it on himself, and the people at LSU said, okay, then if you're going to continue to do that, that means you're not good enough to coach here. We need to find another coach. If you keep if you're the problem over and over and over and over again every week, then we probably need to solve the problem. And we can do that. We can find somebody else. Lane Kiffin's about to get paid by somebody, whether it's Ole Miss, LSU, Florida. He's about to make a big paycheck.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think if Urban Meyer is going to come out of is this guy about to come out of the woodwork again?
Man.
Is Art Briles about to come out of the woodwork? I mean, are these guys going to resurface now all of a sudden?
Nobody's hiring Art Briles, but would a team hire Urban Meyer? I think so.
Yes.
Would Urban Meyer take a job? I don't know.
Yes.
He's got a pretty cush gig with Fox right now. He gets paid a lot of money to not have to coach, but LSU comes calling.
Yeah.
That's a tough call to turn down. Hey, Nick Saban's coached at LSU before. Won a national championship at LSU.
Nick Saban doesn't want to coach. That guy surely loves College Game Day now.
You just don't know.
Like the old man. He's going to be like the old man. You're talking about cush job for him.
I don't think either of those guys are coming out of retirement to coach anywhere. But a gig like that opens up. That's bigger than Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, that's way better. That's the best. That's the best job. That's not Georgia or Alabama or Texas. Yes.
Right. I mean, the last three, I guess you can't say this anymore because Brian Kelly's now a former coach, but the previous three coaches at LSU all won national championships, and they all won them within their first 4 years.
Yeah,
that's why Brian Kelly got
running out of time. And
that's why Brian Kelly got fired, right? Like Nick Saban, Les Miles, and Ed Ogeron all won conference and national championships within their first 4 years. This is year 4 for Brian Kelly at LSU, and they just lost their third game, so they're not going to win either of those championships this year.
No.
So they have high expectations, and they should, based on what they've been able to do in the last, 25, 30 years. And BK won some games there, but the thing was trending in the wrong direction, and competing at a high enough level for their standards. So he's getting paid. Well, you thought James Franklin got paid a lot. Franklin was at $49 million. Brian Kelly, $53 million to leave.
Yeah, he may not surface again in football. He may be, just saying that, that's plenty. I've done plenty of things. I've lost plenty of games. I've made plenty of money. I'll go fishing.
He is 64 years young.
I'll go fishing.
We'll see what Brian Kelly wants to do. Yeah, I haven't looked into all of the details of his buyout to see like if he needs to take another job to get all of that money. That's the
that's
case
what that's how James Franklin is. He's got to go attempt to get a job somewhere, I believe.
Yeah. He can't just be like, oh, thank you guys, I'm going to take all this money and not do anything for the rest of my life. Like Franklin has to get a gig. I don't know if that's the case with Brian Kelly, but man, I mean, we've been saying it for weeks, Buck. This is going to be the craziest college football coaching carousel that we've ever seen. And we are not even to the month of November yet. And there's already been more than $169 million in buyouts paid so far. Going to shatter the record for most buyout money ever spent in a single year. And look at the jobs that are open. LSU, Florida, Penn State, UCLA, Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Virginia Tech, Stanford, power conference jobs, and a couple of blue bloods in there. Some would argue maybe 3 blue bloods in there.
And we still have some to go. OU still on teetering right now.
Well, yeah, like Auburn's going to get like Hugh Freeze is probably losing his job. Mark Stoops could be losing his job. Brent Venables at Oklahoma. I mean, they still have 4 really tough games left to go. And if they start to stack a bunch of losses together, there could be a change in Norman. Wisconsin, I think, is going to open up at some point soon. Like there are other power jobs, major jobs that are going to be available. That's just what we have right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's some coaches out there at some of in the ACC, like the guy at Wake Forest, maybe able to get another gig if he wants it. But that's one of those deals where I'm just happy to have this job. If I have a great year, maybe I'm just staying. Or no, you don't just stay. If somebody offers you millions more money, and even though, because you're going to think you're that great, you're taking these jobs. You're not going to go, oh, no, I can't do it. You're going to try to do it.
The Wake Forest coach?
Yeah, I mean, they won again this week, I believe. Did they not? I mean, he's had a good – don't they have a decent year going right now?
Yeah. I mean, if LSU called Jake Dickert.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not going to call him. Jake's not – some other place may call him as we go down the line. Or the Mizzou coach may end up saying, you know what, somebody will offer him a better gig.
Yeah, well, you wonder where LSU goes, right? I mean, Lane Kiffin is the name that everyone's talking about. Is he their top target?
Well, yeah, on every job, he's the top target right now in college football, I believe.
Well, would LSU go after a Notre Dame coach again? Like,
does Marcus Freeman does he feel like he's reached his limit at Notre Dame? Dude, they're still hanging in there. They can still make the playoffs again. He can still get another opportunity. I don't know if that's how long is that going to be enough for Notre Dame? Do you get out while the getting is good, maybe?
All right. I mean, Notre Dame was in the national championship game last year.
Yes.
So, Marcus Freeman has shown that he can do that in South Bend. But obviously Brian Kelly didn't get fired at Notre Dame. He left and took the gig at LSU when he was offered. So
would they want to go to the Notre Dame route again?
Would they want to do that again? I don't know. Clark Lee at Vanderbilt, is his name strong enough to be in consideration? I mean, what he's done at Vanderbilt is insane, but
but he's got this. That bald head dude's got this weird love for Vandy for some odd reason. It seems like I know it's not fake. It's just he loves what he's built there for some reason. But hey, Poppy's got to leave eventually, doesn't he?
My guess is that bald head dude also has a love for money. Now, Vandy's got a pretty big endowment, so they could probably pony up the cash to offer him something nice. But if LSU comes calling.
Oh, if LSU came calling, and that dude, he'd be out of there so quick.
Yeah. I mean, Eli Drinkwitz, you brought him up at Missouri. Joe Brady, who was the offensive coordinator for that 2019 LSU team. Brady's now the OC for the Buffalo Bills, doing a great job up there. Like, do they go the NFL route and just bring in a guy who used to be a coordinator? I don't know. I don't know where LSU goes.
I don't think people like Saban. Saban's not leaving. He's done. He and his wife with the grandkids. He's not doing that.
You have to call though, right? If you're LSU.
Well, yeah, of course. He's been there before. He's won a national championship. Sure, you got to give him a call and say, "What's your interest? Hey, come do it for 2 years. We'll give you a 2-year contract. If you want to, we'll get rid of you after 2 years, no matter what. If you win, we can work out a deal where you're here for 2 years. You will make recruitment go bananas there at LSU.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, I think the first two calls have to be to Saban and Meyer. And I think both of those guys probably say we're good. And then it's where do you go from there? Georgia Tech's coach, Brent Key. I see our guy Jake on the YouTube comments line saying that Georgia Tech still undefeated, top 10 in the country.
Yeah.
He's in a great job. I don't know if he's a big enough name to get, the folks in Baton Rouge that excited, but it's going to be fascinating. They won't go after James Franklin, right?
Who's that?
LSU?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
No, they don't think he can bring a good enough staff together to win a big game.
No.
They could keep Brian Kelly and do the same things that they would with James Franklin.
Great point. Yeah, you pay one guy to leave and you basically hire the exact same guy. There's no point in doing that. So, yeah, wild news. LSU gets boat raced by A&M, and
Oklahoma State still haven't made a decision what they'll do at the end. They still don't have a coach, correct?
Yeah, I mean you can't hire a coach mid-season. So
no, I mean but they're not. Their interim isn't. That dude's not hanging in there. They're getting beat down.
Yeah, they suck. That interim's not. I don't even know the name of the interim coach, but I feel very confident in saying that he will not be the head coach in Stillwater beyond this.
There's millions of dollars of buyout yet to come.
Oh my God! Yeah, we've got more than a month of the season left, Buck.
Wow!
And they're already you can already obviously point to a few jobs where change is coming, just hasn't happened yet. So this is
even at my lowly Boston College, they're going to be gone. They lost again.
And then of course, y'all did.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And then
they didn't get paid. They covered versus Louisville. They didn't get beat by 25 at least.
Well, congrats to you on that.
Yes.
You didn't have them in your Gold Star locks. We'll get to your Gold Star locks in a second, by the way. But
no, I didn't mess. Bill O'Brien needs to get out of Boston.
Bill O'Brien, maybe to LSU.
They're not going to do that.
No chance.
Hey, maybe Kentucky.
Maybe no, they don't want him either. Nobody wants Bill O'Brien. That guy
Kentucky would take him.
No, that guy is as damaged goods could possibly be. Nobody wants Bill O'Brien right now. Maybe as an assistant, maybe as a coordinator, but that guy ain't getting a head coach.
His next move is to East Stroudsburg or something like that.
I don't know what that is, but yes. I'm gonna say yes to you on that one. But those are the ones okay. So what happens if Lane Kiffin leaves? Well, that's another opening. What happens if Eli Drinkwitz leaves? That's another opening. Clark Lee leaves. That's another opening. Steve Sarkeesian goes to the NFL. Sark's not going for another college gig, but if he goes to the NFL, Texas is open. Is LSU even the biggest job that's going to be open this offseason? Right now it's yes. Maybe there's a chance it's no. So, obviously if Marcus Freeman leaves Notre Dame for LSU, Notre Dame is opening. It's holy crap, man. I don't want to rush the end of the season because this season has plenty of compelling storylines in it.
There's going to be plenty at the end of the season to talk about for sure.
Well, it is. Yeah. Wow. Other action. Well, let's get to your Gold Star locks of the weekend, Buck.
Oh, boy. I had a lot of them.
We have good news and average news. There's no bad news.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Because I think I came strong with the NFL games.
So you want the good news first or the average news?
Give me the average news.
Even money on the weekend. You had 14 plays.
Yes.
15 plays. And you didn't gain or lose a single unit.
I did. I threw a late Toronto in there, didn't I?
The good news, you were 9-6. So you had a winning record on your picks, but your biggest play of the weekend was South Florida -6.5 against Memphis. That was your 150,000 unit lock of the year.
Yeah, and Memphis comes back in the fourth quarter. South Florida's up by what, 16? That 16 number this weekend. Man.
Yeah. Memphis outscoring USF 17-0 in the final frame to get the come from behind win, overcoming a 2-touchdown. Not as much as what Texas did, but it was a 14-point deficit early in the fourth quarter, and Memphis came back to win. South Florida had a chance to kick a field goal to send it to overtime, and they missed it. So that was your biggest loss, but you did have another good day.
Thanks a lot, Roll Tide, over that group.
Yeah, you missed on SMU. You missed on Alabama. You missed on Navy. You missed on UConn. Shout out to Rice for beating UConn in overtime.
Yeah, really.
I don't know what you're doing betting on UConn during football season. You also missed only one NFL play. That was on the Atlanta Falcons, who did not have Michael Penis yesterday at quarterback.
Then they brought my guy Kirk Cousins and that. Thanks a lot. And then they forgot how to play football.
Yeah, but you had some nice wins. You had Vanderbilt covering against Missouri. What a great game that was. Vandy game-winning touchdown in the last minute to get that win. You had Cincinnati crushing Baylor. Dave Aranda, there's another job. Could be open.
Oh, that's right. That's it.
Mm-hmm. You had Tennessee over Kentucky.
Had those Pitt Panthers.
Pitt Panthers, yeah. You had Tennessee. You had Washington. You had Pitt. And then in the NFL, Patriots, Eagles, and Bills all took care for you. And your one baseball play Friday night, game 1 of the World Series, you had Toronto, and they won. Obviously, the Dodgers were able to even that series up in game 2, game 3 tonight in LA.
What has happened? How good is, I have Washington beating my ILLINI. What has happened to the Fighting Illini all of a sudden?
Brett Bielema.
They're like Wisconsin. Eventually they're going to fail.
Yeah, well, they're a lot better than Wisconsin right now, but
yeah,
Brett Bielema, they've fallen off. I had Illinois as a playoff dark horse this year. They got off to that great start, and now they're 5-3, and they're not going to make it.
Cincy's trying to get in there.
Yeah, Big 12's getting interesting. BYU, big road win at Iowa State. They're the best team in the conference right now. You got Texas Tech in the mix, only one loss. Cincinnati is in the mix right now. So, I don't think you have any legit national championship contenders in that league, but it's going to be a fun conference race if you were into that kind of thing. I don't know how many people are watching the Big 12 based on the TV ratings that came out last week. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people watching the Big 12 this year.
I tell you, my cousin, I got hurt because of the dadgum Bengals, and they were up by a bunch, and they let that crappy Jets team. That Jets team is awful, dude. Halfback throwing touchdown passes. Guy hadn't scored in like 7,000 touches. He scores. He throws a touchdown pass. The running backs throw touchdown passes. The quarterback still stinks. How did they win that game? They were down. They couldn't score that many points in the fourth quarter. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the Jets outscoring. That was like the only close game we had in the NFL yesterday. It was a bunch of beatdowns. We'll get to the Cowboys and the Texans in a second. One good beatdown, one not so good beatdown for the two teams in the Lone Star State. But yeah, the New York Jets outscoring the Bengals 23-6 in the fourth quarter to win their first game of the year. Looked like they were about to head to 0-8. And credit Breece Hall, a couple of rushing touchdowns and a passing touchdown. Justin Fields did enough. And yeah, they got to Joe Flacco, and they get a win, 39-38 in Cincinnati.
The Big 12's got a bunch of ranked teams, boy. You're right. You got some Big 12 teams, BK, they're teetering on being really good football teams. That thing is up for grabs.
And they will tell you that they're all better than the SEC. So
yeah, that's exactly what they'll say.
They will continue to say that until they are blue in the face, and it's great. Cowboys, not great, Buck.
No.
They get smashed in Denver, 44-24, the final. It got ugly, and it got ugly in a hurry. The Cowboys defense just cannot stop anybody or anything.
No, just take the over. When the Cowboys play, take the over. They're going to score at least 30 themselves.
They gave you a little hope. Like, they had an interception of Bo Nix on the first drive of the game, and it's like,
three and out. They did nothing with that.
No, they kicked a field goal.
That's right. They got 3 points off the first one, yeah.
And they did get to the 1 yard line and had to settle for 3. So I won't argue that it was a great drive for Dallas, but the offense has to get you 30 to even have a chance this year. And so the Cowboys, it was Dak Prescott's worst performance of the year. They couldn't run the ball at all. A lot of pre-snap penalties, like a great environment in Denver. That crowd was juiced up. And yeah, Dallas just, they're 3-4.
Of the old throwback blues.
Dude, I was at a buddy's place watching the game yesterday, and I saw them like come out of the tunnel wearing those, and I'm like, dude, we got no shot today. Like they're not losing in those. Those are too.
I think
clean.
They're like 6-0 with those on.
Those are way too clean. Like, they are not losing in those. And the Cowboys defense is ass. And then we got to watch Micah Parsons on Sunday Night Football. It just be the best player in the league. It's like we could use that guy. The Cowboys can't stop the run, by the way. Remember, the whole reason they made that trade was, so they could stop the run. and they're just giving up all these huge plays to J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey.
J.K., I got a sprained ankle. Dobbins was just butchering him, and the Harvey guy was doing everything. Passing the ball to him, handing it to him, tossing it to him.
The Cowboys defense, and they were shorthanded in the secondary, but come on.
Oh, no, they're really never shorthanded.
Well, they're always shorthanded. They were shorthanded because of injury. They're always shorthanded in terms of ability.
Even when they have their starters back there, that secondary is awful.
Awful. So,
and you know what they did again, BK? They gave CeeDee Lamb another one of those toss deals where he almost looked like he hurt himself again. I'm like, quit giving him the ball out of the backfield or doing these reverses with him. They're going to get him killed.
Well, yeah.
Just let him run down the field and catch the ball now.
That's been a part of the Cowboys offense for a few years, and it's been good. But, yeah, look, the difference between yesterday and the injury play was he wasn't lined up in the backfield.
Yeah, this one, he was on the move. He got it. He got a little toss on the move. But you see the way he got up when he limped off a little bit, I was like, shit. Isn't it a little too soon to be doing that?
Yeah, it was one of those hold your breath moments for Cowboys fans. And, yeah, I don't know if Shotty's going to go back to that well anymore. So
yeah, I'd like to see Texas do that 3 times with Wingo during the course of a game. At least 3 of those, somehow, some way.
He will catch those, I think.
He doesn't have problems with them when they toss him up in the air and he just runs kind of under it. Like the long bombs where he just kind of run under the ball. It's the ones where he has to come back to a ball and he has to use his hands instead of his feet. That is a problem.
Yep.
That guy would have a year like no other wide receiver if he could catch.
Yeah, I don't know the total number of drops for Wingo this season. I will find that and have it for tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, he had an amazing game in Starkville, and it felt like he left about 100 yards on the field because he had a couple of costly drops. So, yeah, he's a stud, though, with the ball in his hands. You get the ball in his hands, he's going to make some things
he's
happen.
Hard to bring down, man.
That first part is a little more difficult than we would like. So Cowboys lose. Tough day all around for Dallas. They got crushed. Their next game next Monday against Arizona. That's the final game before the trade deadline. Apparently Dallas has called Vegas for Max Crosby. Apparently they've called Cincinnati about Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if anything's going to get done between now and next Tuesday, the NFL trade deadline, but the Cowboys going after defense, and they seem willing to part ways with some of their first-round draft picks that they have.
Yeah, they have to stop the run. They can't. Well, now they can't stop the pass or the run.
They can't stop a nosebleed, in the words of Bart Scott. A defense that can stop a nosebleed and everything else, the Houston Texans.
Oh, my God.
I like they were favored. I know a lot of people were surprised that the 2-4 Texans were favored against the 5-2 49ers. I picked the Texans to win on the show on Friday.
I was surprised.
I didn't think Mac Jones or Brock Purdy, for that matter, it ended up being Mac Jones who played. The Texans defense is too good. Like, they are elite right now. And obviously a good sign for the Texans. CJ Stroud had a great day. The Texans were able to run the ball pretty effectively. Some of the young, and they got a bunch of Iowa State wide receivers. Those guys all stepped up and made some plays, but it was a defensive masterclass for D'Amico Ryans yesterday.
Yeah, that was something on defense. They had pressure on the quarterback all day, and their quarterback took some hits. San Fran, it didn't matter. Anybody they brought in there was going to take. They took a lot of shots on the QB yesterday.
Yeah, they did. They were in his face early and often. And, the Texans had 475 yards of offense. The Niners, 223. Niners only had 12 first downs for the entire game. They couldn't.
Yeah, their offensive line is slightly better than UT's.
The Niners?
No, the Texans.
Texans. Yeah, they're
they
more.
They still struggle. But I like the quarterback taking off and running too.
They were good yesterday. I'm not going to dunk on the Texans O-line too much today. They held up against what had been one of the best defenses in football. Texans did whatever they wanted. Niners were banged up defensively. That definitely helps. But hopefully the Texans found something on the offensive side of the football. That's a big win for them. And that defense is going to give them a chance in pretty much any game.
I mean, their young wide receivers are starting to get into it a little bit too.
Yeah. Houston's next game, Denver in Houston.
Ooh.
So that's a big one right there. obviously, Cowboys fans just saw how good the Broncos are yesterday. Denver 6-2 on the year. We'll see if that Texans defense can shut down Bo Nix and all of the initial guys in the Broncos backfield. A lot of two-letter names there. Bo, RJ, JK, bunch of them.
They got a bunch of those.
Yeah, they look pretty good. All right, so there's your quick look around the NFL. Any other?
The big steal yesterday, BK in the NFL, were the Bills playing the Panthers. That was like stealing.
Oh, big steal. I was like, big deal. No, not a big deal. Andy Dalton sucks at quarterback, and the
Oh
Bills
my
are
God,
good at football.
that was just taking money.
Yeah, those are things that we know. What was the 40-9? I think the final in that game.
40-9. It never got. It was done. They ran the ball down their guts.
Yeah, again, just a bunch of blowouts. Like it's if you were betting the favorites, you had a pretty good day. But hell, even some of the favorites,
I love those favorites. I
will say this: a lot of the favorites got blown out. A rough day for Survivor picks.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because I think the two most popular NFL Survivor plays yesterday, the Falcons playing Miami, they got crushed, and then the Bengals playing the Jets, and they lost. Those were the two, at least with the Circa Survivor, those were the two most picked teams for Week 8. And both
I'm trying to find out if this New England thing is for real. Once they get on the road, well, they're pretty good at home, but they lead the division.
They do, and the Patriots' schedule is so easy right now. So their last 3 games, or I guess their last 3 games have been against the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns.
Wow,
that helps. They do have the Falcons this week. We'll see if Michael Penix is back, but they also still have 2 games against the Jets. They've got a game against the Bengals. They've got a game against the Giants. They've got a game against the Dolphins.
Damn.
They got a game against the Ravens. Maybe Lamar Jackson will be back by then, but
he'll be hurt again by then. He should be hurt again by then.
So the Patriots, I don't think they're that good, but they're going to take advantage of a very, very weak schedule that they have this year. Maybe that'll be enough to get them into the playoffs. I don't know.
Wow.
Mike Vrabel doing a really good job in his first year. Buck, do you have, before we bring on the boys from Chaos Theory, by the way, we do have an NFL game tonight, and we do have a World Series game tonight. Any Gold Star locks for the people?
Yeah, I will take 50,000 units on the Dodgers, and I'll take 100,000 units on the Chiefs. I need them in a lot of ways tonight.
What do you mean a lot of ways?
For some games that are involving Saturday's college football too. These are cousins. We'll all feel good if the Chiefs win tonight.
A couple of
parlays. They should.
They
should. The Chiefs should just have their way tonight.
10.5-point favorite against the Washington Commies.
Without their quarterback.
Yeah, no Jaden Daniels tonight, so it'll be Marcus Mariota under center once again for Washington.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kansas City has been playing some much better ball as of late. They are huge favorites tonight. We'll see if the trend of blowouts in Week 8 continues. So 100K on the Chiefs minus 10.5, 50K on the Dodgers in Game 3.
Who's on the mound tonight for the Dodgers?
It is Glasnow. Glasnow v. Scherzer is your pitching matchup. So one for the old guys with Max Scherzer taking the ball for the Jays.
Yeah, I like the Dodgers being at home. Again, I still think the Dodgers get it in 6.
Okay. Yeah, next 3 games in LA, these next 3 nights. And then if necessary, we will go back for the weekend for games 6 and 7 north of the border. All right, let's bring on a couple of guys
north of the borders.
Have frequented north of the borders. It's Double R and it's Wags. Gentlemen.
A couple guys have run to the border.
I'm south of the border. South of the border for me, boys. South
up, boys.
Well, you did your people come north of the border, Double R?
Let's see. Yes. No, they did not. They did not. A lot of people ask me what origin of Mexico. I'm like, Texas. Tejas.
Whole fam? All Texas?
All Texas, baby.
No 23andMe, no Ancestry.com, nothing.
You better check that 23andMe. You need to check that out. I got a lot of French in me.
Woo. No, my wife bought me that thing, and I never did it, and it expired. But I want to do it. I want to do it and see what all is in here. You know what I mean? See what's within this.
Well, at least you don't have a French man inside of you like Bucky does.
I don't think I need that, man. I don't think I want that.
I can't speak a lick of French.
Yeah, Buck, let's hear your French. If you're such a French,
that's about all I got.
I got a P.
Oh, it's a natural. I'm sorry for doubting you.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Come on now.
Wow.
Pretty good. French fries.
I should know some of it. I know some Spanish. It's a romance language, correct? Like,
yes, I wasn't a part of the big robbery there over at the what's that called? The Louvre.
The Louvre.
Yeah.
Is that the jeweler?
How the hell did they get away with that?
I don't know. The only way.
And where do you go to pawn that stuff off? Can you take that to like the pawn shop around the corner?
Everybody knows that it came from the Louvre, right? Like, this was clearly in the Louvre. You're the thief, buddy.
They caught him, didn't they?
Yeah. What do you do? Do you just keep that in the basement and look at it and go downstairs and look at it?
Yeah.
Just polish it off every now and then.
Yeah.
What do you remember
do with that shit? You don't
talk to your imaginary friend.
Take it out for parties.
You can't get rid of it to like BK's buddies down the road that'll get rid of it for you. You'll never get the right kind of money for it.
What in the hell are you guys talking about?
You sell it
I'm
in the
just
gas
going with the
station
conversation. I'm a conversationalist. I'm just going with the
The
conversation.
big heist, BK, of all the queens and kings, jewels and crowns and stuff. They got taken 2 weeks ago from in France. Somebody heisted the thing like in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
They got caught already?
No, they have no clue where they are.
They caught somebody. I saw.
Did they get somebody?
Or somebody was like being asked questions about it, or what do they call it? Detained.
Oh, did somebody put that out? Like did they put that out that they actually have somebody?
Jimmy Sexton put that one out too.
Oh God!
So they went into the Louvre and stole a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
they
stole a bunch of stuff. I mean, like billions of dollars in jewels.
We're gonna have this
on tomorrow's show. We're trying to figure out where do you pawn those off. The local pawn shop can't take that stuff.
You do it at the gas station parking lot. I bought a necklace. I bought a necklace from a dude one time at a Shell station. The dude walked up. His brother walked up and he had this gold chain and he put a lighter underneath it. And he goes, "Man, this shit is real." And I'm like, "Dude, I'll take it." He's like, $10 cash.
Napoleon's wife's jewelry, or I guess the jewelry of Napoleon's wife.
Napoleon who?
Napoleon
Bonaparte.
Napoleon Bonaparte.
That guy's dead.
His bone fell off a long time ago.
Didn't have no jewelry back in those days. You wore rocks and shit around your neck.
Yeah,
they had pearls. They had pearls and shit. Like
Napoleon Dynamite, I'd be listening a little bit more. But Napoleon Bonaparte, whatever his name is, that little tiny guy.
Yeah. You guys ever buy a fake Rolex?
No, I've got offered a few of those when I was in New York as a young kid going high school, going there to see the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. Somebody tried to give me, I tried to tell somebody, yeah, this stuff is real. These guys wouldn't do this if it wasn't real. I didn't buy it because hell, I couldn't even afford the $10 that they wanted. Then I had to have every cent I needed in high school to make that trip, that class trip.
Yeah. I had a buddy that had a Rolex, and that some bitch always said 10 minutes after 2. Every time I looked at his watch, 10 minutes after 2. It didn't matter what time of day or night it was. 2:10. Like, it was a badass watch, man.
It was right twice a day.
Twice a
day.
What
they say.
That's right.
Oh man.
Yeah. So how we feel about this weekend? Everybody all positive and shit?
From the Horns?
Yeah.
Win's a win, man.
24 unanswered comeback.
Hey, we'll take it.
Take the positivity. Backdoor cover, knew it the entire time.
It's no, they didn't cover, unfortunately.
They didn't cover.
But, the over. Hit the over.
Oh well, yeah, the over. The over
blew the over away.
They find ways to win. Like they find ways to win. They're not passing the eye test.
All that counts.
But they have put themselves in a position as the calendar flips to November here in a couple of days.
They need to win this one, Wags, really badly, so that they can so that they'll have a chance in Athens. Because even right now, if they don't win, they definitely don't have a chance in Athens. And if they make a bunch of mistakes and they get another quarterback crush this week, they definitely don't have another chance in Athens. I just don't think they can beat Georgia. They're not to that point right now where all these great things are happening for this team. But Kirby's not going to punt it to the punt returner. He's going to kick it out of bounds sideways if he has to.
Yeah, I'm with you. Georgia's going to be a struggle, but again, it's week to week, right? We got to get through Vandy first, and guys, honestly, it's kind of playoff mindset right now.
Oh
right?
yeah,
every week. Yeah,
you have to win at this point. Like you put yourself in that much of a.
And BK, during the show, I think you said something about you think Arkansas is good enough if this team hasn't got their stuff together. Is Arkansas good enough? Is the quarterback good enough?
Well, they can score. Their defense sucks, but like they're going to make you put some points up. And obviously the Texas defense has a few questions after what they just showed on Saturday. So I feel good about Texas winning that game. But, again, Arkansas's offense, Taylor Green, they've got some weapons there.
And we all know what's going to happen at A&M. No matter what happens to Texas from this point on, they can lose every game, and they're still winning the last game.
Yeah,
they're still beating that group. There's no doubt in my mind that they're still
that they're going to beat them. I just thought Georgia is the one. Georgia is the one that I'm just thinking, even if they beat Vanderbilt, Kirby Smart's still going to that group is still going to find a way to win in Georgia.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, speaking of blue, did y'all see that guy fumbling the ball still yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that.
Way to go, Jaden Blue. Way to make the most of your opportunities.
Well, he had an opportunity on a run that he slowed up because he couldn't believe it was that open. Why do you slow it? Did you see the one?
I know exactly. Yeah. Yes, he should have had a touchdown on that play. He slowed down. I think it was Brandon Jones who tackled him. Another former Longhorn.
Why isn't he running right to the corner and just beating it with his speed? Why did he? Was he screwed up that he couldn't believe he was that open?
Not good. Not good. He wanted the Longhorn to make a tackle. This would be pretty cool if we had a Longhorn tackling another Longhorn. Let me slow down and let you have this play here, Brandon.
Yeah. Dude, he could have just used his speed. I said, he's got the corner. He's gone. Yeah. And nope. He just slowed down because he couldn't believe he was that wide open.
Oh, all right, boys. Shaking. Something's shaking like a salt shaker.
Have a great Monday. It's time for me to go get this thing stretched.
Whoa.
Both my legs.
All three of your legs, huh? All three of them?
No. It's stretch time. Stretch zone time.
Tell me when to stop.
No, not there yet.
Too big?
Close.
I should go the other way.
Now you're good.
Tell me when to stop.
All right, boys. All right, boys. Have a good one.
All right. Well, Bucky not sticking around for the randomizer. The randomizer's not going to be happy about that. We'll see what happens to him tomorrow. But we've got another Cabo Bob's gift card to give away. The winner of this week's $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. We go to the Coda text line.
Nice.
A 512 number, gentlemen. That should explain it. That should answer it. Everybody knows who won now.
Right. Oh, yeah. We're here.
Pretty narrow right
It's not me. I got a 301 number. It's not me.
2532. Congratulations to 2532. You have won this week's Cabo Bob's catering gift card. We will get into contact with you and tell you how you can claim your prize.
512-2532.
Yes. No numbers in between. That's it.
None.
It's
None.
Tommy Two-Tone. It's 867-5309. We're only giving you 7 numbers.
So look at you know what, man?
You ever dial that?
Mark and Marcy, I got to give you a shout out. and I use a lot of your all's teachings, right? That BK has given me, and I also, have put them on to my son Reed. The one thing that I use probably every day is probably what BK said. I guess this could be a tip for kids, right?
Oh.
It is driving is easy, paying attention is hard.
Yeah, that's a my dad's specialty right there.
I took that from you and I put it into Reed, and I was just like, after the third accident in a row, from consistent. You guys remember that when he got his license 3 days in a row, set a Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah,
he's a good driver.
People don't know how to merge into traffic.
Doesn't pay attention. Yeah. Does not pay attention.
That's all it is, man. That is all it is. Yeah, that'll be on my dad's headstone when he goes. He said that to me and all of my sisters way too much. All right. Well, I am filling in with Jordan today, so I will see you guys. In about
thank you. And again, sorry about that, man. I got to meet with my guy here in about an hour.
Not your fault. Nick's flight from Denver got delayed. Nothing went right for the Cowboys, and now they can't even get home on time.
It started good. They looked like they were able to stay up with it, but then, you just saw the tides kind of turn there towards the latter portion of the game.
Ugly. All right, boys. See you in a bit.
Later, brother.
See you later.
There he goes. Here we are. It's another edition of Chaos Theory. Let's get chaotic on this Monday morning quarterback edition. Double R. You can find him on Twitter at the Rodney R. You can find me on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. You can find him on Instaface at _Rodney R. And then I'm on Brand X/Twitter for now. I'm thinking about getting off of that one too. At Not the Fake Wags, man. Yeah, kind of cleansing myself of the cest that's out there with social media. I kind of just want to get off the grid. Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of an HOA, so that's
it's there's just so much negativity, man.
A lot of negativity all about, man. And usually all I want to see is video game stuff, sports stuff, Marvel stuff. I don't know. You turned me on to something, a good follow on Instagram there. You didn't tell me about it. I just saw that you followed this thing. And I was just like, all right, let's check this out. But it ends with these up front, so I can't. Yeah, that's what it starts with. It starts with that up front. But yeah, if you guys need something cool to follow on Instagram or just something that you want to scroll up and get lost in, go see what Rodney Rodriguez is following. Go down his rabbit hole and you get on that algorithm a little while, and that'll make you happy. I guarantee it. What's going on, everybody? We welcome you guys in. Hopefully, you guys are having a great Monday morning and you're coming off of a victorious weekend, right? Did we make Starkville? What's up, amigo? How are you?
When that morning started,
You had some F1 for you as well, huh?
What's that?
Didn't you have some F1 going on this weekend as well?
Oh, they were in Mexico, and you had NASCAR and all that. But I was in Dallas or Fort Worth for work, and so at 9 o'clock in the morning, I see the Diana Rossini thing pop out, or and I'm seeing all that, and I'm thinking, boy, this is great in a game that you have a very high chance of losing. As this is coming out, and everything just so unsure about Sark's interest in the NFL, and I'm thinking,
that strategically or conveniently timed, right? Like
that's rigged like wrestling, dude. That is so rigged, just like wrestling. Yeah. How does that come out on Saturday morning? And a lot of people are bashing Diana Rossini. She covers the NFL. That's an NFL reporter. That's not somebody that's trying to stir feathers. She's going to research something thoroughly before it's dropped like that, and it
dropped very convenient especially for Bulldog fans, I would say. Anyways, here's Sark on that comment, or commenting on Rossini's I guess her article there.
I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do. And everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do. And nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to talk to that person, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
Double R, I kind of believe him. I hear conviction in his voice, and maybe that was rehearsed and off the cuff. He did address it first. He wanted to get it out of the way. But I hear the conviction in his voice, and I kind of believe him. He speaks truth about legacy media, how they just repeat and regurgitate shit that one says or one leads, and then they go with the low hanging fruit. Also, I have to give him faith and credit. I have to believe my code. I have to understand that a $8 million demotion or I guess pay cut is not in his best interest, right? I have to look at all the outside noise and kind of filter it out and kind of process all the the most pertinent information, right? Or go with the most viable information, which to me is, why would he leave? All right. Just because you're having a down year in a culture that you seem to have turned around and have blossomed wholesomely. It organic. Well, I can't say organically. We've had a lot of a lot of people come in off the portal, but just because you're having a little bit of a down year, you're 10 points below your average of what you usually produce. You're going to leave and go to a bottom of the barrel NFL team, and that's just being assumed, right? We don't know which team is kind of courting Steve Sarkeesian, but still, like if it is the Titans, Callahan's purse or Callahan's contract was $3 million. All right. You're going to, and I'm sure that Sarkeesian would probably negotiate for a higher contract than $3 million double R. But my point is, you're not leaving 10.8 for $3 million or for $5 million. You're not taking a $5 million pay cut just to go to the NFL, just to have aspirations to coach Cam Ward. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the NFL. I mean, look, if you're a coach, if you're a player, I mean, whatever it is, the ultimate aspiration is to get to the NFL in some form or fashion. He's been there, but I think that his coaching style fits in the NFL really well right now. But you're not going to leave this right now, especially for Tennessee. I mean, it's one thing. Let's say, the Green Bay Packers come open or something like that. I mean, that's a whole different story. You don't leave Austin, Texas to go to I mean, Nashville's a great city. I mean, don't get me wrong about that, but it's not a good situation. But at the same time, I think with this whole thing that I saw on Sunday morning, it would be one thing, and again, to kind of defend the reporter right there, if this was some random just trolling account or something that comes out and you see this, there had to be something, whether it's the agency that's dropping little tidbits or whatever it is. And it is, I mean, like Troy says, you have to, I've learned in life, it used to drive me crazy where you had a coworker that's always looking for another job, always on the lookout for something better. And that used to fucking drive me crazy. But that's where you go back to these days. Know your value, know your worth. You always have your ears open.
I guess I'm just blinded by loyalty.
Me too. I worked for a company for way too long and missed some opportunities maybe that were in front of me because I was loyal. But that's what I see, where people are always looking for what's next, and you have to be, because a lot of times it'll come find you.
Like that was my biggest shock when I got out of the military. Not to turn this into a life session, right? But I was so used to everyone putting others first and just in sacrificing yourself for the better of the goddamn mission, right? And sorry to take the Lord's name in vain, and then to get out and immediately have people that I thought were my friends awful shit about me. Oh, like that is nowhere near the character that I am, just to try and pull me down so that they can get up. And you know the people that we're talking about. It's some of the people that were in the industry that were with us that are no longer in the industry. And to that point, karma's a bitch, and usually natural progression kind of works its way out. But still, like, I was just shocked to see how awful people were in corporate America and how tooth right it actually is, to where I'm not in my gated community anymore. No one's looking out for each other anymore. Like we're not as good as our weakest link. Like everybody else is the weak link now, trying to find themselves and pull themselves up to the top and faking it till they make it, right? Like it is bizarre, the type of shit. And sorry to go on a rant there, but that's just, and I get it. Like you want to put your feelers out there so that people know that you have options. I get it. But maybe the loyalty has just blinded me to people make their next moves or set up their chessboard for their next move, man.
And the other part about it is, Wags, and I've learned this the hard way, the very hard way, is that I guess it probably is that whole loyalty thing, but people are going to make you all kinds of promises. But when it comes down to,
I got you.
When it comes down to this, that's when it's like, hello, nothing. So, but with this situation right here,
I mean, could it be a tactic? I mean, I'm seeing some of the comments here. Could it be a tactical play on Sark's portion, and then or Sark's part or his inner circle, and then to have to immediately come out and address it and say, like, my circle's small. Like I know if something would go. That's
right.
I've seen that done before. Like that's a play that's a play out of a military. I mean, it's not a military playbook, but that's it's it's kind of it's misleading, but that's what people do at times.
And a lot of this
you throw feelers out there, man.
Yeah. You remember we played the sound last week from Mac talking about Steve giving up the play calling thing. I think the play calling whatever is kind of factoring into this too, to where it's like the outcry that we are all making, and I include myself in this, to where you need a play caller. Get somebody, alleviate that from you just a little bit so you can focus on everything else. And that's where that camp, whether it is directly or indirectly, Steve Sarkeesian, can be like, oh yeah, you want us to get a play caller? Watch this. And then boom, there's that. I mean, I don't know. It's the whole thing is, I mean, that's a great statement from him. He doesn't really deny it. He doesn't deny the interest. I mean, it's more of, I'd like to have a conversation.
He didn't shoot it down. He's just like, if something like that were to come out, actually, he did deny it. He said it was bullshit. So
yeah,
the way that I took from it is that, all right, you're not talking to the NFL. Maybe you put something out there to know that you are attractive, or that maybe you are, you are being sought after from NFL scouts or NFL talent, I guess.
And I'll tell you, Wags, I mean, if I'm paying somebody thousands and thousands of dollars to like represent me, that's going out there and selling my brand and working on my contracts and all that, if that person's not like keeping me in front of people, I guess they're doing me an injustice, which that's where I really do. I have a hard time with that, because I am very loyal. I'm just so loyal. And when I see people just pimping themselves out all the time, it's like, come on, man. But anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm satisfied in the status quo all the time.
Sitting here, wondering about what could be. I guess we know what is going down in Baton Rouge. Brian Kelly, he is dismissed. So they say over there in Baton Rouge. LSU electing to buy out Brian Kelly's contract here. He's going to make some money until 2031, amigo. $54 million is the buyout here. Your thoughts on that?
I would gladly take. That's $26,000 a day is what that dude's getting paid.
Is that for real? I didn't do like the breakdown.
I didn't either, but I found it. Somebody did. You know that I found somebody credible that has done that. $26,000 a day to do jack shit. And it's like,
or to find your next. No, it's not to do jack shit. It's to find your next gig. You're getting 20. How much the job hunt? How much a day to job hunt?
$26,000.
$26,000 to job hunt. So.
Yeah, it's like, I used to. I mean, there was a time in life where I had to get unemployment, and they used to ask you, well, how many job searches did you do on this day? And you had to fill that in, and it's like, I didn't do shit, because I got $26,000 that day. I went swimming. I went to the park. I walked my dog. I got $26,000 is what I did. I got online for $26,000.
He's not going to qualify for unemployment, will he? I mean, I don't even know, dude. If this son of a bitch is what is it? Applying for unemployment, then shit. Like we all got problems.
The state of Louisiana can't afford to pay him
exactly
based on his salary.
Well, I mean, hell, since LSU let him go, LSU would have to pay half of that, I believe. Yeah. I don't know what LSU's rules are, but I think that's how it goes. Anyways, Frank Wilson will be the coach to take over right now, the interim coach, the assistant. He was the associate head coach and the running backs coach for LSU. He will be taking over instead of Brian Kelly there. Which I thought, and look, here I am. I'm eating crow on a Monday morning. I thought this was LSU's year. They had top end speed on offense and defense. They had the returning quarterback, probably one of the most experienced quarterbacks in the nation, but it just didn't turn out, man. They just weren't able to get firing on all cylinders. And it's some of the same shit you see with Brian Kelly wherever he's gone. It's the same thing. Like, and my question is to the next university that even flirts or thinks that Brian Kelly is your guy. Do you not see what has happened in each place that he's gone? Right. Yeah. And I don't know. I am not a Brian Kelly fan. I always think that this is another guy that just seems to fail upwards or fail, into a spot to where he can make another, 50 some million or whatever. It's, I don't know. It's weird to see all this failure happen and just get rewarded for it. Right. Just constantly over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's like you see the way that the situations happen, and what's the one constant? Brian Kelly. I mean, that tells you, and you knew that this was going to go wrong. I mean, look, when you want to talk about being a con artist, I mean, I'm not calling him a con artist, but I guess I kind of am. Remember when they hired him and he came in and was trying to talk like a Cajun and all that? I'm like, dude, don't come in here doing that. You're a fraud, and that's the way it ends up. And I mean, they got pasted by A&M.
I do have to give Kelly his flowers there. He got Notre Dame back to the national championship.
Yeah.
Contention or hell, playing multiple ones. So but still, I've just never been a fan. I've always thought that he's thrown his players under the bus, or he's never taken accountability. He's always pointed a finger at his coaches if something else goes wrong on the field. It's either the players don't execute or the offensive coordinators didn't have the players in position to make the plays.
Yeah.
So
well, and the thing about it is, I mean, to get beat the way that you did, and it is constantly the constant denial. I mean, these last few press conferences where he's like all over the reporters, and again, I know that reporters can get and can ask stuff that will drive you crazy.
That's their job.
That's their job, and part of your job as a head coach and a facilitator is to how do you deal with that? I mean, we can break this Sark thing down as much as we want to break it down, but the way that he spoke there regarding this situation is very eloquent to where he could have just gone batshit crazy like some of these people do. And he addressed the situation.
He was adamant about the situation. He expressed his discontent and how he was tasteless, I guess. And he said he respects the, journalist and journalism. But he said the fact that, a couple of you guys just ran with that story and it was kind of bullshit, and he even addressed it. So, and just to go back on your point, he did address the fact that it was a bogus story. He called the entire story bullshit, just to give you, just to make that apparent there.
And with LSU, I mean, think about this. I mean, because look at the jobs that are open right now. I mean, right now we're just barely halfway through the season, right? And you've got LSU, you've got Penn State, Stanford. I mean, UCLA, Virginia Tech. The list goes on and on and on.
Does Clemson come open?
I think it does. I think they're actually going to wait till the season is done. But man, this trend right now of doing it during the year. I mean, that's one of the things.
I've never been a fan of that. I know that you got to. I know that you got to rip the Band-Aid off the heel. I get that, but I've never been a fan of derailing. I mean, you're basically throwing up the white flag, right? Like if you're pulling your head coach, you have no more hope or faith that you guys can progress and move forward. You are pulling, the coach, and you're saying to your recruits, hey man, let's try and stop the bleeding, and let's try and get, some fresh blooded here and try and relate to these new recruits, or try and relate to the recruits that this head coach had that we were firing. So I don't know. It's a mess if you do it in the midseason. That's just how I feel.
And
what's up, guys? We see y'all.
When you start seeing these reports, I mean, it was the same thing. We saw it with Penn State, and we saw it just the other day with LSU, to where it's like the regents have met, and it is very, fluid that they are going to release, in this case, Brian Kelly. When you start seeing that, it's like, okay, it's over. This isn't going to go to the end of the year. When you're having these meetings already, and it's like, we're getting this dude out of here. But think about Penn State and LSU. I mean, high aspirations for both of those. And very much the same situation.
Starting out, nationally ranked second?
I thought that, honestly, man, I thought Penn State would play Texas for the national championship. That was, but look at what happened right there. I mean, it's Garrett Nussmeier, it's Drew Aller. There's your guys right there. These are going to be Heisman contenders, and they've both, fallen off the map, and that drops the program. And this kick in the nuts from A&M on Saturday was just the icing on the cake.
A&M almost made that Kyle Field, almost made Baton Rouge Kyle Field. So
God, man,
let me tell you guys, I'm not trying to give little brother so much hype or just like put him up on our shoulders, but little brother's been in the weight room, right? Little brother's been working on his game a little bit.
Little brother's been baling hay or something.
Yeah, little brother's been sprinting uphill, getting faster, and getting stronger. Because damn, man, that offense is absolutely insane, man. Conception, if you want to get French with it. And what else? Carver. Every week I see flashes of CD Lamb in maroon, and it's Carver from A&M, man. He's got that to me, he's just got that CeeDee Lamb comp. He's got long strides. He gets to top speed within 2 strides, and he is tough to tackle in an open field, man. He's going to give the Longhorns a handful. I can't wait for, well, again, one week at a time.
I'll wait.
But
I'm in no hurry for that game. I'll wait.
Let's improve mightily. Let's improve drastically before that happens. But yeah, that's gonna be a wild Friday night, man.
Yeah, and the other part of it is, like Rob is talking about right here, that's what's so interesting now about this coaching carousel that we're already in, and more to come. I mean, hell, Florida, and could Auburn come about? I mean, there's lots of different jobs in Florida State, Kentucky. So you look at this right here, like talking about the head coach at Vanderbilt, and you look at all the different coaches. Kurt Signetti with Indiana, he's already re-upped and signed into a contract. And again, the contract's only good to the paper that it's written on today. But that's where, how many of these guys in the day and time that we're in now in college football, to where it's like, no, I don't want to go to Florida. I'm going to stay at Vanderbilt. Yeah, I don't want to go to Penn State. I'm going to stay at Indiana. It's like, that's where we are with this right now, to where everything has shifted so much. And some of those big names, they're don't want to go to these places. It's really weird. But, and you look at it now, I mean, I saw this morning ESPN, you know, talking about
Sal. I see it, Sal. I love you, brother. It's New York football is tough, man.
Yeah,
it's tough to watch, man.
God, that was painful to watch. But it's like teams that are playing at national championship caliber right now. Ohio State, yeah, that's not surprising. Indiana, Texas A&M. I mean, who'd have thought these teams right now? That is crazy. Alabama, you know, they're still in that maybe, but it's a different.
Are you surprised that Vandy is still up in the top 10? Like they haven't gone anywhere. Are you surprised that program is actually up in withstanding the SEC?
I think because the loss was the only loss, I guess, to Alabama, right? So yeah, so no, I'm honestly, Wags, I will tell you this, and it's because Vandy's coming.
But I mean, they came on strong last year, didn't you? Did you expect them to even be? I didn't. Like, I thought maybe Pavia could make some magic happen, but I didn't think that they would have one loss coming into the Longhorns. I
didn't think so either. I really didn't think so either. But look, Nashville's an appealing place to go. And when you talk about money being thrown around and all of that, I mean, Vanderbilt is taking full advantage of that. And quite frankly, I'm tired of Diego Pavia. It's like, man, I'm tired of hearing about this guy. Every time I see him, I'm like, that dude looks
stop him. Stop him.
Yeah. Every time I see him, I'm like, that dude looks 2 years younger than me. And I'm like, that dude shouldn't be playing college football. But I mean, yeah, that can be.
Well, what about his game? What about his game do you hate? Like
that he wins, I guess, because I'm tired of seeing him.
The dude can make any throw on the field, right? He's got wheels to get him out, to get out of tough problems or bad situations. He extends the plays. This dude could really be a Sunday player.
He could. I mean, I hate to tell you, his college game reminds me of Johnny Manziel, to be honest with you.
It doesn't remind me of Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel was too much of a running gun and too much of a, throw it down to the middle of the field and let Mike Evans bail you out. Like, this guy's got more skill set than Johnny Manziel. He's got more ability to read a damn field or to go through his progressions. I didn't think Johnny Manziel had that in college.
Well, and I think part of it is where Diego Pavia has that is he's done this longer at this level. Because he's tenured. He's tenured somewhat. So I don't know, man. But I got to tell you, you know how you get to Diego Pavia is you come in with Matthew Caldwell and outduel him. And here we go again.
Is that where we're at now? Is Matthew Caldwell going to be the guy? Like, I haven't seen status on Arch Manning yet.
All that I saw Chip posted yesterday about
concussion protocol, right?
Concussion protocol, yeah, which usually means because his melon did take quite a lick when he fell.
See, when he fell, I thought he wrecked his ankle for some reason. Like, I thought he
hurt his thigh. I saw him grabbing his thigh, and I'm like, God, please tell me this isn't a soft tissue thing. But yeah, I don't know. I've heard ankle. I've heard. I guess we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian at 11 o'clock this morning. Where can you find that press conference? Is it
Texas Sports?
TexasSport.com? Okay.
Yeah, Texas Sports or I have it. It's one of my it's Texas Sports. TexasSports.com. That's
okay.
That's
I always have to pull sound secondhand. but yeah, I don't. So it'll be Caldwell coming in. Yeah, I saw hip as well. Hip is something else. I hope it's not a hip, because if it's a hip, that hip thing is going to take a little bit to get fixed. But I'll tell you the one thing that I definitely took out of Saturday, that dude, you want to question Arch Manning about different things. That dude's a warrior. That dude is a warrior.
He definitely likes to play against Mississippi State, that's for sure. Yeah, he just gritty. And some of the stuff that he was able to do with his legs is kind of what I've been preaching, right? It's not the fact that it's the designed runs that I want to see so bad, or that he can use as the X factor. What makes him the X factor, or I guess what gives him his X factor, potential, or his ability, is the fact that he can break down the play and scramble, right? It's not so much the design run. It's when the pocket breaks down, he's got to step up and he's got to, take off for 7 yards, right? And move the sticks, or get us into a 3rd and 3 or a 2nd and 3, right? Second and manageable down, right? To me, like, that's the ability that Arch brings that just drives defensive coordinators crazy, because you can't plan for that, right? You just can't. You can try and spy on him all you want, but if you do design runs, it's almost telling of what he's going to do. And I don't think he's got that makeshift speed to get to the edge. I don't think many of us, I don't think many of the running backs at Texas right now that I've seen have showcased, blazing speed to get to the edge, right? Yeah. Just at a moment. There's teams out there that can do that. Texas is just not one of them at the moment.
And that's the thing to where I still think that's the one thing. And we haven't really even talked. You and I haven't. I know you and Zay did on postgame. I caught a little bit of that. But just kind of this whole Saturday thing. That what we saw on Saturday, and it really was to where the defense was struggling and the offense bailed them out, and that's the way you're winning games right now, where one side of the ball is bailing the other one out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, you think at some point, can you put all of this together? I mean, is that Saturday that you're going to be able to put all this together? But this is just another cog in the wheel right here, because the one thing that we hadn't seen this year, and CB always points out on here, I know he has that list, to where at some point the quarterback's going to go down, and boom, here we are. Maybe that's going to be this week, but it's like you win this game and just ugly. You probably didn't deserve to win the game. Probably the understatement of the day, but you found a way to do it. So it's there. How do you get that, Wags, all the time? How do you get this offense to churn like that all the time? You still didn't run the ball very well. Your opponent's stupid for kicking it to Ryan Wingo. I'll tell you that.
Well, I don't think they tried to kick it to him. I think they tried to outkick it, right? And that's what happens when you see that from time to time. Like when a punt goes so long that it outkicks the coverage, it gives the defense so much time to set up, and also like it gives the returner so much vision and to see the lanes too, right? He's got 3 or 4 seconds to set stuff up. He, especially with speed that Nibblet has, like that is the one anomaly of speed that we do have, right? We do have Ryan Nibblet, but it's, as soon as he starts setting it up and going to the motion on the right, now his blockers can kind of set in and kind of create that wall, and he makes one guy miss, he's gone. To fruition, fruition has it. He gets in the pay dirt right there, man. Look, and it's what is it? Is that 3 weeks in a row now?
3 weeks in a row.
3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
So I mean, and Kirby, and to Bucky's point earlier, Kirby Smart's not going to kick it to him. No. They will kick it. They would rather sacrifice 30 yards and kick it out of bounds than have this dude potentially, take it back for 6.
Yeah. And I heard a lot of, well, if you're relying on special teams, if you're relying on punt returns and kick returns, that's the third phase of the game right there.
Yeah, but that's still to that point, like Rodney, like that has a lot of weight to it though, right? You should not have to rely on special teams.
Right.
Special teams is house money, right? Special teams is sure, if it is a clutch game, special teams is what gets you over the top, but it shouldn't be week in and week out.
Well,
right? And it shouldn't be against Mississippi State.
And this team is going to be, I mean, I talked about like right when we went into SEC play to where it's like, is the identity of this team going to be, because remember that was all thrown around. What's the identity? Is the identity going to be the defense is exceptional? They're going to be able to keep scoring down, and the offense will be able to do just enough. I think where the identities kind of changed so many times throughout the season, and I think probably will in the next month, to where it's like the identity is special teams are vastly important.
Well, what is? Let me ask you a question. What is the identity?
I think
what's the identity of the offense? Can you tell me?
The identity of the offense to me right now is to be able to do just enough. Just enough. I think it's still that way, whether it's scoring 14 or whether it's scoring whatever it was the other day. What I can't even think of what the final score was. Scoring that much, just enough to win, because the defense is always going to be right there to bail you out, and because the defense did respond. So, and that's where I was concerned, to where it's like, okay, what happens when the defense kind of stumbles around and falls on their face? Well, the offense seems to rise to the occasion. And that's where I go back to,
what's the identity of the offense? What's the identity of the offense?
To do just enough.
To do just enough. What's the identity of the defense?
To dominate.
Okay.
To dominate.
So I see the defense as make them black and blue, come up and be absolutely physical. I do see moments to where there's vulnerabilities to where you can hit, and that's any defense, right? You can hit any defense with a long ball, or if you make someone cover somebody for 4 seconds or longer than 4 seconds, they'll get open, right? So there are some vulnerabilities there. The defense, or excuse me, for the offense, I see hit and miss. That's what I like. I see clumsiness. I see inconsistency. You could say that there's a lack of identity for the offense, but mostly for the offense, I see stumbling and getting clumsiness and getting in your own way, right? We're still seeing, or undisciplined, I guess is a better way to kind of identify this offense, right? Very undisciplined. Okay. We're still seeing stuff that we should be seeing in week 1, right? Like the stuff that, and I said this in the post game too, the stuff that I saw in week 1 against Ohio State and against week 2, where I was just, hopefully, it's just early in the year, and those are why these mishaps are happening. That stuff is still happening in the midseason. Yeah. Which gives me, it is an undisciplined identity for this offense, right? They can't block, it's tough, Rodney. It really is. It's brutal. It's brutal to watch. At least when I know the defense is on the field, the defense has a chance to score. And I'm being very critical on a team that just scored 45 points, but still it's so inconsistent, and it's like watching teeth being pulled, right? It just really is. My kid said it best. He's not an offensive guru. He played 2 years of high school football, right? And he's just like, Jesus, there's just no life, and it's a very boring offense. And when he is able, and mind you, 2 years of high school football, and he's predicting the plays coming out of the sets of the Longhorns, right? Oh, well, here we go. Trips right. There's going to be off. There's injuries to the left there. There's going to be off tackle to the right. Yeah. Looks at me. He goes, gee, I should call. Now, he only got like 2 plays right, but still, like, this is a 19 or an 18-year-old with not much skin in the game, right? And being able to kind of dissect Sark's play calling ability. So again, it's kind of wild, and it could have just been 2 guesses, but still, it's boring football. It's slow football too.
It always looks a step behind to me.
It is. There's so many actions. There's so many actions that happen. Like Arch has to do 2 actions before he even gets to his step back sometimes, or his drop back. So again, I think when that happens, the separation that you have naturally against the defense, you allow them to get back into position when you have a slow developing offense. So again, there's just a lot of frustration. I'm being overly critical. I understand that, but again, we have standards here.
We do.
We have standards.
And the standard is winning. I mean, that's the whole thing, where you take out a Saturday. I mean, we can break this thing down 9 times on Sunday, whatever, but it's like, you still win. You have 1 loss in the SEC. And it's like, when you look at the SEC standings, you look, and I mean, there's Texas with 1 loss, and everything that has happened at this point, and we've seen everything. It now is when you get down to crunch time, and it's like, okay, you look at the rest of the schedule. There's no Kentucky. There's none of these softer teams. There's none of that left.
There's an Arkansas, but like we talked about in crosstalk, Arkansas can put up the points. So.
And Arkansas wants to beat you. But Sark did talk about winning in multiple ways, and that's important. Here's Sark on winning.
I said this to the team downstairs. You know, last week our defense played great. The offense struggled. Special teams made their plays. But at the end of the day, the Texas Longhorns won. Tonight, our defense struggled. The offense played well enough to put points on the board. The special teams made their plays. But at the end of the day, the Texas Longhorns won. And we win as a team. And, I really commend our players for believing in who we are as a team and believing in our culture, because I hear the interviews that they do and they send them to me because they're proud that they're able to echo the message and they believe it. And when you believe in something, you got a little more to give to it, and it showed tonight that there was definitely a sense of belief in one another.
Yeah, I can't.
That's important.
Yeah. I can't fault him. Like he's speaking honest. So I like he's right. Like each phase does need to back each other up, and to be able to win in multiple facets is important. But again, like it gives me an area, it calls for concern, and an area to where we shouldn't be struggling against a Kentucky or against a Mississippi State. It shouldn't come down to overtime in Starkville. It really shouldn't.
Yeah, at the end of that game, Wags, when it's like Mississippi State in overtime, when they're like all those penalties right there at the end, all that pre-snap, all that offsides.
I've seen this before. I've seen this movie before.
Wags, I'm like, man, it's nice to see somebody else does that also. But then you look at where Mississippi State's projected to be in the SEC, and I'm like, holy shit, that's what we do. That's what Texas does. But hey, man, you rise to the occasion. Look, it was it encapsulates the season. I think that
I love the perseverance. I do love the perseverance, but
I'm with you.
And it's going to be one hell of a game to rewatch, right? Like, watching it is going to be fantastic. And I kind of echo what Rob is saying here, man. Survive in advance, right? And to that point, like you have to. Your mindset now has to be, we're in the play. Like, this is playoff. It's playoff football from here on out, right? Like if we lose, that's it. If we lose, we're playing for A&M. That's it.
Well, and the thing about it is, Wags, with the way that college football and the NFL.
If you're trying to say that I'm jumping the gun here, if you're trying to say that 3 losses is going to get you in the playoffs this year, I think you're wrong, buddy.
Well, I think you got one more. I think there's one more that you and I hope to hell it's Georgia. Of any of them, I hope it's Georgia, because I mean that to me that's I hate to use that word, quality loss.
You think if they lose to Georgia, you think A&M's, you think Georgia's better than
A&M? No, but
Okay.
I think that the validity of losing to Georgia, because that's where sometimes you have to take some of that out of the equation, because Georgia has had your number, our number, Texas's number,
right? But
you can go there and have a quality loss. God, I hate that phrase. I hate
bullshit.
That.
3 losses, you're not getting in. Even if you lose to Georgia, you're not getting in. You lose to A&M, you're not getting in.
Oh, you lose to A&M, you're not getting in. I don't think you get in.
It doesn't matter. Georgia, to me, Georgia is not a better team than A&M right now. And just from what I am watching, from what I am observing, right? Like A&M, I think could beat Georgia. I do.
But I will tell you this, and again, this is where we got to be. See, this is where it gets so crazy.
100%. I'm with Chris right here. We are in playoff. This is playoff fashion, right? We have to win here on out to make.
We start going all these different directions. What we need to, if you lose to Vanderbilt, you're done.
You lose to any Rodney, you lose. Period. You're done.
No,
you can't have 3 losses.
I think you lose to Georgia. I think you still have a chance. I think you still have.
I think you're wrong, buddy. But I love you.
We can agree.
We can be wrong.
That's 100%. Part of a beautiful marriage.
I'm wrong every week, but I just think that you're wrong this week.
Dude, I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time. My wife tells me that. Damn, Wag. It's 9:54. We got to talk about some sponsors. God,
we ain't wrong about those.
This has flown by. I mean,
let me tell you about Hurricane Heck first, because you ain't wrong about that guy if you get him in your courtroom, right? New lawyer in town, and when the storm hits, it hit the other day. I hope you called Hurricane Heck. That's right. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you're hurt on a job, you got a dog bite, just give Hurricane Hecht the call. He's been fighting for justice, big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you get that green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local businesses, local sports, local families, and you when you call him today at this number, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. You can email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. It's ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
I'll tell you what, Wags, this football team is great for cardio because we were sitting there going on and on about all this. My watch beeps, and I look down. It says, "Are you working out? Your heart rate is elevated." Damn Texas Longhorns, man.
I was on a walk the other day, and my watch said I might need to go see a doctor. I have irregular heartbeats. I was just walking. Bro, I was only it's like I used to run 5 miles a day, and now my watch is telling me, I'm struggling on a dog walk here. So.
Oh, Lord. CoverBcave.com, friends. You're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Check them out today. Weekly specials. It's the top of the week, a brand new week, a football week as we roll on. CoverBcave.com out in beautiful Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. AV consultations. Yesterday, I had Formula One Mexico, NASCAR Martinsville, Red Zone, the Dallas Cowboys in Denver. Man, my studio was going with some audiovisual consultations. Tonight, I'll have the World Series, Monday Night Football, Hoops, Spurs, 3-0, GSG. It's audiovisual consultation.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
That's right. And don't forget, friends, about McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for over 4 decades, 40 years plus. Father-son team taking care of your renovation needs or new construction. You have that one area of the house that you'd like to renovate, whether it be inside or outside. Man, cool temperatures this morning, cool temperatures coming up. We've got a cold front that's blowing through. It's going to be the ideal time to do that patio sitting. If you got a space out there that you want to get built or renovated, it's our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered viewers and listeners. 512-633-9580. Get that call or text into our man Mike, and he will immediately get in touch with you. Take your vision, pair it with their vision. Amazing trades. They'll come out and get you taken care of. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects today. They're online. Check out the Google reviews. Check out the Better Business Bureau reviews. All of that is top notch. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Love it. I love this comment by Rob too. Guys, it's cool enough. Ditch the cart when playing golf and get your exercise in. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Rob, I'll take you up on that. Why don't you come on out there and we'll walk the course together there. Those guys that don't know, Rob's got a little podcast himself, Nick and Rob's Homer Hour. Make sure you guys give it a follow on the Insta face there. Again, it's Nick and Rob Homer Hour. Make sure you give them a follow if you guys
I like that. That's
yeah, man, get some talk some sports on the links there, and maybe you guys can notice any quirks in my game or some shit like that.
I think I might
Where you want to go next, dude?
I may try to go get 9 in at some point this week. I've got kind of a crazy week doing different things. So I may try to go get 9 in somewhere. Maybe 18. I don't know.
I gotta figure out the situation in this construction site here. Once everything should be done and solidified by Friday.
So you're swimming for pregame on Saturday. Is that
the dog already swam?
What? It rained.
So, yeah, it rained, and we don't have the finish in the pool yet. It's just the concrete shell, and it rained a good bit to where the dog was able to see the water. He's just like, holy shit, what are you guys doing? Go on, get in. So the dog got in there, and of course there was debris and stuff, so we had to pull him out. And man, he smelled like awfulness, and we had to take him up there and wash him up. But no, it's great, giving us a little preview of what we're going to be getting here coming up on Friday. But it's I can't wait, man. It's been an evolution. We'll just say that.
Hey, I'll tell you, man. It's funny where you look at before and after, and it's like, holy shit, how did that happen? What happened to my yard? I would think would be.
And that's just it too. So that's a next phase as well. Like it's going in the sod. Like I'm buying, going to Home Depot or Lowe's. We're getting some sod. We're laying this stuff down, and we're rocking and rolling, man. We're getting out of it.
Yeah. We can touch more on NFL tomorrow because we still have one.
Yeah,
more
that's Monday night game for sure.
NFL game tonight, man. But I do have to mention, and again, it just so happens we're talking about the Giants, but that moment yesterday was Scattaboo. When you see that happen, that's like, dude, that made my stomach hurt when I saw that.
Dislocated right ankle for Cam Scatabo, and just when things were starting to, it looked like everything was getting a little bit of a flow, a little bit of a vibe for the Giants, and they were having fun. It was fun football to watch, right? Yeah. Between the two rookies, between Scat and Dark there. But no, Tracy comes back, and that's what sucks too, right? Like just when Tracy was coming back, and you could get a 1-2 pop with Scatabo and Tracy there. Scatabo is done for the season,
and that's
hopefully it's only for the season, right?
That's a mislocation on the dislocation. That foot is not intended to be pointed that way.
Yeah, it was. Those of you guys that didn't see, it's pretty gruesome. It was going to like a right, like almost a 90-degree angle to the right. It was fucking all. It was it was awful.
Jake's got it right here. That looked like Dak's, and that's why every time Dak takes off, I'm like, dude, can you get down?
Which sucks for for Cam is just because he's just such a wrecking ball, right? Well, he's a good dude, but he's just his center of gravity is low weight and low frame. Like he's just carrying a lot on that frame, right? Like, is this going to be recurring now? There's so many, or will this lead to recurring injuries with that right ankle? So
it's one thing like with Dak, because Dak, Dak's leaned out. I mean, Dak, I don't know the weight difference between the two guys, but yeah, that's a great point by you, because it's like when you're carrying all of that on, and that's why I was talking about Wemby the other day, to where it's like if Wemby gets some sort of foot or ankle injury early in his career, that can derail everything, because that base is just yeah. So,
any other saving grace before we got to get out of here?
Not really. I think.
Dude, what we've been doing a disservice on? We've missed on the wheel.
I still have the top 5 from last week. I did that one. That was I forget the topic. It's been so long.
I forget. That's my point. That's the problem. I forgot the topic, so we haven't done it. So
I got to go back in my papers and find out.
Yeah, we got to figure that one out. Jordan and BK about to jump on here for the Texas Lone Star Playbook here.
Let's pull them boys in right here. There they are.
Amigo.
Dynamic duo.
How are we? Any puppy problems?
He did have the zoomies like 5 minutes ago, so we might have some, but he's been good so far.
Good.
All right. Well, look,
go ahead, Wax.
I gotta go meet this guy. I should be available after 10:30 if anybody needs anything. So just hit me up on the text if you guys need something. There's some bloody paws or whatever from the pup.
Yeah.
Right.
So, same. Give me to about 35, and I can.
Y'all be good. I'll be right back.
Yep. All right, boys.
See you.
Good crosstalk, guys.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is not Nick Harris. That is Brad Kellner. Nick is on a flight from Denver. Some bad weather up there in Colorado delayed his flight, so we will see him on Friday. BK, where do we want to start? I want to talk about the less famous BK getting fired from LSU. Obviously, want to talk Texas, Mississippi State, and some recruiting ramifications as well. Also, Texas first home conference game since Kentucky came to town in November. First home game since they faced off against Sam Houston on September 20th. Where do we want to start?
I will follow your lead, but I'm down to talk about all four of those things, my man.
Yeah, also, we will talk about this as well. First win in the Lake Travis-Westlake rivalry for the Cavs since 2019. First time beating Westlake at Chaparral Stadium since 2015. How about that?
Yeah, you called it. I don't know if it's just you're a little biased and maybe you predict that every year, but it could just be you're obviously very tied into the high school sports scene and you kind of knew this was coming. But yeah, I was a little surprised as a guy who does not keep up with high school football nearly as much as you do. The fact that not only did LT win, but they won the way that they did, considering how one-sided that rivalry has kind of been as of late. That was a bit of a stunner from my naked eye.
Oh, yeah. Lake Travis, 10 sacks. Saw the defense dominating, but not, to that fashion. That's their strength, man. They have an edge going to Kentucky. They have another edge rusher going to TCU, and they got a linebacker from UTSA. And then Michael Griffin's son starts in the secondary. Brian Arakpo Jr. rotates in on the D-line. Derek Johnson has a few kids on the team. Kenny Vaccaro has a son that's a freshman. Man, Lake Travis is rolling. I talked to a head coach in the Austin area, called me last week and asked me to run them down Lake Travis and their young guys. And I'm like, why are you asking? He's like, well, I was going to schedule them in non-district, but I'm not going to anymore. He heard Brian Arakpo Jr. and is like, man, are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? And I was like, yeah, they're loaded. The Lake Travis Longhorns over there. So
that's not fair.
But yeah, Lake Travis will not be playing that school in non-district play in 2026 or 27. But we can come back to the Battle of the Lakes. I want to talk about Texas's big win, coming back down 17 in the fourth to score 24 and answered to win in overtime. It felt like we watched two different games on Saturday, the first three quarters and the final quarter in overtime. I mean, it was crazy. The roller coaster on Saturday was unreal. Especially when you bring up how the morning started with the reports of Sarkeesian being interested in the NFL, which I also want to hit on at some point. But yeah, I mean, how about Arch Manning, man? The Texas O-line a lot better towards the end of the game when they started calling, plays that weren't 5 or 6 guys blocking 7 with the closest receiver 20 yards downfield. But I mean, what an effort. It feels like every other week, Arch Manning has a bad performance, and then the opposite week he's great. Feels like every other week we're saying this is his best game up to this point. And I think you can say versus Mississippi State, it is his best game up to this point. Without him, they don't come back. And also props to Matthew Caldwell. I mean, I've been adamant that Arch Manning is going to be the starter and will remain the starter. That isn't going to change. But how about him coming in there, no warm-ups, and, I mean, throwing a dime in the end zone? I thought that ball was going out of bounds whenever he first threw it. Like, I audibly screamed no.
Yeah.
And Emmett Mosley ran under it. Right in front of Brandon Walker, too. So
that was epic.
Yeah. And speaking of Caldwell, Sarkeesian is going to have his press conference here in an hour, or it's going on right now, where he will talk about Arch Manning's injury. Very likely a concussion based off what we've heard. And I don't know the chances of him playing. I think we might see Matthew Caldwell start versus the Diego Pavias next week. So,
yeah, well, some Texas fans will get their wish. There have been a lot of people calling for a change at quarterback for weeks now. And look, Matthew Caldwell, give him his flowers. He's done a tremendous job, but we're talking about the tiniest of sample sizes so far this year. But obviously for him to come in the Florida game, right? Arch Manning gets sacked, loses his helmet. Caldwell comes in for a play. There was a dime over the middle to Ryan Wingo. That was awesome. And yeah, in overtime, he plays 2 plays, 1 handoff, and then 1 throw. And just a great ball to Emmett Mosley and an even better catch there. But one thing you can't say about Matthew Caldwell is he is clutch. He has come in a couple of different instances and just made key plays for Texas in big moments. So we'll see if we get 4 quarters of the Matthew Caldwell experience on Saturday, but man, credit to him. Obviously he made maybe the biggest play of that entire football game on Saturday. So Arch Manning is the biggest story for me. Hopefully his performance isn't lost, but yeah, obviously Matthew Caldwell coming in and doing what he did cold off the bench in that environment. Very, very impressive.
Yeah. And I mean, here we go, man. Barking at the Amazon delivery person. Emmett Mosley, I think, had arguably the 2 quietest important touchdowns of a Texas Longhorn, maybe ever. Like looking up, it's like, wow, he did have 2 because he caught the other one, I believe, in the 4th quarter. I think Livingston had 2. Wingo had like 5 catches for 100+ yards on 12 receptions, had 2 drops, a few uncatchable targets, but man, very up and down. But they stuck through it. And to be honest, I didn't think they would. I thought they were going to roll over. I know Texas teams have passed in the early Sark era. A lot of them would roll over the last 2 years. A lot of them stayed in the game. Very few times they were ever really down, though, or down a lot. But on Saturday, with the report that came out in the morning, the way they'd kind of looked throughout the first 3 quarters, I did think they were rolling over and that it was done and that Texas is headed back to Austin at 5-3, which is a lot different than 6-2. A lot different.
God. Yeah, I mean, that would have been one of the worst days of Steve Sarkeesian's life if they lost that game. I mean, it had to feel like the longest day of his life, right? With that report coming out just after 9 o'clock in the morning, and then you've got to play a 4-hour plus overtime game, and yeah, your team's down 17 at one point. Like it could have spiraled. It could have spiraled, and like you said, the conversations around here would be very, very different if the Horns weren't able to complete the comeback. So I'm with you. I mean, there were like 7, 8, 9 moments in the game where I thought they were going to lose. And the first one was like when Mason Shipley missed that chippy. I'm like, dude, it's just not our day. If we're missing this, Mason Shipley, who's been automatic from inside 50 this year, like if he's missing a 29-yarder, it's just not our day. And all right, congrats to State. They're going to get this win, and it's going to be a long flight home for Texas. And obviously there are so many other instances where it's just like, all right, we're going to lose this game. And then they found a way. And, credit all 3 phases. Well, obviously, the offense put together its best, 4-drive stretch of the season. The defense, which sucked for 3.5 quarters. Don't forget, they gave up that long little shovel pass touchdown to Devon Booth early in the 4th quarter, but they got stops when they needed to. Obviously, Ryan Nibblet just continues to be this team's best player. And all 3 phases, when they absolutely had to do it in a must-win game, Jordan, they stepped up, did what they had to do.
Yeah. The defense's play was very interesting. I think some of them still tired from last week. They're on the field for 80+ plays last week. I don't know the differential in time of possession or snap count for each offense, but I mean, I know there were over 160 snaps in the game combined from both teams. I think Nibblet's punt return was play. I don't even know, but it was something in the hundreds already. And speaking of Ryan Nibblet, man, like, has there ever, and I'm including kickers, as in punters, has there ever been a special teamer at Texas that has had a bigger impact on the season? I know Cameron Dicker hit several game winners. I know Longhorns have had several great kickers and punters, the last 10 years, 2 decades. But, I mean, in a 3-week span, I don't think we have ever seen, like, a non-offensive skill player make such a big impact on the outcome of a win and loss for Texas as Ryan Nibblet has.
Yeah, in a 3-week span, like you said. Maybe there's an argument to be had for somebody else in a full season, but the dagger against Oklahoma, he was basically the entire offense against Kentucky and obviously the game tire in Starkville. And that's stuff of legend right there. And everybody wanted this guy benched like a month into the season. And I'll admit it too. I was like, I wasn't seeing it. I couldn't figure out why they kept trotting him back there. It's like, he's not even catching the ball. So you credit Sark, you credit Jeff Banks for staying the course. And hey, now he's catching the ball, Jordan. Look what happens.
Ryan Nibblet does 3 things when he returns punts. It's going for like 8 to 20 yards. It's going for a touchdown, or he's going to let it bounce to the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
There's nothing in between them.
No. And at the beginning of the year, it felt like it was always option number 3. And it's
Yeah.
like, dude, like we keep hearing you covered Ryan Nibblet before I did, right? So like I kept hearing everybody in that locker room say he's one of the best athletes we have. He's one of the fastest guys on the team. And I'm like, well, he seems scared to touch the football. So like we're never going to find out if he's really that good or that much of an athlete because he's just running away from the ball. And now it's like, oh shit, no, they were right. Like he is a difference maker there. So, I mean, this team, Jordan, this team's 3-1 in the SEC. They could be 1-3 in the conference without him. Like that is how clutch and how big he is. So the answer to your original question is probably no. I don't know if there's ever been a special teamer to have this kind of impact on a Texas football season in the history of this program.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they beat Oklahoma without Ryan Nibblet on the field. I don't think Oklahoma was going to score a touchdown.
Agreed.
Just with Mateer's thumb and his inaccuracy. But the Kentucky game, they didn't win without him. They didn't get in the red zone without that punt return. And versus Mississippi State, they sure as hell do not go to overtime and win the game. And want to give a lot of credit to the Longhorns coaching staff for being resilient and, not giving up, but also like the turning point of the game is that late hitter roughing the passer in the fourth quarter.
Oh yeah.
That was one of the dumbest things ever. And I know like 5 years ago that's probably not a flag, but we're not living in 5 years ago. We're living in 2025. You cannot do that. And I'm sure whoever that player is, Mississippi State, is probably throwing up his guts this morning because they've been running him, nonstop. At least I would be if I was in charge in Starkville. I mean, a crazy win, and it changes so much. I know, they still got a number 9 ranked Vanderbilt, a really good A&M team, an Arkansas team that's still really competitive. And obviously they have to go play Georgia and Athens, but it's you got to take these wins no matter what, because they're not guaranteed these next 4 weeks. And it's wild to think because you went back to last week and looked at these next 5 games, including Mississippi State, and you went, yeah, Mississippi State's probably your best chance for a win, or Arkansas. Well, it took being down 17 and scoring 24 in answer to beat Mississippi State in a rainy Starkville environment. Hours after, it was reported your head coach is interested in leaving for the NFL. So what do these next 4 weeks look like? I don't know. I don't think we can really expect anything besides it being a roller coaster, because that is what has been the season thus far. And to be honest, I haven't looked into PFF or watched a ton of stuff yet. I think Connor Stroh playing football in 2025 for the Texas Longhorns needs to end. I mean, I know Nick Brooks is just as bad, if not worse, but at least there's he's a freshman. He'll get better each week. Connor Stroh is Connor Stroh, man. That's what it is. And props to DJ Campbell coming back. He was not very good when he came back, but he was clearly playing through injury and not 100%. But 70% DJ Campbell, you take that, 7 days of the week over 100% Connor Stroh, with all due respect to 79. So,
it's interesting. Your guy Hank South over at Horns 24/7 posted the PFF grades, and we always say sometimes you take those with a grain of salt. Love a lot of the work that they do, but sometimes their grades they don't see what I see, and it makes me wonder if they're watching every single play of every single game. Connor Stroh was the 6th highest graded player for the Texas offense on Saturday.
I mean, what's his snap count compared to other guys? That's what I want to know.
He did have 73 snaps.
Yeah.
Nick Brooks had 29. And this may confuse you even more. 1, 2, 3. 4 of Texas's 6 highest graded players on offense were on the offensive line on Saturday. That's not the offensive line performance that I saw. I feel like Art should be number 1. I don't know if Matthew Caldwell played enough to be number 2, but he should be right there. And then your 4 receivers should be 3 through 6. I know there were a few drops. It wasn't a perfect day for those guys.
Wingo's grade could be anywhere, because he was great when he caught the ball, but dog shit outside of it.
I didn't see. Look, the offensive line grades, there are a couple of 60s in there, so it's not like these guys are all getting 90, 95s. But I guess PFF thinks a little higher of the way the offensive line played than everybody I've talked to who watched that game on Saturday.
Yeah, they had to have someone different grading compared to the last few weeks. I thought Gooseby probably had the best game start to finish. There's a play there where he basically let Jordan Washington get beat for a sack when Jordan Washington was one-on-one with an edge rusher because Gooseby was blocking no one. He literally didn't touch anyone on Mississippi State on the play. So there was also a pretty bad play that I think the entire Texas fan base saw because they replayed it, where Connor Stroh basically just watched a linebacker run right past him and sack Arch Manning. Yeah, but I mean, Arch, what a game, fighting through that. I think the run game, bad. I like the scheme touches for Ryan Nibblet, but like you cannot run him between the tackles. It's not going to ever work with him. That's not what he is. He's not like he's kind of a positionless player. Like he's a great punt returner, but he doesn't have a true fit on offense. You have to get creative. You can't just like have him cosplay as Trey Wisner and he's faster, it's going to work. Like that. That's not who he is. He has to. I liked. They didn't run the orbit motion play I've been begging for, but they ran something kind of similar to it, which I think got some positive yardage, like an 8 or 9 yard gain, maybe a first down. They had one run that was 10 or more yards. It was CJ Baxter, who, I mean, I don't care what they're saying in press conferences. There's no way that dude is 100%. Like, that is a different player from what it was in 2023 or even at the beginning of this year. And I hate that for him because he's such a good kid and a great player. I don't think Wisner is back to what he was before the OU game, health-wise either. But, I mean, Trey Wisner at 80%. You take over Christian Clark at 100 or James Simon at 100, especially in the SEC, on the road, wet, hectic environment. Like, it took a lot of courage and strength from the Texas team. And, I mean, I can't say enough good things for them pulling it out. Like, them getting a win, I mean, I'm going to be negative and be critical, win or lose, and I'll critique them a lot more tomorrow when I have time to look at this stuff. But them just winning the game changes so many emotions in the state of Texas for a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, they've given themselves a shot, right? Like, obviously, if you lose in Lexington or Starkville, then you're out of everything going into the month of November, and you're starting to talk about 2026. Well, right now, as the calendar flips from October to November, this team still has a shot. Obviously, a lot of work left to be done. They've got 3 games against top 10 teams on the schedule, as you mentioned, teams that are a lot better than Kentucky and Mississippi State, but you found a way to win both of them. It's been forever since this team has played a home game, so hopefully the crowd can help them a little bit and just win this game this week. Then you get a bye week, chance to get some guys healthy, chance to get some guys some rest. Obviously, a huge final 3-game stretch, but find a way to protect your home field this week. Texas is favored against Vanderbilt. I know Vandy's the higher-ranked team. I know they're one of the best stories in college football this year. They're a legit playoff contender, but you are at home. You are favored. Take care of business this weekend and go into that bye week with some confidence that, hey, you were still very much in the thick of things here.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to address it at some point, the Sarkeesian NFL report. Diana Rossini has been called everything under the sun from Texas fans. These are my thoughts on it. She does not make that up.
No.
She's a very well-respected reporter, breaks a lot of news, is very tight end, has several great sources, and got that from the NFL side of things. But she does not make that up and pull that out of her ass. The timing of it is very strange. The morning of a big game, a must-win game on the road in the SEC. The timing, I don't know if we'll ever get an answer for why it came out then. But, like, Sarkeesian and his agency coming out and denying it, that's what they're going to do. They're not going to come out and say, yeah, it's true. Like, what do you expect to happen? Yeah. So while Sexton and the other agent and CAA, the agency, denied it, like, that is where it came from originally. Now, did they tell people at Tennessee, hey, we have interest in this job Saturday morning? No. But that is 99% chance where the info came from originally, which was told to someone in Tennessee, which was probably told to Diana Rossini. And she got that info days or, time later and put it out Saturday morning. The timing of it, again, I don't know. My assumption is that she got it, assumed that other reporters would hear it and wanted to break it. That's what I assume it is. If you missed it on Horns 24/7, Chip Brown also reported Saturday morning after the Rossini NFL Sark report came out that Chip Brown had heard that Sarkeesian had in his camp have sent out to people in the NFL they have interest in the Miami Dolphins job should it come open, and it likely will. Mike McDaniel's a dead man walking.
Yeah.
That is true. And Chip heard that weeks ago that people in Sark's camp made it clear to people in Miami, hey, we have interest in this job should it come open. And Rossini then reported he has interest in Tennessee. That is real. It's like since Sark got there, I've heard he has had interest in the NFL. That's what it is. It's the NFL. It's professional football. Everyone wants to play in the pros and coach in the pros. And, you know, it might not be a $10.5 million, $11 million salary that he's making at Texas, but the average like head coaching salary in the NFL is $7 million. And you spend less time practicing. You don't have to recruit. You don't have to deal with your roster getting tampered with and, you know, pulling some screwed up shit to get more money. Like and you also don't have to go to freshman orientation and say, welcome to the University of Texas. You don't have to do any of that shit.
Yeah.
You just have to coach ball, do a few press conferences a week, and you're with grown-ass men who have structured contracts where they can only renegotiate in certain times. It is so much more structured and streamlined, the NFL is, compared to college, who's trying to run the NFL model without any of the structure, logistics part of it, or any rules. Like, there's a lot less stress with the NFL. He's accomplished a lot in college. It makes sense for him to want to go to the NFL. But this is like Steve Sarkeesian is not going to get hired to be a head football coach of any NFL franchise. If they've looked at the way this Texas team has been built this season in year 5 of his tenure and the way they have played at times up and down, I know they had a great one on Saturday, but if I am an NFL owner, there are maybe 20 other dudes I can think of off the top of my head I would hire before Sarkeesian. And is he going to leave being the head coach of Texas to take a coordinator job? Highly doubtful.
No.
So how many more NFL jobs are going to come open? Tennessee's open. Miami's probably going to open. A few others are going to open. I just don't think he's a very attractive candidate. And I think the worst part about this report and everything coming out is that he's probably not going to take an NFL job. So it increases the animosity from fans and increases the pressure on him for next year.
Yeah.
Like the remaining 4 games are Vandy, Arkansas, A&M, and Georgia. They're not beating Georgia and Athens. One team has since 2019. It was Bama a few weeks ago. I struggle to believe Texas will do that. I do not think they're beating A&M. Vandy, I probably don't think they're beating them either. They will beat Arkansas. I feel good about that, but like probably about 2-2. So you're looking at 8-4. If he goes 8-4 this year, plays in a bowl game, you know, outside the playoffs, and comes back next year after, you know, this season where it's reported he has interest in the NFL, and if this is getting reported in late October, in December and January, when other NFL jobs open, his name is going to get attached to them again, just like it was with the Dallas Cowboys and several jobs last year.
Yeah.
That is only going to increase the pressure on him and the warmth of his seat. If he goes 8-4 this year at Texas with Arch Manning, and again, it is year 5, and they bring back the whole team next year and go 8-4 again, he can get fired.
Sure.
Like, I know the standards are different now compared to when he got there, and he's the reason the standards have risen, but it is still the University of Texas, and if you've seen what other schools are doing, blue bloods are very aggressive. They don't fuck around, you know? You can't go 8-4 2 years in a row and, you know, have all this NFL stuff come out during those off seasons. Like, the thing I kept thinking of and what I was talking to my dad about, Jim Harbaugh held the entire University of Michigan hostage every offseason like 5 years in a row. Like, I'm going to go to the NFL. No, guys, that's not true, but you went to this place and interviewed there. That's reported. And no, It's not true. I didn't have interest. And then he kept coming back, and there was all this animosity. And then he got out of Dodge before the NCAA came down right after they won the Natty. Like, Texas is, and I'm not saying Sark is playing Texas along, but the way Jim Harbaugh handled that, if Sark tries the same thing, he's going to get fired. They're not going to put up with that shit. They are not. So I think it's a very interesting situation because, again, I don't think they will finish good enough for him to be good enough as an NFL head coaching candidate to actually get hired. So I think he's coming back next year, and this whole NFL thing is going to change the way fans feel about him, and it can hurt in recruiting too, because like while Sark and his staff can tell these kids commit to them or that they're recruiting, like, hey, we're not going anywhere. Like, we're not going anywhere. And they can believe that statement. They can tell that statement. One, they can still leave, but two, it kind of doesn't really matter because what if Ryan Day's trying to flip a kid and he says, Sark's leaving? You know, I talked to my agent. We have the same agent. He's going to leave. He can pull that out of his ass.
Yeah.
Like, there's a coach in the SEC. These coaches are probably going to be in different places next year, so I'll wait to name them till they take different jobs and we're further down the road. But, like, there's a head coach in the SEC negatively recruiting a school and saying, hey, their head coach has cancer. It's just not public. This is his last year there. He's retiring and is, you know, going to get healthy. And that has not been reported anywhere. That is not verified. And that head coach is telling the kid that, hey, this head coach, this program you're interested in, he won't be there. And it's probably total horseshit. But, like, that is what coaches do to win these recruitments. So, I don't think there's really any good out of this. I don't think Sark will be leaving for the NFL anytime soon. And I think this just increases a lot of the vitriol and animosity towards Sarkeesian, and it increases the pressure on him. And it makes things weird in recruiting. So it's going to be very interesting. On the lead up to signing day, he will be asked by every single family that visits, hey, you know, are you staying here? I want to know. So
that's interesting. Coach is making up that another coach has cancer to try to convince a kid.
I don't know if they're making it up, but that has not been reported anywhere. I know there are things like we hear that never get reported, but that is not one of them. I've never heard that outside of that.
Well, I will say this in regards to Steve Sarkeesian and the NFL interests. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury was 5-7. He got fired by Texas Tech, and then 2 months later, he got hired by the Arizona Cardinals. Now, it's not a total apples to apples comp, but Jordan, we know the NFL loves great offensive minds. And I know this has not been a great offensive year for Steve Sarkeesian. It's been his worst offense in his 5 years at Texas. But we know the NFL looks for offense. And sometimes guys who might not have the resume of other guys will get opportunities because they are regarded as elite offensive minds. I still feel like most people in the football world look at Sark's career track record and say he is one of the best offensive minds that we have in the sport. And hey, we're really bad. We need a new quarterback. We're going to draft somebody high. We feel like Steve Sarkeesian can develop that quarterback. I don't know if it's like 30 teams would want to hire Sark, but would it surprise me if one team wanted to hire Steve Sarkeesian? No. And all it takes is one. And I mean, if Sark's interested in Tennessee, that organization's a disaster. They've got awful ownership right now. The Dolphins, you're tying yourself to Tua and maybe Quinn Ewers too. Maybe that's what Sark wants. Who knows? Like, it doesn't matter. If you get offered any job, you take it. So if Sark is serious about being interested in the NFL, or I should say those reports are out, I think there could be a team that's interested. And even though it might look like, well, you're leaving a great situation at Texas to go to that franchise, I don't think it's the most outlandish thing to think that it's a possibility that it happens this offseason, Jordan. I really don't.
Yeah. I mean, no, you're right. Like, it's always a possibility. I just think it's a low chance, but we'll see. I mean, they still got 4 games left to play. That's going to influence, you know, what we're talking about. But yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for Diane Rossini. I mean, I think it was very stupid of her to put that out at the timing she did. I think you can come out with that Sunday morning and it's still the same story and no one beats you on it. But that report is very real. She does not pull that out of her ass. That is real. What Chip heard is real. There is interest in the NFL. And it makes sense. Like, it makes sense for the NFL to be interested in Sarkeesian too. So,
yeah, no, it's a fascinating storyline to pay attention to. And you're right. Like, that's and Sark was asked about, I'm sure you heard this, but his post-game comments after the game, he didn't come out and say, like, it ain't true. He didn't come out and say, like, I'm super committed to Texas and this is where I want to be. He kind of schlossnagled it. Now, not to that extent, where Schloss like totally lost his mind on the Texags reporter who asked the question.
Who
but
showed up to his inaugural Texas press conference.
Which was awesome. But Schloss was like, he didn't say he was going to stay at A&M. He didn't say he wasn't taking the Texas job. He just reamed the reporter for asking the question. Sark, for a minute, just said, like, I can't believe that got out. That's ridiculous that got out. And all of you guys ran with it. He didn't come out and say, oh, it's not true, and I have no interest in the NFL, and I'm committed to Texas, and I'm going to be here for the entirety of my contract. Now, he could have said that, Jordan, and I don't know if I would have believed it, but he did open the door up for more questioning because he did not explicitly say, I have no interest in the NFL. Like, he easily could have, even if he was lying, he easily could have said that, and he didn't do it.
Yeah, you are right. I bet Anwar Kirk Bowles circles the block this morning.
I was going to ask if you thought anyone was going to go back to that well again.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I forgot to bring this up. You were talking about people saying Ryan Nibblet should get benched. Shout out Jeff Ketchum for that awful tweet he put out in the OU game.
Oh, I didn't see.
It was like, Ryan Nibblet is not the answer for punt returns. This needs to stop. And like 20 minutes later, he cribbed the one versus OU. And everyone's poke fun at him. That's not really what I'm trying to do. But I guess he's the reason Ryan Nibblet's gone on this 3-game run. I mean, ever since the tweet, he has 2 touchdowns and, one inside 10 yards. So how about that? But yeah, I do expect a Texas reporter to circle back to that. Ask him. I think there's a chance Sark could say, I'm not talking about that. I've addressed everything, which I think would be bad on his part because you are right. He did not really deny it. But, I mean, I don't know. I do think with Sark, like, I can't believe you guys ran that. Like, she's a trusted reporter who works for a legit news outlet who has done this a long time. She's on TV. And you are the head football coach of the football program that we cover for a living. This report is going to be blasted everywhere. We have to get it up on our site and aggregate the content.
Yeah.
This is how our jobs work. Don't tell us you can't believe we ran with it. Right. Like, we're going to tell you we can't believe you're stupid enough to think anyone's going to believe you or your agents and that this didn't come directly from you.
Hey, we can't believe you ran with these 5 guys on the offensive line instead of getting somebody from the portal, Coach. There's a lot of things that we don't believe going on around here. So, I mean, he's one of the biggest names in the sport. Texas is Texas. And Steve Sarkeesian's the head coach at Texas. Like, anything he does or says is going to make the news cycle. So, yeah, like that's just how it works right there. And I get, I'm sure he was frustrated. We were all frustrated with the timing. Like you said, Saturday morning, 6 hours before a must-win game, you're probably eating breakfast at the team hotel with your team. And all of a sudden someone looks at Twitter and is like, hey, Coach, what's going on here? Like, are you with us? Are you not with us? What's the timing could not have been worse from that standpoint. But, dude, of course people are going to run with it. If it's posted at midnight on a Monday, it's going to be the number 1 story the next day. Like, it's who you are. It comes with the territory when you're in the position that you're in.
Yep. Yeah. I see people talking about Clark Lee. Let's talk about this LSU job.
Oh.
Shout out to the governor of the state of Louisiana.
Oh, man. Yeah, let me see if I can screen share that. Let me find that here.
Yeah, for those. So the people are like, man, what kind of backwards ass Louisiana shit is this? Why is the governor firing the head coach or meeting with people to fire the head coach? Well, Louisiana, I don't know why so many colleges don't have a president right now. I know Texas just got theirs. It's actually a kid I went to school with's dad. Yeah. The governor, Jeff Landry, said, I think LSU sports and the LSU Board of Supervisors needs to rethink their actions to raise ticket prices for next year after tonight's showing. BK, are you aware that quite literally every single person on the LSU Board of Supervisors was chosen to be there by this guy?
Not aware at all. And when I saw this tweet and I thought it was a fan, like I didn't really look at who posted it. I'm like, oh, here's just an angry fan who's pissed that their season ticket prices got raised and we just got smoked by A&M on a Saturday night, so we need to lower. And then I double took, and I was like, oh, shit, no, that's the real. Like, that's not a bot. Like, that's not a fake account. Like, that is the real governor of the state of Louisiana right there sending that out. I'm surprised Brian Kelly didn't get sacked yesterday morning. Maybe he did, but, like, it obviously took until well into the day before the news came out. I figured, like, we were going to find that out 7 a.m. yesterday, like, BK's gone, someone else is coming in.
Yeah, I mean, so apparently he was fired in the morning.
Yeah.
The Athletic, shout out to them. I forget which one of their college football writers put this out, but it has been reported and on multiple sites that the AD, forgetting his name, but it's the AD of LSU.
Oh, Woodward?
Yeah, Woodward. Scott Woodward, I think is his name. Met with Brian Kelly yesterday morning and told him he has to fire the offensive coordinator, Joe Sloan, and Kelly refused to. And apparently they started yelling at each other, and like it escalated into Brian Kelly like physically shoving and pushing the AD like away from him. And the AD fired him after that. He went home for a little while. They got the team together, people together, officially fired him, got the team for a team meeting, let Brian Kelly talk to them. He said, I'm no longer your coach. Thank you for everything. And the players were only in the building because, I mean, I want to say real quick, when you see levels of media coverage, that's when you know what is a blue blood and what's not. Just want to make that clear. I didn't see Texags covering team meetings outside the Bright football complex at Texas A&M, you know, when they fired Jimbo and they're doing team meetings. You saw that yesterday at LSU. The entire LSU market was in the parking lot of their football facility, videoing and getting a head count for players and coaches walking in and out of the facility. There was only 11 minutes. The team meeting was only 11 minutes from when everyone walked in and everyone walked out. And in case you missed it this morning, the AD got his wish with not only firing Kelly, but Joe Sloan, the OC, who was it was announced this morning he has been fired. And that Alex Atkins, who is the tight ends coach, is calling plays. Alex Atkins was the O-line coach at Florida State for the last few years, who I can't remember if he got fired for this or he just got a slap on the wrist, but the NCAA – if you remember, Amarius Mims, who's now with Cincinnati Bengals, was a top draft pick at right tackle. He was at Georgia, went in the portal after a second year. Florida State hosted him. They gave him like $50K to visit or $50K on his visit, and he ended up back at Georgia anyways.
Yeah.
Well, Amarius Mims in Georgia told the NCAA about Florida State giving him $50K, and they had all this proof of it. Alex Atkins like basically lied through his teeth, and they're like, brother, we literally have evidence of you doing everything you're denying. And then he sung like a sung like a bird? Is that it?
Sure.
He basically snitched and gave up the whole operation, and Florida State got penalized and he lost his job. But yeah, so he is now calling plays for the LSU Tigers and Garrett Nussmeier. With LSU, I doubt he will be a popular name for their fans, but I think Willie Fritz has to get interviewed. I think he would do a phenomenal job there.
Yeah, what he's done at Houston in just a couple of years, I mean, gotten the Cougs in the top 25. Their only losses to Texas Tech. Like, he's got obviously ties to the state from his time at Tulane. I don't know if that is a major needle mover for LSU fans, but if you're just like, what was the knock on Brian Kelly from the beginning, Jordan? Not a good fit. Not a good fit. We said that, and then he faked that accent at that LSU basketball game, and everyone's like, geez, like, could have been bad. You talk about fit, which may be all it takes, because no one thinks Ed Ogeron's a great coach. He was a great fit there, won a national championship. Like, you might be talking about a great fit there with Willie Fritz and the ties that he has to that state. That it wouldn't do as much for people as a Lane Kiffin would, but that may be the right move for LSU.
This, you know, I'm going to campaign for Willie Fritz. He's cheaper than Lane Kiffin or Marcus Freeman or any top name you're going to try to offer the job to. He has won everywhere he's been. Tulane, Houston, Sam Houston. And at all those places, his team was far from the most, like, how do I say this the right way? He had less money than everyone else in the conference at pretty much everywhere he's been. Tulane, Sam Houston, Houston. And he's still winning. He's had players drafted everywhere he's been. He has developed players that were nobodies and no one else wanted everywhere he's been.
Yeah.
Tulane was first to offer any kid in Louisiana before LSU was the entire time he was there. He's doing the same exact thing at Houston. His son, Wes Fritz, is who runs their scouting and personnel department. They do a phenomenal job. And Willie is lucky that is his son, or else he would be on a staff like Georgia or Bama or Ohio State and would have been for years. Like, truly, they have one of the most buttoned up and best scouting personnel departments in the entire country. The University of Houston does. And Nick was talking all that shit, saying they're the fakest 6-1 team on Friday. went to Arizona State, whooped up on Dillingham and the Sun Devils on Saturday. They're 7-1.
Yep.
Connor Wigman, give me my shoe, bro. That is their quarterback, and they're 7-1. You know, so I think Willie Fritz would be so good there. I think he can bring a little bit of his Houston staff, but also he has enough ties, enough respect that guys like Frank Wilson or Corey Raymond will want to stay on that LSU staff. Also, just calling it right now, I have absolutely no intel on this. I have not talked to anyone at LSU or anyone at Texas about this. I think the chances are very, very high that Alan Clark is going to be whoever LSU hires. That's going to be who they hire to coach edge rushers. He's from Baton Rouge. He's only been at Texas 1 year. He's a young coach. He's climbing up the ladder. He's not hopping jobs as much as Brendan Marion was. And I mean, he was like in this student assistant admin role, GA role at Ohio State. So he technically hasn't even been a coach until he's been at Texas, but he's a young coach. He's climbing the ladder. He's from Baton Rouge. You need people from Louisiana on that staff. And he's really good. He does a really good job recruiting and building relationships. Like, that dude is the number one candidate for whoever, the coach comes in and needs to hire edge coaches. So,
well, it worked for Bo Davis, so maybe it'll work for Alan Clark. Oh wait, no, it didn't work.
Bo Davis is there like 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that I'm wishing any ill will on Alan Clark. I just hope he stays. So I'm gonna bring that. If I'm Steve Sarkeesian, I'm gonna bring that up to him. Hey, maybe you shouldn't go be a part of that thing,
Yeah. B-ball coach Richard said, any truth to the Lane Kiffin wanting the Tech job if Joey doesn't get it done this year? Supposedly the Muleshoe native believes his offense is a better fit in the Big 12. Muleshoe is where Lincoln Riley's from.
Yeah. I was like, is he from there too? Like,
that'd be nuts. No.
Yeah.
But no. All right. So LSU though, I highly doubt they do this because BK, I don't know if you know this, Scott Woodward, their AD, certified dumb ass. Jimbo Fisher, biggest buyout of all time. Brian Kelly, $54 million, second highest buyout of all time. Well, he's who got both those coaches to those schools and signed those contracts. He got A&M to get Jimbo. He then left, took the job at LSU. Where he tried to hire Jimbo and A&M got scared. That's when he got the crazy extension, or Woodward might have given it to him. I can't remember. And then at LSU, he hired Brian Kelly. He always wants to make splashes and hire, the flashiest name, biggest name. So I do think they're going to do something dumb, and we'll probably end up hiring Lane Kiffin, which, I don't know if that is a dumb hire. I think it's a better hire than Brian Kelly to LSU. But, like, Clark Lee, Vanderbilt, it's private, so I don't think this is the official number, but he's making around like 4.5 or 5 million. That's the consensus everyone's reported. I'd give a call to Marcus Freeman, make him say no. I'd hit up Brent Key at Georgia Tech. But Clark Lee is who I would go after. I think if I'm Florida, if I'm any school that's open, I'm targeting him and potentially Willie Fritz. Fritz hasn't been outside the region that much, so I don't know if he'd want to leave it.
I think Joe Brady would get a look.
Yeah, he's getting thrown on the hot boards, but if I was him, I'd want to stay in the NFL. I wouldn't want to come back to that.
No.
Especially, like, I didn't really realize this until yesterday, but the previous 3, it might be 4, but I think it's 3 head coaches at LSU before Brian Kelly had all won a national championship within 4 years.
Yeah.
And he was fired in his 4th year. Now it's Orgeron, Les Miles, and Saban. So there's a lot of pressure. I mean, it's LSU. They are a blue blood. I think it is a top 5 job in college football. There's not an easier in-state recruiting advantage or bigger in-state recruiting advantage than LSU in the state of Louisiana and the entire country. Louisiana doesn't produce the most football NFL players per state, but they have the highest NFL players per capita. Like, Nick Saban said it on game day, like, you shake a tree in Louisiana, 3 NFL receivers fall out. Like, it is not – you don't really have to fight anyone for those in-state kids unless they're a top 50 prospect and everyone wants them. Mm-hmm. But you still 9 times out of 10 get them. So, yeah. But real quick, just wanted to bring this up.
Yeah.
Clark Lee at Vandy, I have been told the only job because, he's from Nashville as a Vandy alum. And the GM, Barton Simmons, who used to be in charge of rankings for Good Guys at 247.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job there. They grew up together, went to high school, middle school, all that together. and grew up fans of Vandy. And his first hire that Lee made was Barton Simmons to be his GM. And that was before anyone in the country had GMs either, too. Like Clark Lee and Simmons, they've been ahead of the curve the entire time. But with them, Lee is very unlikely to leave Vanderbilt ever unless it's the Notre Dame head coaching job. Vandy hired him from Notre Dame. He was their DC. He was there with Mike Elko. He's given a lot of credit to Mike Elko, and it's funny. They both worked under Brian Kelly there and both beat Brian Kelly's ass this year.
And put that together. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And but I mean, if I'm Lee, like I know you have the ties to Vanderbilt, and I won't really know what it feels like because I'm not a Vanderbilt alum, but like LSU is a really hard job to turn down. And imagining Barton Simmons and I talked about UH's scouting personnel department. Vandy's is up there with the best too. Look at what they do with less talent every week in the SEC. And you put those dudes in Louisiana and Baton Rouge at LSU, it's going to be very hard for them not to win. So
yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I mean, Brent Key is a Georgia Tech alum too. I mean, it's obvious like LSU is a better job than Georgia Tech. It's easier to win there, but you got Clark Lee, a Vandy guy, Brent Key, a Georgia Tech guy. Like they get the call. It's Vandy and Georgia Tech have money, but they ain't LSU. There's nothing they can do to be LSU. So if you're trying to get to this top of the profession or the top of this profession, excuse me, then it'd be tough to say no if Baton Rouge comes a calling. Oh, we had a dog bark situation going on with Jordan today. That's how it goes with the puppy. Kind of wish he left his mic on because he's yelling at his dog now. I kind of wish y'all got to hear, and we all got to hear what was going on. But yeah, obviously that LSU job is fascinating. The fact that we're not even to November 1st, and Bucky and I were talking about this morning, and LSU, Florida, and Penn State are already open. I mean, 2 blue bloods. I'm not putting Penn State in there, but that's also one of the best jobs you can get in college football nowadays with the money and resources they have. It's just insane. It's just insane. And I think we're at, Jordan, $169 million in buyout money paid already for the college football coaching carousel. And again, it's October 27th. So this is, you've talked about it. I think a lot of us have talked about it. Like this is going to be the craziest carousel that we have ever seen in the history of college football.
I have to give myself a pat on the back. Literally the entire spring and summer, I said this is going to be the craziest coaching carousel of all time.
You were on it.
I brought that up on this show like once a week.
Yeah, you did. You did. And the fact that like, I'm not going to say it was obvious at all because you were way ahead of the curve in saying that. But like the fact that all 16 SEC teams brought their coaches back this year, it's like you just knew from the jump, like, all right, well, there are like 3 or 4 dead men walking already in this conference. And then it's like, all right, let's see how this thing actually plays out. And then, looking around the country, I mean, shit. I don't think you saw James Franklin getting canned 5 weeks into the season. Like even people who thought it would be crazy wasn't able to see all that stuff.
How about this? Oh,
is that your dog?
There we go.
No. That's Hugh Freeze.
This is Hugh Freeze. If you can't see it, I don't know what this thing is. It's like a mascot running around a minefield as bombs go off.
That was Billy Napier for a while, but I guess he couldn't escape all the mines, even though he won his last game. That's well done. I mean, I think Auburn fans are pissed, aren't they, that he won?
Yeah.
So he's probably getting canned either way, but it's like, can we please just get taken out of our misery here?
Man, the SEC is going to be nuts because, like, I think Kiffin can turn down Florida. He'd be very stupid to turn down LSU. Yeah. Very dumb. So that means 4 jobs would open because Ole Miss would open. If he leaves, Auburn, I think, is going to fire Hugh Freeze. And I've said it multiple times. Rhett Lashley and his staff do not want to go to Arkansas. They want Auburn. But if they can't get Auburn, they're also very aware Ole Miss is probably going to open, and they would take that as well. They like Ole Miss as well. It's hilarious because he's an Arkansas alum and is like, man, screw that. I'm not going to Fayetteville,
Oh, man. He knows better.
Yeah. Also, Oklahoma State, the name that continues to be the most likely, Eric Morris, North Texas head football coach, who, hey, shout out to them. Drew Messmaker went for 600,
Yeah.
Love to see it. Last thing, talking about Vandy. being downplayed pretty much everywhere. They are very legit for Jared Curtis, the 5-star Georgia QB commit from Nashville. I know that's crazy that Vanderbilt is legit when it comes to flipping a 5-star quarterback committed to Kirby Smart in Georgia. But hey, just be on the lookout. That thing is very legit.
Well, that obviously hinges on Clark Lee staying in Nashville, I would
Oh,
think.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, everyone just kind of assumes like, well, once Diego Pavia leaves, Vanderbilt's going to go back to being Vanderbilt. But like you said, they got good people in charge there. And if those people stick around, then Vanderbilt, like it is Nashville, great place to go, place people want to be. There's a lot of talent around them. Now they have to recruit against a bunch of giants every year. So it's not like Louisiana and LSU where you can just get everybody in the region, no problem. But there are enough people that they can choose from. And they've got a big endowment. They just renovated their stadium. I don't think they spin to the likes of, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Texas, et cetera, but they've got enough going for them that maybe they can stay relevant again, as long as the people in charge stay in charge.
Yeah. I said this last year, the week that Texas played Vandy. But from someone in the Vandy program, we have plenty of money, and again, this is from last fall, but we have plenty of money to keep coming, guys. They have a $400 million stockpile originally earmarked for facility upgrades that they're gradually converting to NIL. Jesus Christ, man. Says they'll only have a tiny fraction of that for any given off season, but between rev share and NIL, we'll have about $30 million for next year. Yeah. That was last year. And I was like, how does that work? And he said, yeah, have to call the donors to get their approval to convert the money to NIL, but that's basically how our current roster is.
Wow.
They have money.
How you know this, I know Vanderbilt's always had some pretty rigorous academic restrictions. Have they let up on those in recent years to put this roster together?
I have no idea.
Okay.
They probably have, though, because it's hilarious. Brian Kelly was trying to get Notre Dame to do that forever, and they were like, no, go fuck yourself. This is who we are. We're traditional. We're not lowering our standards. And Marcus Freeman got there and is like, hey, y'all want to ever have a shot at winning this thing, you have to chill on these academic requirements, So
Yep.
But yeah, so watch out for Vandy, and Jared Curtis will bring up, if they pull off a flip, I think it's probably closer to signing day. But timing could be very important, because if Georgia loses Jared Curtis, one of their first calls will be Dia Bell. Think about it. If you're Dia Bell, Texas, the offense has not looked amazing this year. Steve Sarkeesian, it is being reported he's interested in NFL jobs. Georgia does not have their next heir at quarterback after Gunnar Stockton leaves. Jared Curtis is supposed to be a day one freshman year starter. So you can start earlier at Georgia probably than he would at Texas. There's the reports about Sark, and I know Georgia's offense isn't anything crazy, and Georgia fans hate their OC too. But that's something to think about. If Vandy can pull it off, one of Georgia's first calls will be Dia Bell. So, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, all right. Well, I'm no longer rooting for Vandy to get that flip. At first, I'm like, yeah, screw Georgia. That's great. And now I'm like, wait, hang on. Maybe we don't need that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. All right, I see people have asked about players at LSU that Texas could have interest in.
Yeah.
On the roster, Caden Durham, he's been a little bit hurt throughout his time, but he arrived there with an injury history. Went to Duncanville, won state at Duncanville, was the offensive MVP of the state championship game whenever him and Colin Simmons won 2 in a row. He was offensive MVP his senior year, and Colin was defensive MVP junior and senior year. But he ran in the state track meet, 100-meter. He was a sub 10.5 kid. Has legit burners. Texas was never involved in his recruitment because he's originally from Oklahoma. Both his parents are Sooners. I believe his dad actually ran track at Oklahoma too. And he was going to go to Oklahoma, and then I think someone exposed that DeMarco Murray is one of the worst football coaches in all of FBS. He ended up at LSU. They did a really good job recruiting him. They had him and DeCorian Moore committed at one point. Obviously, they held Durham, lost DeCorian Moore, but Caden Durham, that's their bell cow. They also only have 3 scholarship running backs because of injuries, and one of them is in prison. I don't know if you ever saw that story on JT Lindsay, but with LSU and Durham, he's a guy Texas will look at. Tashard Choice really screwed that recruitment up. One of his few flaws. He just offered him late and was really trying to recruit him upon offering him. And Durham is like, man, I'm ready to commit in 2 weeks. And Choice basically apologized and said he was sorry he took that long to recruit him because Durham wasn't even giving him a shot by that point.
God.
So he's a guy to know. Maybe he wants to come back to Texas. I doubt he'll want to go to OU. I mean, I don't think DeMarco Murray comes back next year, whether Venables is there or not, but I don't know. On the offensive line, he hasn't been great this year, but he honestly shouldn't be playing yet. His name's Weston Davis. He was a borderline 5-star kid for us out of Beaumont United, also hooped. And he can play left tackle or right tackle. He's mostly been playing right for LSU, though. He's also the player that got injured in warm-ups, I think, versus Ole Miss a couple weeks ago for LSU when they were missing a starting alignment. That was Weston Davis.
Yeah.
And he chose LSU over A&M and I think Alabama originally. Texas tried to sneak him on campus for a late senior season OV, but it got reported and LSU shut it down right away, so he never made it in. So, yeah, he's a name to know, and I believe he redshirted last year, so he should have 3 years left. And, I mean, he provides a higher floor and ceiling than what you get with Brandon Baker. So, he'd be an upgrade over Brandon Baker. And maybe you can move Brandon Baker to guards. You don't have to go buy another guard or alignment out of the portal. I've always thought Baker should be playing guard anyways. On the D-line, they have Dominic McKinley. He was very close to committing to Texas several times out of high school. He was a 5-star D-lineman out of Acadiana in the Lafayette area. Originally committed to A&M, kind of out of the blue. Texas was expecting to get him. And then decommitted from A&M and was going to LSU. Yeah, he obviously ended up at LSU and committed to LSU on New Year's Eve. It was super random. They did not have a D-line coach at the time, and Texas thought they were going to be able to get him again. And he commits to LSU on New Year's Eve, and 2 days later it's announced that Bo Davis is leaving Texas for LSU. And everyone on the Texas staff thought Bo Davis told the kid, I'm going to LSU, just commit now, and I'll be there in a few days.
Yeah. Which
is very likely what happened. At least that's what people at Texas believe.
Yeah.
So he could be a guy. Bo Davis, obviously in the Saints, he can't recruit him there out of the portal. And academics were actually, I know it's crazy because he ended up at LSU, but the academic part of Texas was a huge reason that his mom was so high on Kenny Baker and the Longhorns. So you're probably right. I doubt he leaves, but he's a name to know. And they got some young freshmen. I have to go through the group. BK, you have to run, right, at 11?
I got a couple minutes. Minutes here if you want to roll for 11:05 or something.
Okay. I just need to roll down who they have committed. Lamar Brown is obviously going to be the belle of the ball for everyone. Top 10 prospect. Future.
I saw some Aggie fans in Baton Rouge saying we want Lamar after the game. You see that?
Yeah, I did. Well, they finished second for him originally.
Yeah.
So they are thought to be most likely to land him. And I will LSU has 16 commits in 2026. 10 of these kids are from Louisiana. And if I'm the coach at Louisiana, half these kids are still committed to LSU. They grow up there. They want to be there. That's kind of it. And it's very interesting. You read these recruit reactions to Brian Kelly getting fired. None of them have any empathy for Brian Kelly or I'm going to miss coach. We had a great relationship. Not a single one says that.
Yeah.
And half of them are like, yeah, I could give two shits. I'm going to play for whoever the next coach is. I'm going to LSU. I'm a Tiger. So they're going to be able to keep a fair amount of these guys. I want to make that clear. And you can't hire more of an outsider than what you already did with Brian Kelly. So it's very likely whoever the new hire is, especially with that new car smell they'll put on him and the whole new staff, kids in Louisiana and kids committed to LSU are going to like the hire. Because again, if they were going to commit to LSU to play for Brian Kelly, they can commit to LSU to play for Lane Kiffin or John Summerall or, any of these names that are a lot cooler than Brian Kelly. Trenton Henderson, he's an edge rusher out of Florida. Texas finished second for him. He chose LSU over Florida and Texas. Obviously, two of those coaches now fired.
Yeah.
And he's from Pensacola, which is interesting because he actually had a shorter drive to Baton Rouge than he did to Gainesville from Pensacola. So Texas might have to fight some of the travel stuff, but they will definitely be circling back on him. They still want an edge rusher. Richard Anderson, pretty much never been discussed. Texas has had an offer on the table for a long time, but he's kind of one of those kids that just was always going to LSU. He's in New Orleans. He's an Edna Carr. He's a teammate of Hayward Howard, the Texas corner commit. But I just think a flip there will be really hard to pull off. But, I mean, Texas and the entire country are going to try like hell to host him in November. Texas is a great D-line class, but, I mean, he's a rare body type, a rare athlete. He's 6'3", 340. He tested like, these guys do in 4 years at the combine. Like, this is a starter kit for an NFL A-gapper that plays for 10 years. Like, there are only so many body types and athletes in these body types in the country every year. There's maybe one or two of them. He's one of them. So, yeah. And if LSU, I mean, the fact that LSU has him and Lamar Brown committed in the same class, in the same state is ridiculous. Bryson Martinez, he's from Gonzales, goes to East Ascension. Texas, I think, finished second or third behind A&M and or LSU. But, I mean, he committed in February, hasn't looked elsewhere. I think there's a chance he sticks there. But Texas probably going to shoot their shot. A guy that will probably end up visiting Texas, Humann Finney, out of Sierra Canyon. He's a top 247 corner. Was a top 10 prospect in the state or in the class of 2027, but reclassed to 2026, where he's dropped a little bit in the rankings. Early commit for LSU. I mean, he was a lot of it was NIL for him. 90% of the kids who reclass are. That's what their recruitment is about. Chose LSU over like Oregon, SC, Texas, Michigan, and I think Tennessee. And he is probably going to end up visiting Michigan, Texas, and Tennessee ahead of signing day. Nothing set in stone yet, but Texas, they still want another DB in their class, and they're going to be hitting him up, trying to get him to campus. Jabari Mack out of Destrehan, same high school that produced Justin Jefferson just outside the New Orleans area. Texas finished, I mean, I don't know if they were really second because I think he was going to LSU no matter what and probably still will, but he's a guy Texas loves. They take his commitment right now, no question. Had an OV scheduled before he committed super early to LSU. Aiden Hall, another teammate of Hayward Howard at Edna Carr, top 247 safety. I don't think he ever even visited Texas before. He's been committed to LSU since August of 2024. But, hey, like I said, they still need a DB. This is a guy they were very likely to hit up. And then the last guy I could really see Texas having interest in, maybe Kenny Darby. He's kind of a small but productive receiver at Airline, which is in Bossier City. He is Brandon Harris, the GM at Texas, did not go to Airline. He went to, I forget the school. He went to a different school in Bossier City, but he's from there and has connections to the town still. So that would probably be the way they get into that recruitment. They've never offered him, but top 247 receiver. Texas still needs a receiver. Could be an option, but yeah. So that's it. I'm going to kind of fly through these comments before getting out of here. BK, if you got to run, I can close it.
Yeah. I'll text you what's coming next here in a sec. Thanks, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for filling in for Nick.
Anytime.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, if y'all got any final questions or comments, throw them in there, and I will close it up with them. Yeah. Hey, how about Jade Barron? Did I summon an interception for him by saying Ja Thorpe on Friday? Maybe. I wanted to die when they went up 38-21. Yeah, I thought it was over. The moment I actually thought about hurting myself was when Brennan Thompson cooked Malik Muhammad, I think, for that touchdown. Like, I was like, oof. You know, I thought it was done then. I never thought Brennan Thompson would score a touchdown on Texas, but he did then. So shout out to him. And I mean, he's played really well this year. He might have a shot at the league. Rob said team clearly is not giving up, which is great. They could have been blown out after the news drop. Yep. It was great. I don't know. Dag, I guess, said I see Arch being out 2 weeks. Probably. I think he's out this week. Jake Bayless said, I think Arch will dress, but I seriously doubt he plays. Yeah, they'll probably pull the old Dylan Gabriel in 22 where he warms up and doesn't play. What other stuff do we have here? Nibblet going to make some money at the next level. Yeah, he'll be one of like 5 dudes that are drafted into the NFL every year just to play special teams. Basically like Keaton Crawford. And I mean, shit, like Keaton Crawford got drafted out of Nevada to play special teams in the NFL before Quinn Ewers did. Like, I mean, he is very possible to get drafted. Sark has needed multiple QBs every year he's been the head coach at Texas. Yeah, it is true. It is true. Livingston with the worthy Selly. I saw that. Brennan Thompson also did that whenever he scored. And I was like, oh, God. That's also why that one hurt a lot. Yeah, this one too. I mean, I thought it was over before then, but, man, when Booth ripped off that 80-yarder, I was like, yeah, it's over with. Like Vince Carter in the dunk contest, just over with. Jake Bayless said O-line needs to develop some sort of mean streak, man. You'd think they get tired of seeing the QB take so much punishment every single week. Yeah, I mean, man, to be honest, like up until the fourth quarter, the complete lack of intensity from like almost everyone on the team was bothering the shit out of me. Like Ryan Wingo, I know he finished well and he did have 5 catches for however many yards and a touchdown, but he had 2 drops, 5 other targets that weren't catches. And like I say, like I don't think he's a 1, and they keep trying to make him the 1. And I don't know if there is a 1 on this offense, a true receiver 1. So maybe we continue to see them try to put this square peg in a round hole for the rest of the year. But, a very up and down performance from him. Different types of players. Wingo's obviously a much better player, much better prospect. But, like, the drops he had and the catches he made reminded me a tiny bit of John Burt's performance versus Notre Dame in Austin when I think he caught like 2 touchdown bombs and dropped like 3 would have been touchdown bombs, but Texas kept going back to the well. That's kind of what Ryan Wingo's performance reminded me of. John Burt. I haven't thought of him in a long time. Shout out to him. Former dual sport athlete at Texas. Antoine said Jelani with 14 tackles. Phil Smee played a lot of snaps too. I'll be honest, Phil Smee looked lost as hell a fair amount of the first 3 quarters. They need Michael Taft back badly. And if they don't have Arch Manning, they need the other 16 versus Vandy to get out of there with a win. Like you're basically playing the Michael Taft of QBs and Diego Pavia in some way, So changes have to be made there if Taft can't return. I'd love to see Jonah Williams get some burn. I know they weren't going to put him in versus those receivers Mississippi State has and on the road in a wet, hectic environment, but that was just bad by Phil Smith. It's also really hard to put him in there his first game, really having serious playing time, and expect him to, not be a negative versus a Jeff Lebby veer and shoot offense that has, dozens of skilled players that run sub-11. So, but Jelani McDonald was great. I kind of jinxed him in our live updates thread during the game. I'm like, the way this dude's playing, there's no way he's not like a day 2 pick. He's going to improve his stock after the combine. He'll test like a freak, super competitive kid. Like he has everything the NFL wants, has all the track basketball stuff, multi-sport stuff, was a full-time 3-phaser, high football IQ, played quarterback for 4 years in high school. Like he checks legitimately every box the NFL looks for in a back 7 defender. Every single box. And right after I posted that, he batted the ball up. There was a Mississippi State touchdown, or was it a 2-point conversion? I don't remember. But it was right on the goal line, and the tight end caught it. And the pass was behind him anyways. It wouldn't have even been caught for a touchdown if Jelani didn't tip that. But outside of that, he played a phenomenal game, and probably Texas's best defender, not named Anthony Hill or Jelani McDonald, or not named Anthony Hill or Michael Taft at this point in the season, or Colin Simmons too. So yeah, and hey, pray for Jamaica. They look like they're about to get hit by that hurricane. Wow, 15 to 30 inches of rain. Anthony Hill, 10 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 3.5 tackles for loss. CB said shout out 51 for the block on the punt return touchdown. Marshall Landwehr, walk on that earned a scholarship. He was great. I was watching him too on that punt return and was praying to God, please, refs, do not get them back for the missed block in the back versus OU 2 weeks before. Yeah, without Ryan Nibblet, Texas is 4-4. What other stuff do we have here? Jake Bayless said bro had nothing between him and like 4 gunners on Saturday for 1 return and still didn't fair catch it. Man, he ain't doing it. He ain't doing it. Antoine said, I think Jermaine Bishop can be the same level returner at UT. Yeah, he has a shot too. I'm curious if that'll work just because his frame, he's, a smaller guy than Nibblet, but I think a more explosive athlete. Probably doesn't have the same top-end speed, but I think his 0 to 60 is faster than Nibblet, if that makes sense. CB said, was the arch hit that caused the concussion targeting or football play? I listened to Chip and Eric's post-game reaction on the Flagship podcast where Chip thought it was a targeting. I went back and watched that. That's not a targeting. And if they go back and call that a targeting, that's kind of BS in my opinion. It was a football play, so yeah, I'm sorry. This dog is squeaking a toy. What other stuff? Bishop is the best high school receiver / cornerback / punt returner I've ever seen live in high school. He's up there for me. Jonah Williams also had like 19 non-offensive touchdowns in his high school career. Jermaine, I think, has 8 or 9. And Jermaine's playing 6A. Jonah played 5A, but both are super impressive. Yeah, Antoine, I'll hit on the visitor list for tomorrow. I got to hit a bunch of kids up. What other stuff? Naaman said, Sark's play calling on run calls are terrible. He's predictable. Yeah, I agree with you. They need to stop running this gap scheme BS. Didn't run it till this year. I mean, you can run some of it, but not to the quantity they've run it to. There needs to be more wide zone. They have to run it. Wisner is best as a zone runner. That is his strength, zone running. How did Texas run all over Oklahoma? Doing that exact thing. It was their best game running the ball the entire season versus an opponent with a pulse. For the life of me, I do not understand why they've gotten rid of so much zone blocking. We saw it a little bit versus Mississippi State, but it felt like the gap schemes outnumbered the zone schemes like 2-1 at least. So I would love to see more zone calls for runs. What other stuff do we have here? Yeah. Chris Johnson said not just the win, but seeing what everyone wants to see out of Arch was a huge sigh of relief. It was. I'm happy he's playing well. Big for him and getting his confidence up. Just curious how he'll come back off this injury because, hey, he never had serious injuries in high school. He never missed a start due to injuries in high school. He has always played. So, I mean, this will probably be the first tackle football game he has ever missed due to injury. Unless something happened in middle school, maybe. But yeah. CB said I saw some Texas fans going at Chip like Chip was the one who reported it. I mean, dude, Chip walks outside and breathes air. He'll get hate from a small fraction of the Texas fan base that are still mad at him about the Benito thing. So, yeah. Yeah, I doubt Diane Rossini is going to follow up on this report unless she gets something new and there's a third NFL team he's interested in or something of the sort. What other stuff? Yeah. Rob Latendra said Sark's agents want a pay raise. They're happy to move on. NFL fans are a lot easier to deal with than college fans. I can tell you what Texas is not going to do, and that's give Steve Sarkeesian a raise. They just extended him less than a year ago. Like the University of Texas, I don't care if it's Sarkeesian or Nick Saban, they're not allowing a coach to hold them hostage for raises, and especially if they're going. I'm not saying Sark is doing this. I think he has genuine interest in the NFL, but like the Jim Harbaugh stuff where, I'm not leaving, I'm staying, but their reports are interested in the NFL. Like Texas is not putting up with that nearly as long as Michigan did. That is not going to happen. So, yeah, and I don't expect him to get a raise unless there is like verified proof that Florida's about to hire him or LSU is and he's got a flight scheduled or something. Like that is the only possible way he gets a raise in my eyes, or unless he wins the Natty, which probably is the same chance. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these other stuff. A lot of comments here. Naaman Roberts said, yes, Jordan, Sark ain't NFL material. Yes, we went to playoffs back-to-back years, but as I watched yesterday, former Texas players are everywhere in the NFL. Sark had ridiculous talent. He did, but I mean, how did those guys get there? A lot of it was NIL and portal. A lot of it, too, was Steve Sarkeesian could say, hey, look what me and the staff did at Alabama. Like, there's credit to be given on all sides. One thing I didn't bring up is Sark in the NFL. Think about how many head coaches at the college level have had success calling plays and being the OC as the head coach. Very, very few. Sark and Ryan Day are at the top. Think about NFL head coaches that have had success as an offensive play caller and the OC while also being the head coach. There are a lot more guys that have had success. I very much think that is part of Sarkeesian's interest in the NFL. He wants to call plays. And I don't see him ever giving up play calling at Texas unless Chris Del Conte says, hey, you are doing this or we are firing you. You have to do this. And I highly doubt that's going to happen. Look what CDC did at TCU. He kind of lets the football program and the head coach run their own show. Gary Patterson did that. He eventually ran it into the ground. Sarkeesian has done that, and look at his offense this year. I know they won on Saturday, but all this context is important, and it makes a lot more sense as to why Sark is interested in the NFL. But like you said, I don't think he's NFL material. I don't think a franchise is going to hire him as a head coach after this season. Doesn't mean it can't happen later. I just don't think it'll happen this season. So, yeah. What other stuff? Sorry, I'm looking. We had a lot of comments today. Always like that on Monday mornings. Yeah, if Texas lost Sarkeesian, Clark Lee and Fritz would be towards the top of my list. I know that is very unlikely to be the hire should Sark leave, but they have to be up there. You don't always have to make the flashy or splashy hire to get a good hire, I know this was a bajillion years ago, but think about LSU and Nick Saban. Is he the flashy, splashy hire at Michigan State? I don't know who else is in the coaching carousel, but I heavily assume LSU fans were not very excited when they found out their next head football coach was coming from East Lansing, Michigan. You have to be smart about this. And also, when it's a carousel like this year's carousel where there's so many jobs and the quality of candidates goes down, you have to remember, hey, in 3-4 years, these 20 Power 4 jobs that are going to open, at least 10 of them are going to be open in 3 or 4 years because the guy they hired in that candidate or in that coaching carousel was probably the 5th best realistic target. But in any other coaching carousel, that guy is 20th and not even brought up. But they had to hire him because that's who was available in this hectic carousel. So, there are after effects of this year's crazy carousel, and they will be felt in 3 to 4 years. Sorry, trying to see other stuff. $25 to $125 ticket price increase depending on section at LSU. What other stuff? I did not see Malik Neighbors' reaction. Brian Kelly double parked in a handicap spot too, completely on brand. I saw people are saying that. I don't think it's a handicap spot. I think it's his parking spot. I have a video and photo on my phone of in 2020 or 2021. There's a TCU down the street and parked at Gary Patterson's parking spot where there's this big-ass sign that says reserved for TCU head football coach Gary Patterson. I think that's what Brian Kelly's was because that's also the closest spot to the facility like Patterson's was. Any other stuff? John Sumrall, whoever hires him, is doing a good job. I don't think Kentucky buys out Mark Stoops, but eventually you're going to have to pay it, and Sumrall probably won't be available by the time you do. He's a Kentucky alum. There is a timeline on Sumrall in Kentucky. And B-ball coach Richard, you came back and said you meant Lincoln Riley instead of Lane Kiffin for this Texas Tech stuff. I've not heard that rumor, but that'd be very interesting. You could also recruit more nationally as a Texas Tech if you have Lane Kiffin compared to Joey McGuire. But I don't think that happens unless Joey McGuire doesn't make it to Arlington for the Big 12 championship game, which is possible, but I think it's very unlikely. So yeah. Template Brutus and any NFL coordinators that might want to go to a prestige college football head coaching job. First one I thought of, Kelvin Shepard. Nathan brought it up here. DC for the Lions. Played at LSU, was also director of player development at LSU. So him, there's a few other guys. I just have to go through these rosters and coaching staffs in the NFL. Yeah, what if LSU hires Matt Eberflus? That'd be awesome. Nathan said if Brandon Harris wants more say in a program, LSU should look at him too. I kind of doubt it. It's going to be interesting, though, because, like, as long as Sarkeesian is the head coach of Texas, Texas is never going to be one of those programs where the GM has equal or more power than the head coach. It's never going to happen at Texas under Sark, and it sure as hell won't if it's Sark and Brandon Harris, with all due respect to both of them. That's how Sark has run this program, and it's not going to change. So maybe Brandon Harris eventually wants to get out, get somewhere where he is the shot caller and has the most say, the most power. But I don't think LSU is going to adapt to the model Oklahoma or Stanford is using, where the football program is in charge of, or the GM is in charge of the football program instead of the AD. And the GM reports directly to the AD, not the football coach. LSU, very unlikely to do that. And if Brandon Harris or LSU hires a GM, it's probably a situation like what Texas has, where the GM is a title and they have a lot to say, but not more than the head coach. So, yeah, it is something to watch for. He's from Louisiana. He played there before going to North Carolina. So, it very much is something to get watched. Matt Campbell, the shine on his star has worn off a lot compared to other years of this year. I also think LSU can't hire him this time around. Jed Fish, I don't know. I like him as a coach, but I think he's like the West Coast version of Drink. Just total cornball, like sleazeball to some degree. I don't know. Both those guys have pulled some shady shit when leaving schools. I know every coach does it, but Jed Fish is also kind of like hiring Brian Kelly again, as far as being a fish out of water and an outsider. So, yeah, and Michigan State can very well open. I think that's a job to watch for Brian Kelly if they fire Jonathan Smith. All right, we're almost done here. Pavia and Livingston brothers on Dirty Sixth. That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, Vandy does lose 15 starters. They're going to hit the portal hard, and they've been recruiting high school pretty well, so they should be all right. But they're probably going to take a step back next year, so could be the year to leave for Mr. Lee. Denny or Deanny Isner, I don't know. They said, why is Kirby Smart not been shown in, or why is Kirby Smart not shown interest, or not been shown interest by the NFL? Good question. Good question. I assume it's because he's still kind of the old school coach that's a yeller, a hard ass, and that style of coach is kind of getting weeded out in college, but it doesn't really exist in the NFL. So that's probably why. He also is a Georgia alum who is from Georgia, grew up there, or it might have been Bama, but I know he's a Georgia alum, and there's no reason for him to leave. So he also has the biggest buyout in college football. It's like $110 million. But if Kirby ever leaves, he only owes Georgia like $6 million. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Don McKinley, who I brought up earlier, if Texas was to get him in the portal, they'd probably have to tell the family they'd take his younger brother. His younger brother's a 3-star D lineman committed to LSU in 2026. Texas offered him early on because they were recruiting his brother, but if his last name wasn't McKinley, probably not a take. So that would be very interesting to track if the older brother does end up in the portal. Because, hey, like we saw a package deal last year. Texas wanted Zach Branch. They did not want his brother, but Georgia did that. And now his brother is a second-string safety, and Zach Branch is one of their best players in offense. Like, sometimes you got to bite the bullet and waste a scholarship. I don't know about waste because they can still play, but you get what I'm saying. What Chris said, Jordan, why did Sark miss junior day after the playoff loss to Ohio State? Mentally checked out. We were told he was sick. And that is what they told the recruits. So, yeah, that is what we were told. What other stuff? Barris is still waiting on the 30 for 30 ESPN documentary on the Myers year at Jacksonville. The former kicker getting lots of money to do his part. Oh yeah. Caldwell talk tomorrow. Get some depth on this fella. All right, we will hit on him. Woodcrest said if Sark were to leave, who do you guys like to take over? Will Stein. They wouldn't hire him. They'd hire an active head coach. I think Marcus Freeman, Dan Lanning, Clark Lee. They would try with Kirby, but would not have success. Same with Saban. Those would probably be the first calls. I would not hate Willie Fritz or Clark Lee, though. I'd love Clark Lee or Willie Fritz at Texas. That would be absolutely awesome. And for me, who is big fan of the Houston staff, knows a few of those guys. So that would be awesome. What other stuff? Sorry, I was behind on some of these comments. Yeah, Woodcrest, again, we were told he was, quote, sick and missed it. I hope he isn't stubborn and overplay calling that he would leave Texas for it. I don't think he is, but if he is, then that would be wild. If Sark gets a raise, and there may have been collusion between him and Orsini, yeah. Hey, Woodcrest, come on now. Can you tell me who's involved with Sark in making a game plan or upstairs during game planning? I mean, who's involved? AJ Milwee, Mike Bamonte, who is basically Milwee's QB assistant, Scott, Flood, Jackson, Banks. It's a group effort, but Sark's coming up with the bulk of it. He's calling the shots. He's choosing what gets called in game days, and all those plays are his designs. So pretty much Sark. Has L'Oreal bought property in Miami? Bought property? I don't think so. I don't know. I see people keep asking, or I've had a few people ask me, is Sark's wife tired of living in Austin? Does she want to get out? Does she want to live in Miami or Nashville? If Sark takes any job, I don't think it has anything to do with his wife wanting to not be in Austin or be somewhere else. So, yeah. Yeah, Adrian Peterson was arrested this morning on a DWI at like 10 in the morning in Sugar Land. What are we doing, man? Brian Callahan, I don't know. That's a great question. Hopefully nowhere near Texas. Other stuff. Dan Lanning looks too much like Herman. He does look somewhat like him. If Herman was a big fan of uppers like Lanning appears to be. Are you morally bankrupt to give Urban Meyer a call? I might actually quit my job covering Texas if they ever hired Urban Meyer. So, yeah. Would Freeman actually be interested? I don't think so. I don't think he'd leave Notre Dame unless the Ohio State job comes open, which I don't think will happen unless Ryan Day has a crazy, horrific year or takes a job in the NFL. The latter is much more likely. So, yeah. All right. I hit on questions. We went 30 minutes over today, so I'm going to get out of here. But everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. Know it was a hectic Monday. Tomorrow, actually don't have tomorrow's guest figured out. Probably going to have Colin Kennedy. I'm going to hit him up, see if he's available. And we'll talk some Texas OU. They had an interesting game versus Ole Miss. Ole Miss money line was always the play. It was like plus 156. Come on now, free money. Hope you all took it as well, because I surely did. But up next, we replay our Texas Sports Unfiltered postgame show from Saturday's thrilling comeback victory over Mississippi State. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. Happy Monday. Patrick, Rob Latendre, Jake Bayless, Woodcrest, Bear. I mean, some of these usernames are all messed up still because of YouTube. Temple of Brutus, Denise, and I don't know how to say that, Jake Bayless. Appreciate you all. Please give us a like, comment, subscribe. Y'all have a glorious Monday, and we'll see you tomorrow back at 10 a.m. Peace.